It is a new day, but it is the same old story for some. Bren Esports continues to be unchallenged in the Valorant Challengers Tour Philippines. Team after team has fallen to Bren in every single leg of the tournament. The question remains, can anyone slay the dragon in black and yellow that has so far been unconquered? The ones with the answer to that question today are Hashira as they face off Bren right here, right now in the grand finals of the Valorant Challengers Tour Stage 2, Week 1. Can Bren Esports ever be taken down? Can Hashira break the wheel? We are here to witness whether they can make history today on the very day it matters the most. Mika Fabs over here behind the mic for today, subbing for the gentleman himself, Illustrado, on the grand finals of the VCT Challenger Stage 2, Week 1, which wouldn't be possible, of course, without PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Minesti Philippines and Globe Telecom. Hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Mage Punk bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. I know I've been looking at that bundle myself. Thank you also to our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator. Hashtag summon your strength. And do check out Globe Virtual Hangouts as well. They will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Just download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And while we're at it, guys, don't forget to like and follow PPGL's official channels on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok as well. Just check us out at PPGLGG or at Hello PPGL. Now, I know my face might be new, but fortunately, we have more familiar ones on the panel. Let's call back Trix, Viminal, and Link to join us for today. Guys, we have a finals. We have quite the show today. How are you guys feeling? Let's start with you, Trix.
I'm really excited. It's finally time for us to see Hashira versus Bren. I haven't seen it before, so I'm wondering how they're going to face against them.
Yeah, we got a brand new matchup today, guys. And really, the question is, will gods bleed today? And I, for one, can't wait to find out.
Well, as of my experience, I mean, I would be rather be skeptical as of the moment because Bren has been questioned in terms of their credibility, in terms of being the kings of the Philippines. I want to see how will Hashira challenge their reign.
Absolutely. I think we are all waiting for that. We are here to witness history being made today, quite possibly. And, we have Bren Esports versus Hashira, our only match for today. It will be a best of 5 series today. And this means that we will be seeing all of the maps quite potentially because there is a possibility of a 3-0, but we could go all the way. I'm pretty sure everybody wants to see an epic best of 5 series. So let's hope we get all of those 5 maps in. And it's just a matter of who gets to pick what. So I do think the map play will be very, very interesting today. Now, we did have a rather interesting day yesterday as well. We all know that, we didn't exactly get caught in the most ideal of situations. Not even the victors were very happy about it, but it is what it is. And instead of talking about what didn't happen yesterday, I do want to talk about what did and sort of, go off on a tangent and explore an alternate timeline in a sort of way. So let's start off with Hashira versus Galaxy Racer. Hashira, of course, took the series with a 2-0, and Galaxy Racer was the first casualty to some technical difficulties yesterday. Very, very unfortunate. And you know what? Illustrado, as coach of Hashira, did mention off stream that he believed that the win was not theirs. And I actually want to know if you guys agree. And you know what, Trix? I know that you have special ties to Galaxy Racer, so I will ask Viminal and Ling for this, and I have a special question for you, Trix. But Vim and Ling, do you actually agree that the win probably would not have gone to Hashira?
Judging from what took place on that during the first map, but during the second one, it seems like GXR was really supposed to take it. And during that technical difficulty, it seemed like they were saved by the bell, in my opinion.
Well, in my case, I would definitely see this more as GXR's loss over anyone's win right now. I mean, you have to admit, even the circumstances were just as it is. I still see them tackling this a lot more better if the battlefield was basically evened out at that point. But still, you
Yeah.
cannot discount the fact that Hashira has come back as a bigger and better team for this time around in this tournament alone, and they have proven that during their run.
And you know what? We'll have a lot more time to talk about Hashira a little later on. And I do have to correct myself. It was a 2-1 score
Yeah.
line. Trix, I do have a special question for you, coming in as a coach rather than as an analyst. Technical issues aside, were you happy with GXR's debut?
I was definitely happy with their debut. I felt they proved that they can work together. Johan, Carl, Ching, alongside Georgie and Eman, they have great teamwork. They know how to read the opponents and play accordingly, even if they're losing. And they are able to keep their calm, which is something I feel they didn't have as much of when they were in Archangel roster or Dreamfire, respectively. So, aside from the technical issues, I do think that Hashira played very well.
Yeah.
I do wish GXR was able to perform at their prime without the technical difficulties, but it was a good game.
And I think this just goes to show the potential of GXR. I mean, this is a team with 5 fraggers, 5 superstars, and I like to think of them as sort of a suicide squad of the Valorant scene in a way. Do you guys think that, the former Archangel, I guess, Wings now Clip, do you think that they'll actually get their day in Masters once again? Ling, let's start with you.
I mean, for now, looking at their performance a while ago, yeah, rather yesterday, they didn't look so good at first, but I see them slowly building themselves a lot better, over the guidance, or rather over the calls that Carl basically did during their games. It was
Mm.
basically the dynamic duo of Georgie and Ching that shined, and this is where we actually want to see how will they be able to do that once again, in a different setting, in an international setting, and especially performing in the regionals where they will be tested to every inch on their composition. And I'm quite excited to actually see that.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you there, Ling. This roster is a mix of veterans and some new players, which has a lot less experience compared to them. Georgie, M, and Blas, three of the roster with a lot less experience compared to Johan, Carl. It's just uh, they have a long way to go. But I really do believe in the potential of this lineup specifically, and seeing them fight it out even during that unfortunate 4v5 situation. There's just so much tenacity, and there was even a glimpse of hope, a glimmer of hope, even without Johan there. So I don't know. That was really impressive for me.
I mean, with that being said, I still see the team overall thriving, even though they were playing a huge disadvantage. They did have a few struggles without Ching in the equation, but I'm just glad how much better that they looked, even if rather playing on a roster that they should be doing. Emin with the Sentinel role really fits so well. I could not imagine him not being a duelist, but so far GXR proved my expectations wrong. He could be a lot more flexible as a player overall, and this is the type of things that people should take note on, and the flexibility and versatility of the players that could open a lot of doors on what you could possibly do, in terms of your play and in terms of your performance overall.
Mm.
Absolutely. A lot of potential here for this squad. And, to wrap up GXR, I just want to hear from the coach herself, with thoughts on whether or not they will get that Masters Day once again.
I would say they definitely can, so long as situation is a little more favorable in terms of less technical issues or issues that are really out of their hands.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So, but that aside, I do still want to state that Hashira from stage one has grown so much. I love how they've honed their creativity and they've set the fundamentals that they need. Their teamwork is looking a lot crispier. It seems they know exactly how much they want to push, what kind of bait setups they're going to have. I'm just also wondering if it's enough for Bren, because we all know how good Bren can be, but we've also seen how off they seem to be in the past few days.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And speaking of Bren Esports, of course, they did manage to win against Empire with a 2-1 scoreline. And this was another unfortunate situation yesterday. Bren Esports, of course, we've got a lot more to say about them later on, along with Hashira. But at the moment, for me, one of the biggest moments yesterday was the epitome of sportsmanship in the VCTPH so far, sacrificing that technical pause for the benefit of the other team. I remember Brent saying how in another interview how they bring their best every single time because they want to bring the other Philippine teams with them to the level that they're at right now. And I love that this extends to gestures like this. I mean, how do you guys think this match went down? And let's talk about the obvious Empire what if over here. Ling, let's start with you once again.
I mean, looking at the matches, or rather the series alone with Empire versus Bren, both sides seem to have like proper foundation in terms of team play, given that they embrace each other's roles in the team and for each other for that matter. But then again, this is where things got out of hand, especially for the side of Empire. If it weren't for the technical difficulties, I would definitely say they have every chance that they have just to go up against these dragons or the kings for what matter. And this is where we actually see them bleed. Bren looks so mortal on their end with what happened, with what went down. They have lost their best map, which is Haven, and this is where we actually see them look a lot more human than they used to.
Yeah. They definitely look, I guess, within the realm of us mere mortals during the first map, especially. And this, my friends, is something that we didn't really expect. Haven looked at to be Bren's strongest map as of late, and Empire just, took them out of the water during that first game. But of course, Bren bounced back during the second game, and then you know what happened after that. But really, the story here is that teams are catching up to Bren, and Bren needs to do something in order to stay ahead of the pack. They need to innovate once again, perhaps find that magic X factor that they've always had since the beginning to continue their reign over the Philippine scene.
I definitely agree with that sentiment. It's difficult being the top in the scene, and it's difficult being the one that everyone looks to because they're watching you so closely. They're watching every strategy you make, every agent lineup that you pick, and they're trying to see what they can learn from you, from what they are doing well, and also from the mistakes they're making and how other people can fix it.
Mm.
Absolutely. All eyes are definitely on Bren. And I actually want to know if you guys think Empire could have taken another map off of Bren, because they did take Haven, as you guys mentioned, which is a map that Bren is so comfortable with. That's a sign and a reminder, I think, to other teams that Bren isn't as untouchable as they seem right now, especially since, as you guys mentioned, they are bringing up the Philippine scene with them. Other teams are catching up. So, do you guys think that, if everything went the way it should have, Empire could have taken another map off Bren? The tricks start with you this time.
I am not certain about that. I feel Bren always starts a little slow in the beginning and they pick themselves back up in bind. Granted, it was a 4v5 at the later half, but they played a very dominant first half. So I feel it was Bren's wake up call when they lost to Empire the way that they did.
Yeah, I mean, granted, it was a 4v5 during the latter part of the game, but you can't deny how much control, how much domination they showed during the majority of the match. And yeah, for sure, I think Empire really had a solid shot, but in the end, it still would have gone to Bren in, statistically speaking, most likely that's what would have happened if we saw that game three.
Well, on the contrary, I still see this like a huge possibility or a huge chance for Empire in itself to take away another map, which is Bind. Because, like I said, they have a lot of foundations to their team overall, which is quite similar to what Bren used to look like when they actually started competing. I mean, with that being said, I still see them still in the developing stage and learning from the cracks or learning from the VODs that they've seen on Bren and exploiting on that for that matter is what actually put them to this edge, put them in the spotlight right now. We've seen Bren, or rather,
Mhm.
we see a lot of people still believing in that. But imagine how convinced that we already are uh, during that first map. That
Yeah.
same thing could still happen because Bren has always been there. And it's just a matter of Empire pushing their limit, pushing a lot more, or exerting a little bit more effort this time around to actually rather could have exerted more effort for that time around to even put that series to a 2-0.
I think it's quite telling when you think of how differently you would have answered this question maybe about 3 or so months ago. 3 or so months ago, it would have been like, oh, no doubt, Bren Esports. But now we're saying, I'm not so sure. I mean, that's really, really quite telling. And let's move over to the last match from yesterday. We had Hashira versus Pirates. Link, I know you have a lot to say about this, um, but Pirates, we had a player on there that just turned everybody's head yesterday. Fire Sergeant. We have great fraggers, I would say, from different regions. We have Baby Bay, we have CNED in Europe, we have RB from Vision Strikers, we have even Zesbu from Team SMG. And, Fire Sergeant could be a contender for that top fragger position for the PH, one of the many. But as we know, a superstar player isn't enough in a game like this. We have, for example, a team like Liquid with a player like Scream, who has literally made history, but is still unlucky in the VCT. So, for a team like Pirates, wherein you all kept talking about yesterday how they were relying so much on Fire Sergeant, what is missing? Trix, I know you have a lot to say about this.
What's missing is really the understanding of how you're going to enable all of your players to shine. Because yes, there are always going to be certain players that are able to shine and frag out, but it requires the right kind of support, the right intel as well, and being able to set himself up for those frags. I think that's definitely what Pirates did well in their quarterfinals, but I didn't quite see them do that on the semis.
Well, true, but honestly, it's just more on towards a matter of how inconsistent this type of playstyle really is about to go down. I mean, relying on a single player and how much burden it could actually be for the player such as Farsight. I mean, it's obviously a lot for the team to even take in, but they really gotta accept the fact that they should offer a lot more other than a five-man team, the skill of a five-man team being condensed on just one player. They have to offer a lot more to that, and I just don't want to see, rather, Farsight did have an amazing performance, but I just don't want to see this just as a one-man show. It's a five-man comp, and they really should be exerting a lot more effort on making this team play to even happen.
Definitely so.
That's right. And you know what? Let's turn our attention to Hashira, on whom all eyes will be, focused on today, going up against Bren Esports. But you know what? I feel like they're probably the most improved team in our scene. They looked really good yesterday. Trix, you were there during First Strike, or, maybe watching them even during pre-First Strike days. How different is this Hashira compared to the Stage 1 days?
It's really different. It's like night and day, honestly speaking. When I first watched Hashira, I felt, wow, that's a lot of potential, but too easy to read instantly. For an experienced team, they're going to read them like a book. And immediately after, for stage 2, we see them come in, and it's like they're not as predictable. They're still fairly reliant on their defaults now, but that's good. It shows that they've built their foundation, and from here on, it's about adding that creativity that we know Hashira players to have.
Yeah, I mean, Hashira definitely one of the most improved teams that we've seen so far in VCT, perhaps in the local scene. Actually, it's interesting when you take a look at Hashira's history, when you see how they started. They've always been a team made up of really talented players, but they haven't seen this much success as of recently, when they really started to put in the work. And there are so many variables in play. They have their new boot camp, they're much more coordinated, much more in sync, and of course, playing alongside each other in real life, that's definitely a factor. So it's definitely reflecting on their gameplay as of late.
Well, to even add on to this conversation, I would definitely would like to point out that one of the crucial things that Hashira did work on and improved is their postmans. You see them lacking completely in terms of their attacking side. Statistically speaking, this is where we actually don't get to see Hashira being known for. And the fact that they worked on that is pretty much the huge, or rather, the biggest factor that contributed to how they are performing as of this tournament. I mean, you'd see them struggle for time and time again, but I really am quite proud for them to actually learn from a lot of the mistakes that they've done. There's a lot more synchronicity, there's a lot more team play happening, and I might have to say, there's a huge improvement in terms of like their play style, and by the fact there is that they definitely lived up to the expectation, or rather, to having a flash based composition and basically just amazing everyone.
Mhm.
And you know what? I am prepared to be amazed today as we check out the brackets for our best of five series between Bren Esports and Hashira. You know what? We have a lot to talk about with these two teams, and this is going to, I believe this is going to be an exciting grand finals, definitely. This is going to be the battle of the boot camps because right now, Bran is actually playing with one hand tied behind their back. They are playing, if there's any day to take the victory from Bren, I feel like it's today. Hashira did admit, I think, in the
Mhm.
post game interview that they were a little bit scared. I know that says pirates over there. They're probably doing the piratey thing and sort of like parking their ship over there, but that is Hashira's spot. Hashira did admit that they were a little scared going up against Bren, and I mean, I cannot blame them. Who would not be? At least Rabbit admitted that. But this grand finals is turning out to be the battle of the boot camps, and you know what?
Yeah.
Before we get into the battle of the boot camps itself, I just want to let you guys know that you can actually win 1,500 Valorant points. We are giving that away to a total of 10 winners, and the mechanics are really, really simple. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with the caption of which team you are rooting for. Is it Hashira or is it Bren Esports? Make sure the post is public with the official hashtags, which are all just down below. And a total of 10 winners will be winning 1,500 Valorant points at the end of the day. So I hope you guys do stay tuned until the very end to find out if you have won. And you know what? Once winners are announced, just please message the PPGL Facebook page to know how to claim it. Oh, by the way, this giveaway is only applicable to Facebook. So if you're watching on Twitch, please do just head on over to our Facebook. And actually, if you are watching on Facebook, you are on the Filipino stream. We do have an English stream as well on Twitch and on YouTube. The panel discussion will be entirely in English, however, because you never know who might be watching. We are part of a global Valorant community after all. Maybe Tens is watching, maybe Wixel is watching. Hello there, guys. We can't be sure, so best to make the VCT experience more convenient, I guess, for the global audience. And you can choose to watch it either in English or Filipino, whichever suits your fancy. Just don't forget to do the whole social media thing and like and follow PPGL on all the different platforms: Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and even TikTok. You never know what giveaway could be happening where, so might as well, right? Try it on all platforms. But of course, now we have, going back to our battle of the bootcamps over here, Bren Esports versus Hashira. And as I mentioned earlier, Hashira mentioned that they were a little bit scared. At least Rabbit admitted that. But this grand
Mhm.
finals is turning out to be, quite an exciting one. Bren, everybody knows, this is their empire. I mean, not a reference to SB Empire, by the way, but I can practically hear the Imperial March whenever Bren comes on and whenever Bren comes into the picture. However, they're not playing with their ideal setup right now. Hashira, on the other hand, has everything that they need. But Bren is playing, as I mentioned earlier, with one hand tied behind their back. This means that if there's any day to take that victory from Bren, it's actually today. So, from
Yeah.
what you've seen the past days from Bren and Hashira, how likely is this? Trix, let's start with you.
It's still unlikely for me. I do feel that Bren will have a slow start, but I think Bren will be able to get right back to it because of how experienced they are in the professional scene.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, it also when thinking about a best of five series, it also boils down to which team has more endurance when it comes to playing a best of five. And we all know Bren has had more best of fives in Valorant than pretty much any other Philippine team. So that's going to be a factor. But, Hashira, they really have a decent shot. I really do believe that. And this
Mhm.
might be the day that Bren will fall. We don't know yet. But
Mm.
again, Bren not going to be playing their boot camp for now. Uh, Hashira will be playing their boot camp for that matter. So they're going to need every advantage that they can get their hands on in order to take them on.
Well, true. Other than that, I still consider a lot of factors that could affect Bren's performance overall in this best of five. You did mention boot camp. This is basically the most uncomfortable setting that they have been so far. And seeing their perform, I mean, I would definitely say they have been greatly affected by them not being together physically. And other than that, I would definitely say the time of preparation that they've had. Masters was literally just a few weeks ago, and imagine how different the playstyle actually is here in the Philippines. That basically made them struggle in terms of fully adjusting to what they are supposed to be knowing at the back of at the back of their hands. So yeah.
Just taking an in-depth look into our challengers for today, Hashira, the ones with the best chance of finally slaying that dragon in black and yellow. We have over here 2766, Hatred, Envy, Jeremy, and the IGL himself, Rabbit. Now, I feel like they can't make any mistakes today at all. Bren, even, fighting with, let's say, a handicap of sorts without their boot camp is still a very deadly enemy. But where do you think the chinks are in the armor for Hashira to poke through? Ling, let's start with you this time.
Well, rather, I wouldn't say chinks per se, but I do see a lot of things that the team overall really has to work on. There really isn't much of a weak link because I've seen each and every player has their own contribution, shines in their roles overall, and see the likes of Invi completely redefining what the Sentinel should be. And of course, other than that, if you will consider being having a head-to-head comparison for Bren Esports players versus Hashira players, uh, I would definitely see Bren still having an edge in terms of the experience and knowing what they are because embracing the role really goes down to a point that you really should be knowing every nook and cranny or every exploit that you could have in terms of your kit. So yeah.
And you know what? We do have, of course, the Empire, as I mentioned earlier, but not as the Empire. That is Bren Esports. And you know what? I think that Vim, you have a lot to say about this matchup over here with Bren
Yeah.
Esports and Hashira. We do have, of course, Borcom Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Bash, and Humi in the lineup for Bren Esports. But Vim, let me know your thoughts right here.
Yeah, so you have Bren Esports, a team that's very dear to the hearts of many here in the Philippines, including mine, and seeing their tremendous journey over many months throughout Valorant's entire lifespan here in the Philippines. It's just incredible to see how much they've achieved in that short amount of time. But taking a look at their growth and where they stand today in the Philippine scene, again, it's a matter of staying ahead of the pack and maintaining their advantage when a lot of the teams are catching up. And when you take a look at a lot of teams here in the region, perhaps when you take a look at a dominant team like Vision Strikers, who've gone undefeated for so very long, it's mainly because they're very hard to predict in game. They have so many set plays and they just keep going on and on and on. And it's very hard to pinpoint what they do. I think Bren really needs to build up on that and perhaps keep their opponents guessing even more.
Very interesting. And you know what, Trix, I do have a question for you as we check out our head to head over here. Two players from each team that we'll be looking at very, very closely. It is going to be Dispenser and Rabbit, the battle of the IGLs over here. Very, very exciting. Now, Trix, I do have a question for you. Bit of a tough question coming in here. I just want to address the elephant in the room. Do you think that Bren could possibly be plateauing? I mean, they didn't exactly shine during Masters, but they continue to dominate here. They seem to be stuck somewhere in the middle. How do they break that barrier?
I wouldn't say that they're plateauing in terms of player strengths or player growth, but possibly in agent creativity. I'd say that they have become so used to a certain playstyle. They have proven that it works. They have done it over and over again in great fashion and winning a lot of matches, especially in the Philippines and some internationally as well. But it comes to that point where they have to do more. They have to proceed from that and say, okay, we're going to push ourselves and push ourselves further to do something different because that's what they need.
Mhm.
I do agree. And you know what? We're checking out our map veto right now. And I think, oh my gosh, I think this first map pick is so
Oof.
important in setting the momentum or taking it away from either team. And right now, of course, we will be playing all of the maps. We have Haven, Ascent, Bind, Icebox, and Split. Haven, of course, selected by Bren. And this is a map, as we mentioned, that they are so comfortable with, and I just feel like the momentum right now. Bren is saying that this is our territory, this is our series to take at this point. But you know what? I do know that Illustrator did mention that Hashira has some tricks up their sleeve, and I know that he's been teasing this for a while. But
Mhm.
panel, I want to ask: do you think this is the day that Hashira brings out Astra? And what kind of advantage do you think that would give Hashira, knowing that she is not an agent that's usually used right now since she's very, very new? Vim, let's start with you this time.
Yeah, I mean, typically at this stage of the game, I'm not really a huge fan of bringing out new agents just for the sake of trying to catch your opponent off guard. I really do believe that it really requires a lot more refinement and a lot more testing, I believe. But who knows if they can prove us wrong? And if they do bring out Astra, let's see what kind of shenanigans they bring out. Very interesting, though, that we're seeing Haven on game one, and it was selected by Bren. So I'm pretty sure they're going to switch things up from yesterday's games, from previous games, try to throw their opponents off, I guess.
I mean, contrary to that, I still believe that Hashira has enough time to actually prepare for having Astra as part of their agent comp. I mean, we've all known that this agent has been around for quite some time, and imagine Breng being too busy preparing for Masters could be the window that Hashira took or
Hmm.
sneaked into that, you know,
Fair point.
exploiting the possibility of them just catching Bren off guard and just, not exactly knowing what the level of competition actually is right now.
I just real quick gonna echo Vimino's statement. I'm not a fan of trying something new on the finals, but let's see if they're confident. Maybe they've really got it down pat.
Yeah.
Mm.
It could be really interesting. And before we head into Haven, I just want to get your predictions really, really quick, panel. Which way is this going to go? Bren or Hashira? I think, you know what? I'll start off. Hashira would be really, really interesting, but I am going to have to give it to Bren for today, probably with a 3-1 scoreline in favor of Bren. I think this will still be going in favor of them. What about you guys?
3-1 for Bren.
For
Mm.
me, I think it's going to go all the way, man. I'm going to say 3-2 in favor of Bren, but Hashira is going to give them a good fight.
3-2 still. I follow the same sentiments as Feminal, but also more so often to the fact that Bren has a lot of VODs out, and I'm pretty sure that they've seen a lot of cracks in terms of their plays. And this is where Hashira is going to be able to exploit on that and, make the series a little bit more interesting. So, yeah, 3-2. Favor of Bren.
And on behalf of Illustrado, he'll probably say Hashira. I don't know why. It's just a gut feeling. I have a feeling he'll say Hashira. But here we go, guys. Are we painting the town black and yellow once again, or is this the dawn of a new day in Philippine Valorant? Let's head into Haven. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Mika and the panel. My name is Asarai, and of course, joining with me now is Dax. We'll be your casters for this grand finals, and it has arrived here, Dax. The Titans versus the challengers, I would say, Hashira versus Bren.
This is gonna be huge. Hashra versus Bren. Bren Esports, they have had some struggles coming into this week, so we gotta keep an eye out of them versus a team that has a lot to prove. Team Hashira, this is gonna be I'd say this is gonna be one of the first matchups in this iteration versus Bren Esports. But then again, if you look historically, right, Hashira has been able to play against Bren, really compete against Bren all the way back during the early parts of the Philippine scene, and now they're retooled. They have this roster that feels so stellar and so solid together. They have a boot camp, and honestly, by this point, Mr. Astray, they have all the tools that they need to fight back against Bren Esports.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I think everyone right now knows that Bren is maybe testing or going back to their roots with how they've set up their players on specific agents, where we saw Borkum be their effective flasher. During stage 1 of VCT, but now coming stage 2, he's back on his duelist role and has been really grinding it up, getting a lot of kills here. But because of this transition or revert that Brent has done, a lot more teams are starting to sniff things out. And I thought, again, we can't really not talk about this, but that match with Empire, again, if EJ was there, I honestly feel like that would have been a opportunity that we might not have seen Bren coming into the finals if only we didn't have those hiccups here and there. But now we go to that agent select.
Yeah, yesterday it was really just bumps in the road, but now we are gonna get such a straight line action coming in to the finals. Gotta say though, Jesse Vash, I think he took off the headband now, Mr. Asteroid, and maybe that was what was restraining his power level. Is it gonna be the Jesse Vash show coming into this one? Is it gonna be Bren Esports getting actually to a good start, as we are gonna be getting into Haven? They have looked mortal on a map like this that many have touted be their best map so far, but as I always say about Bren Esports, these guys, they kind of change what their favorite map is per month, and it's looking to be Bind during this stage, during this week. But Haven can't really go wrong with their flash-based compositions. Is Borkum really going to be playing that Yoru? Is Rabbit actually going to be playing that Astra?
Select
It's going to be
your
really
agent.
interesting if they decide to do so. I fully expect Borkum to swap over to Phoenix, because, oh no! Oh my god, Mr. Astra, it's time. The stars align. And Rabbit is going to play the Astra. Borkum moving over to the Phoenix that we got a tease a while ago, though, during the cameras where we could see his screen. Astra finally being whipped out by Team Hashira. It's going to be very interesting because it's all about that setup, all about those gravity wells, all about those Nova Pulses, and looking to see if the Nebulas can be enough to cover the tracks of Team Hashira.
And this is honestly a good decision from Hashira, at least from me. On paper, it might seem that some people might not like it, but for my end, I do really appreciate Hashira being able to pick up the Astra here, just because the playstyle of Astra, or the way that she will be used by Hashira, I think just suits well how they kind of try to get these particular sites, wherein we're going to be seeing Envy set things up. We're going to be seeing Astra plug things and not allow anybody from Bren to escape. It's going to be really dangerous for Bren to go up against here. But now, here comes the big question. Here's the question that the panel also has brushed up on. Is Hashira practiced or versed enough with the Astra that it can mount against Bren here on defense?
This is going to be interesting because Bren is going to be on defensive, Hashira going to be on the attacking side. And looking into the first half, there's a lot of combos that these guys can do. Go for a quick low gravity well into a fault line or two. Put Hatred in a good spot, really setting things up. But the thing is, there's one aspect of the Astra that makes her a bit more readable compared to her other controller counterparts. It's that you put the stars before anything else, you set things up, and already you see the Nebula, to dissipate instead to just try and fake things out. So when you do get a star back, ladies and gentlemen, you have a 1 second smoke that might fake out the opposition. But Hashira, if you play an Astra, you have to play it a lot slower than usual. Go for the setup and make sure that everything is fine and dandy before you execute on a site.
You could see that Star was recalled quite quickly, and Jesse Vash's Sova Drone not able to find anything. Hatred pulls the trigger back onto the site already, spots out the one. Can he spot out the one onto the back of the site, which is Dubstep, getting sucked in, but nobody to punish, able to use his Tailwind to get out of harm's way. But Borkum and Dispenser lighting things up. They have dropped the spike now, and it's only left into the hands of 2766, who cannot deal with the rest of Bren rushing from the side, gushing all over him, and that is going to be a quick round for the Bren boys.
Astra, it enables you to really make a play on a site that you choose. But one thing that Bren can take advantage of now is as soon as they see those stars being set on up, they can easily rotate to the site. Because if you decide to use the stars there, that means you're going to be having the smokes, the stuns, and I'd say the sucks basically to really play things out. It does make you a lot more readable though. That's really the honest part of it. And if Bren can rotate accordingly, catch out wherever the Astra is setting on up, and that's gonna be a good sign for them. Just hacking though onto A long so far. Aldrone right now as the gravity well does give the vulnerable state to Mr. Jesse Bash. But it's Hashira now at a disadvantage here, Asarai and Bren. They're ready to fight yet again.
It's a lot of pulls already being used here. A quick dash out though. 1-for-1 trade for the moment. Jesse Vash will stop them in their tracks with the help of Borkum, who has used a bit of his curveballs already, but the challenge is going to be real. He's full on HP and full on adrenaline rush as Humi behind his back will be setting in things up, and Borkum already with the 4K, ready to use his running back coming into that next round.
Yeah, Bren Esports, they say, we're not doing innovation today. We're just going to be looking to strengthen our game. And Borkum off to a good start, which means that Bren is off to a good start. With 6 kills on the board, running back is available. And we've seen this time and time again from Team Bren. If they allow Borkum to get easy kills at the start of the half, or he's able to get some orbs into play, then he's going to be able to use that second life a lot more often than usual. Keep the tempo up and keep Hashira on their toes. But this is going to be a test now for Hashira. It's time for them to whip out the guns, whip out a push, and Hatred is really looking to go for the fight there. And oh, that was so close for the Spencer. He scoots on the way behind the platform, and Hashira might siege into C-site now.
Oh, they're charging right in. That's going to be Envy immediately using his Aftershock, and Jeremy is... maybe he's unleashed, but the Spencer brings him in. Does down 70 HP. He's getting shot through the smoke, but it's not going to give that visual confirmation from Rabbit. And once again, Hashira is being denied this side. They still have a couple of bodies onto the side itself. Maybe they can do something, but if the Spencer doesn't get knocked out, that's going to be a very difficult time here for Hashira. Look at the dash in from Dubstep as he allows Jesse Bash from right behind to pick things with the triple K, or triple kill. And that is going to be Bren still going at it.
Jesse Vash, he took off the headband and now he gets a triple kill like that. I guess I'm right, Mr. Asarai. It was just restraining him. Now it's time. He is going to be looking to, of course, impress on anyone and everyone. But Dubstep playing the distraction, Jesse Bash playing the execution, and that was enough for Team Bren to take a 3-0 lead. So a good start here for Bren so far. Looking to be all on their cylinders by this point. The engine is purring, and then the engine is just filled up with the bright oil at the right time. Bren Esports can get off to a hot start. It's going to be one of the biggest and the best things that they can really do coming into a series like this, because we've seen them struggle in multiple map number 1 so far in this week. And if they can get over that hump, then that's the first step to really dominate and be back as Bren Esports.
Now, Bren and Hashira, at least with regards to our Riot-sanctioned tournaments, like First Strike Philippines, they have fought each other once in a best of 3 where Bren did obliterate Hashira. This was the old Hashira roster, you know, with, I believe, still having EJ and whatnot. It was a 2-0, and they're looking to, well, at least avenge themselves. And that first map was also Haven. Maybe this is the time that they can use something, but Humi hasn't really been the hottest of hands for the Bren team, but he does his job as much as possible, and with Dubstep right on his side, holding him hand by hand, this C will just be nothing for Hashira.
Unfortunately, it's going to be all dry up for Team Hashira, and this is the concern of playing an Astra on a map like this. Now, it makes a lot of sense because you have so much utility that you can utilize and really flush out a single site. So full concentration with all the stars in the world and more, then that Astra can get a lot of value with the gravities, with the concusses, and some smokes to protect your push. But at the same time, if Bren gets even an inkling that an Astra setup is going to be there, they're going to be able to rotate very, very quickly, and we see them using that fact to make it easier for them to understand how Hashra is going to play this map. Now, sure, that was a round where Hashra didn't have guns, and now Hashra will try to prove themselves yet again, but it does feel like that has been the trend so far here, Asarai, with Bren given an easier time to read the opponent, then they have to choose between less options, and they just go for it, and they get the kills.
There might be some form of, I would say, overreaching here from Hashira. Because it seems like Hashira, because of the initial utility that they expend, they're also expecting a lot more kills and takedowns where it doesn't work. Because Dispenser, Humi, and whoever's at the back of that C site, they always have a crossfire set up, and it seems like they're prepared for the flash plays of Hashira. Which means that even if, you know, they can set up quickly enough the stars from the Astra and Envy supplements that with his stuns and whatnot, it still doesn't work in the end because Bren just knows how to deal with it. And now it just goes to show how much aggression is needed to really take a site, and do they need to get these straight up kills before they plant down that spike and force a post plant, or do they just hold off a little bit, get the post plant down, or get the spike planted down, and even in a 5 versus 5, that's when they go for that post plant.
Yeah, they do have that breach that can initiate things, and we haven't really seen it too much from Envy. They seems like they do want to save it to allow Hatred to have an easier time later on into the round, but they might need to expend it a bit earlier now and try to go for those flash dash combos and get a pick off against Bren. There we have it, Hatred moving into the sewers already. You can see that Borkum has decided to take care of A short as much as possible. And already a triple stack yet again here for Bren. Once they get the read, they have an idea to go here. They also are going to be cutting off a little bit more of the map with a flank there from Humi. 2766 with the kill onto Dubstep right now. Jesse Bash though, he's going to say hello to the star there, and he is going to get sucked into the middle. But look at Humi trying to pretend that he's an attacker here. 1 HP now for Jesse Bash. Borkum though cleaning up house in behind. And really that 1-2 punch from Bren Esports has been the way to go. One player will fight and be at critical junction. He has to back on away. The other player waiting on the other side, waiting for opportunity. And that was enough for Bren. 5-0 right now. It's a good start and a good sign here for Bren Esports.
If you've watched that first couple of episodes from Sword Art Online where Kirito and Asuna, was it? You know, talk about switching when they try to get aggro from the creeps or the monsters. That's kind of how Bren does it. To put it into simpler terms.
Let me just say this to you real quick. I ain't basic enough to be watching that, Mr. Ass, right? But dubsteps, that's a knife versus knife fight, honestly. So it was just the Cypher whipping it out, trying to creep on closer, but he sees not one, but many knives floating in front of him, and Dubstep does get a kill just like that. Borkum and Humi, it's all about protection, and I love this a lot from Bren. Right now, it feels like they can really trust each other as much as they can, even though they're not in the boot camp right now. They're still being able to set up these crossfires, set up these stations where one will be able to cover, one will be able to distract, and two will be able to go for the shots in any case. Now, Humi turns around, and Hatred gonna go down there. How did that even work for Humi? Is he like a spooky ghost? If you don't look at him, then he's not gonna be moving, that kind of thing. Borkum in the meantime though, with the push, and boom! It's a surprise there, and it's a quick little flash to get that kill. Another round here for Bren Esports.
Just to expound what you said, when we started this game 1, Dax, Hashira, they're becoming very predictable now. Whether it's a save round for them, whether it's a rifle round for them, or buy round for them, they set up before they go. And that's good. But when you set up your stars and you're hoping that your opponents will respect you or they'll get maybe caught off by it, it's not going to work out in the end, especially here. Seems like the Hunter's Fury will be expended, but nobody will be found. That will still give some map control here for Hashira, but look at this, the counter control from Vash. He's just going to use his tokens there. And Jeremy, rather Hatred, can he start this thing off? It will be looking to be good for him as the double kill and the A side has been engulfed by the Hashira members. Bren will be playing that retake.
Yeah, Hatred finally stepping it up and waking up to allow Hashira this kind of push. Now, this is such a good sign for Hashira because they have that Astra that can really set up the stars yet again. You also have that breach, which will be really strong in those funnels. And now, what can Bren even do? Got a bit of the flank action though. Jeremy, he's on it, and he is going to hit that bullet very quickly onto Humi. Dubstep though in the meantime, he's whipped out the operator. But unluckily for Bren, this is the round they whip out the op. They don't walk into Dubstep sight lines, and it's Hashira playing clutch, allowing the duelists to get the frags that they need, and finally getting a round on the board. But that's the thing. If they want to make this Astra Breach comp work, Hatred really needs to step it up. He will be enabled, sure, but he needs to get more kills just like that to give Hashira the points they need on the attacking side.
Hatred should set up more things with Envy. Because when they weren't using Astra the past couple of days during this weekend, I think it's been the best for Hatred. It just allows him for better punishes because it's a flash that blinds your opponent and not a concuss that allows him to still see you and even shoot at you. Because all of the abilities of Astra, even if you're inside of it or you get affected by it, I think you can still shoot and retaliate. So that's something that I think Bren are just hoping for. But for the moment, if Hashira go about this too much, we might just be in a world of punishment because it hasn't worked out in the end. They're gonna go for that double orb control or star control here on so long as Hatred steps things up. Borkum is running all the way from spawn here into A long, and Hatred, he's gonna be the first casualty if he's not careful. He's being charged right out, and the shots through the smoke almost take him out, but I believe his teammates did help him there. Dubstep still planting his feet here on the seaside, holding things off, and Jeremy is learning, or rather not learning, but holding the big lurks here. Because one thing is known, the Spencer loves to go for those lurks, but as you can see, they are just holding. So concise, so controlled and patient from Bren, not even budging an inch to get any map control because they don't need to.
Yeah, they're looking for that control by getting rid of the flanker. And that's a big thing because Bren has had free real estate to go for the backstab time and time again. And now Hashira is looking to go for the punish. But I do want to tackle real quick on why that running back was so far away. And it's just because of the Astra stars. Again, they double stack the A long ramp with basically stars. And as soon as Jesse Bash says, so he's that, and oh, Borkum, meditation is an easy shot onto Rabbit. No calm here as it's going to be the fall of the Astra already. 2766 though, going to be setting up that lockdown, but the Cosmic Divide going to be a big purple wall right in front of us, and Bash is going to need to find different ways to get that intel. Now, Bren, the big thing here is they just have to raid the opposition. This wall is cutting off the sideline, sure, but they're looking prepared for B side anyway. Now, Humi going to be on the left-hand side, the Spencer on the right. The crossfire is there yet again, and the dynamism of Bren Esports is pretty much the one-two punch that they need. Hatred, the only one left. Sure, he's fragging out, but the damage has been done. It's Bren Esports now getting another point on the board, and just a really, really smart play there from Bren. They say the Cosmic Divide, rather. It's not going to be chasing, it's not going to be scaring us anytime soon. We're good to go to play on the other side, and really, they're understanding how to play against the Astra by adjusting their initial positions time and time again.
Hatred, like you said, beautiful little consecutive amount of kills there, but if it's not the round win, it's still a 1-7, all into the favor of Bren. Tactical pause will be called by the Hashira boys. They do have a set amount of tac pauses that you can use just to hold off a little bit here, but for the past 8 rounds that we've seen Dax, nothing really has changed. The only one that did allow Hashira here to get that round win was when Vash went into the back of sight and tried to basically use his Hunter's Fury to catch out Hatred. Borkum did not have his teammate with him shooting and giving utility and being basically a threat that can kill with weapons. And he got overwhelmed. The recon dart was not destroyed by from 2766, and that really allowed Hatred to just go right in on it. And it seems after that, Bren were already prepared. Bash has not had his ultimate in a while, and that's going to be good, I think, because Bren, when they don't have something like that happening, they can always just claim this site, and it becomes very difficult for Hashira to pierce in.
Yeah, and for the side of Team Hashira, they're assuming a little too much when the Astra setup is there to fend off Bren and what they want to do. They don't really expect Bren to still hold close on the other side of those stars. So in this case, crossfires really have been so essential here for Bren Esports, and they've been able to execute time and time again. That one round that Hashira was able to get, and like you mentioned, since Borkum didn't have a dance partner, you want to dance with somebody, you want to beat with somebody basically, and you want to hit those shots with somebody to play with on Haven, I'd say. But over to the lobby we go. Hashira now stacking heavily. Jesse Bash and Borkum, they're ready to go for it again, but this is just gonna be a good sign here from Hashira. They kind of flush out Jesse Bash there. Borkum gonna get caught out instead by Hatred, and just enabling your Jet to do wonderful things. Suspense now even gonna get caught here by Jeremy. It's a game of catches and a game of peekaboos from Hashira so far. This is enough for them to have the advantage to go to B site.
They've got all the information that they need. Dubstep has been found. Humi is going to go for the white swing, but 2766 was there to intercept. Very good movements from the Hashira squadron or Hashira team here. And there we go. That's what they need to do. The envy and hatred connection. I know, guys, Rabbit was also setting up his stars there, But again, we talked about it, Dax. His star setups, it's just how Astra is. It's slightly slow, especially when you need to be explosive, and that is the what we've been calling, I think, the Hashira way here, the explosive type of play style. And when they add something like Astra, it just doesn't work. Astra, I think, is more of what happens after, not what happens before. And with that breach and jet setup from that last round, that's something that they need to keep replicating. If they can, I see Hashira being able to push this into 5-7.
Yeah, it'll allow Hatred to do Hatred things the same way you know how. The Hashira way has always been enabling that front line to get the damage done. And they're trying this Astra out, and it's not the worst thing in the world, honestly. Rapid is doing a good job to have some good star positions. Like we say, it's still all about those flashes from the breach instead. And now you can see the big difference. Hashira breathing on the doorstep of Bren. Bren caught unaware, cannot rotate as quickly as they were compared to the Astra pace a while ago. And now, it's just going to be all about breaching the site for the side of Team Hashira. Dispenser, though, creeping on forward, caught out by Envy. Good sign here. Humi, though, all alone, and it's all up to him. 1v3 situation. He's going to be pushing over to the sewer so far. Over to the Graffiti, catching out Envy there. But here comes 2766 peeking from the other side of that default. And Hashira again. The Hashira way is back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. And seems like it's the attacking side giving us more of a contest.
I like it. The pinch is faster. They've conditioned Bren to respect the stars and try to punish after the abilities have been activated. But Hashira go a step further, a layer further, which is again that speed from Envy as well as Hatred. And you can really see here Rabbit putting a lot of stars at multiple entrances around the map. This will give Bren, or rather Hashira, a lot of leeway. Vash will just be backing away here, and no more quick peaks. They've respected the speed that Hashira goes in. The acceleration from 0 to 100 is rather alarming. And Bren just play it all the way back. They have all the utilities in the world to make that play happen, to make the slow things be done. Oh, I love how Dubstep goes about this, though. And expending Jeremy's dash there really puts him in a world of hurt, and Dubstep just knew. He was up above, and that was a wall-bangable spot.
That's a solid read. It's just experience there really allowing Dubstep to get a kill like that. He's like, I play Jet. I know what I will do if I updraft on the side of the sewer, and suddenly it was enough. But Dispenser losing the duel there against 2766, and this is an opening over here for Team Hashira to play on the C side. Open sight lines there for the Sova and the Breach to really make things work. Rav in the meantime gonna get that lurk on against Borkum, and opportunities being taken here by Bren Esports. Now then, here we go with a Nebula into play. Jesse Bash gonna be playing inside that smoke. Knife out. It's gonna be trying to get rid of that flash. Oh, Jeremy, though, he's got hit by the flash also, and now he's gonna be going on down. Sometimes it's just really blinding, not only for your opponents, but also your teammates. And Dubstep, he's watching over Jesse Bash here. There's the stick right now, but the Hunter's Fury, you cannot protect your teammate against that. It's Dubstep, though, still playing on the high ground. Clapper's gonna get thrown, trying to set up a little bit of a one-way there. Fault line gonna be into play. Here we go with Dubstep peeking out the long, but the double peek from Hashira is too much to handle. And just the comeback again, Hashira keeping it up and keeping the points piling on.
Jeremy had to be the one to sacrifice himself. He's already at the back of sight. It's fine if he gets blinded, because I think if there was a blind for Jeremy there that, or there was a blind for Jesse Vash that did not affect Jeremy, that would have put Envy out way too in the open, and I think that was a risk that they weren't willing to take because they had the better post-plant situation, position. So it was okay for Jeremy to lose. I can't really show it to you guys because I have to like draw circles on the damn mini-map, but just believe me guys when I feel like that's a okay reason. If it's a bait that allows your team to win the round, it's fine. They take the W, and now, like I said, they're looking for that 5-7 here in the last round in the first half.
When you have a numbers discrepancy, then you can have a sacrificial lamb. That's basically it. But Hatred, oh, that's hard. Okay, so this time the gravity, well, helping Humi more than hurting him actually, because Humi's trying to skitter away from the center of that, and it allows him to avoid the knives there from Hatred. So an unfortunate interaction there for Team Hashira. They wanted to give the Jet there an easier time to hit those shots, but apparently it's just Humi knowing how to dance on gravity. So this guy, I don't know if he's an astronaut or not, but it really just goes to show that when you can find a little bit of that skitterish action, you can mess up someone's aim. And now Jesse Bash, he will say hello to the upcoming team of Hashira. Rapid and beautiful punish on the Dubstep to make it 4v4. Spike is planted though, but Jesse Bash can get some really prime intel and prime real estate for that Hunter's Fury.
The thing about that as well, though, is, well, I'll say my piece later, as Jesse Vash is releasing the Fury. Does spot out 2766, but the hole is being plugged by the rest of Hashira. Borkum comes in from the side, but he only has a Spectre in hand. He really has to widen or closing the gap here, and he's charging. He's charging hard onto Envy, and now the 2v1 entertains. He will be picking up that Vandal, has a charge to the Cosmic Divide here, but it's another layer that he has to peek through. And even when you're on the other side of the Divide, muffled footsteps will be heard. It's pretty accurate, and immediately Rabbit knows, and Rabbit gets that 4K.
Yeah, and a huge camera placement there from Jeremy as well. As soon as Borkum breaks that, they got confirmation that he is entering from the ramp of a long, and it's an easy peek through the wall, and to allow Hashira to get at least 5 points on the board after everything is said and done. So interesting turn of events here, Mr. Astra. We got Bren off to a hot start, reading how to play against the Astra, but then Hashira just basically becoming Pavlov here and conditioning Bren to play on the other side of that. This is like they're just making Bren heal at those stars by this point, and then they whip out something completely different, something classical for the Hashira roster, the Hashira name, the Breach, and the Jet going on together. Also, Jeremy winning duels alongside 2766, helping them out even more so, moving over to other sites. Bren Esports now will have to try something a little bit different to turn things around. But as we are swapping on sides into the first half, it's Hashira now on the defense and Bren on the attacking side. Hashira, if they get this pistol, they can make it a 7-7 and tie things up. We'll see though how Bren's gonna do this. It's a very simple playstyle for them between the Phoenix and the Jet. Just go in, go ham, get the flashes to connect, and destroy anyone on site.
They've used a lot of their bodies and a good chunk of time already just to get the orb control for Borkum and not really having too much. I can't see the timer, but I'm expecting it's around 50 seconds. And now that's the moment here for Bren to start moving up. They have left Dubstep in a long corridor so that his Sheriff can provide its worth. Lots of utilities already being used from Rabbit. That'll whittle down the ability for Hashira to stop Bren at the seams, but Bren are really pushing this timer, and that just might mean that they're going to be pressed for time. If they go into a site, it's going to be a site that they will go in for now, but with that hot hands being set up, you can see that Hashira have backed away. They're thinking, left. After that hot hands though, after that molly, where's the rest of Bren? Could be at the C site. There is going to be noises heard here, and now Hashira knows. They've given up C just to protect A, and now Borkum could go in for a beautiful pinch right outside of B there. We do not see what's happening. Borkum is going to be running out, and there's the plant down. Spike is going to be on C site. The lineup is there for C long, and it's going to be a uphill battle here for Hashira to reclaim it.
Yeah, but a roster like this, you have to allow your opponent to do that. It gives the time for Rabbit to set up the Astro Stars. And did he just pull the turret down? What a way to go there for Team Hashira. Thing is, though, they were very respectful of Bren and any kind of flags. They watched over and forced Borkum back on the way, but Borkum Humi getting on the board. Dubstep doesn't make that Sheriff count as well. But look at Hashira. They're just going to be sticking that defuse, and that was so close. Hatred, he felt like he could get the win there, but the Spencer eventually hits the shot. That was way too close for comfort, though, for Bren Esports, but at the very least, everyone survives, and it's Bren now with momentum.
That was unfortunate. There was that a headshot at the last one? I think it was just a body shot, but in any case, you were right. But there was just way too many bullets, and the chances of those whizzing past you when there's like 5 people in that general direction just shooting and aiming and ripping out bullets left and right, chances are slim to survive. There was like a microsecond for Hatred to have gotten that, and I feel for him, but it is what it is, and it seems like Bren here, like you said, they've created the advantage. Hatred once again to his signature Bucky, but oh, actually, no buts. It's 205. It's actually still pretty strong right now in our tournament.
Yes, sir. That Bucky, yeah, it's painful. And if Hatred, he knows how to use this Bucky to fruition, and wouldn't be surprised if someone walks into those double doors that they're gonna get blown to bits by that shotgun. In the meantime, we have Dubstep behind the Vandal there. Jesse Vash, though, trying to say hello. There's speaker right now from 2766. A bit of an attempt there to try and pick off this Sova before complaining the bodyguard, but still 2 for 766, bringing in the pain. Dubstep now covering fire and covering up the tracks of Jesse Vash there. A good play so far from Hashira. They've gotten the kill at the very least on the board. Bren playing it slow, playing it steady, waiting for more people to peek. They even left a spike behind on the spawn area.
They have to pick that up at some point in time here. Humi was spotted out on C-Long by the camera of Jeremy. He can't really push through that just yet, but this double peek out is going to get
30
snuffed
seconds
by
left.
Dubstep. Does he know that someone else is creeping in on Sewer? Well, of course, the answer to that is a resounding yes. And the final two members here, where are they going to try to run? If they can get the kill on Dispenser as he's in transition, this is going to be a huge step here for Hashira, but they decided to put their last remaining members on the B side, and that's not how you want to go. Gumi's going to be going in for the hunt here. He's hungry for more kills. And now it's all left into the hands of Hatred. A Bucky and a Dream, a shotgun and a shingle. He's going to be creeping up here to see Long, or to see Link, and he's about to welcome in one of the members when we get spotted, but Hatred positioning known.
A face full of buckshot and now swaps it over to the Spectre instead. Dash on the way to Dubstep, but damage has been done. 28 HP here for Hatred. Jesse Bash falls to the hand of the
Player
Jets.
standing.
And now Hatred, he's going ham and going hard. He's gotten 3 so far. Dispenser gonna be all the way on the other side there. And through the garage, he will come. Dispenser gonna be able to get that kill. But Hatred making his name known yet again. This guy is just so solid with the shots. But with those set of kills, Hashira having a better chance now to try and get a round back.
Bro, Hatred had 4 bullets left in that Spectre. I mean, I know that he had to reload, but he also knew, well, did not know, more specific, where Dispenser was. And pressed for time, he really had to get that kill straight up and then start to go for the defuse without any delay. And he just baited it, or he just went for it. Sadly, he wasn't able to get that clutch. That's something that at least Bren will be happy about. Hatred is going to be charging on here. Immediately backs away, and that smoke does keep him a little bit honest, Dax. And when they push through this, they will be welcomed by that tripwire of Jeremy. He does have a crossfire set up with his comrade. But still, this is the slow Bren playstyle we haven't really seen as much. They do get a bit of control here and there, but now that they haven't found any kills just yet, now that they know that Hashira is on a buy round, they fall, or rather play a little bit slower and respect that the utility for Hashira has been pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's just the side of Bren looking for opportunity because they want to at least have an inkling of where Rabbit setting up those stars. And if there is a chance where they can catch him mid-dissipate where the things are on cooldown, then that will be an opportunity for Bren to play onto a site. If Hashira cannot get in the way of this side take, they'll have to play Pulse Plant with the composition that they chose. And you can see right now that Jeremy's going to be playing the camera here, trying to say hello. Invido blows up Borkum, he just sticks the spike down. Free kill there for Team Hashira. Big opportunity for them to try and tie things up as they are swarming onto B sites.
Right here.
Here's a little nice little counter that's always done now by the pros. When you have a Sova drone, you can decide to use your paranoia. It seems like they've waited out a little bit as another teammate from Bren has broken that. Humi has a nice little position using that splash of his just to keep them a little bit more contained. But the Rabbit and 2766 will not be denied. Spencer does have the lineups here. His positioning is known. He's reloading and there is the defuse coming. Can he go in for that pop shot through the smoke? Not gonna happen. Denied. And Hashira come back at it with a nice little 6-9 score.
Yeah, it's not a tie, but it is a point. Hashira right now showing up with the guns that they need and playing it slow and steady, getting that intel and that extra kill onto Borkum at the very start. Very, very helpful to make it even easier. It just goes to show though for Team Hashira, they have to accept that if Bren is on site and putting that spike down, it's a bit difficult for them to really contest that situation, and they'll be waiting for the setup, waiting for the lineups with the fault lines and more, and looking to play the retake instead. If Bren can capitalize on that back and just find these guys looking to go for the setup as well, and that's a perfect opportunity for them to try and get that numbers discrepancy. But Jeremy catching out the Spencer there. Here we go, Jeremy getting a second one, and never count out the Sentinel player here for Team Hashira. He's just so strong on the shots. When he plays the duels, it's getting even better. Invido and Jeremy gonna be able to get on the board yet again, but Bash, he is just unleashed right now, unchained by the headband, but with 5 HP, it's too much to handle. Rabbit is there to wrap it up. Hashira, another point, and another way closer to tying things up.
Bash is a man after my own heart. When you think that he has done what he needed to do in that round, he goes a step further. Was not a round that Bren have won, but look at the shots. Oof. Oh yeah, Bash. That's how you do it. And Rabbit does go for the punish, but this is definitely the Hashira we've been kind of looking for. And I'm not sure if I've given my predictions. I think our producers or our TOs have helped us push it out already in the Facebook website, I think.
Yes,
but my prediction here was supposed to be 3-2, and I believe Hashira should have a good chance in actually winning out this best of 5. Of course, that's only a prediction, guys. But for the moment, seems like they are creeping slowly but surely here, Dax. 7-9, and now we do see Bren working their magic once again onto the A side, utilizing Vash's Sova drone to clear out these angles. But 766 finds one. There is going to be the lockdown, but countered immediately by Envy to use his Rolling Thunder just to stop that in its tracks.
And Envy blowing up to 766. That is just so unfortunate for Team Hashira because Bren forcing the hand of Hashira to push on to the stewards, and that's advantage here for Team Bren. They're on to A side and more. High ground being taken though by Rabbit. Hatred going to come on through as well. Borkham in the meantime, running back has lost its mark and lost its duration, and he is going to be spraying it down against the heavens there. Dubstep now with the kill. All eyes on Hatred, but that eye is going to be on the sky because Dispenser is going to be able to get that kill. Bren with a flawless win, and Hashira, they had the right reaction, sure, but they basically tripped on over each other, and it's just a downhill spiral for there if that's going to be the same way that they'll be losing another round.
Bro, they broke. They got no money. They're reset, and like you said, man, it's going to be a downhill spiral here. And, I mean, they will be able to buy some weapons, at least for 2766. He's going to have the hero Vandal. Do they have the ultimate for Hatred? Well, he's 5 kills far off there, but they will give him that utility and immediately go for this quick pull on that trigger to go to get that C site. It could look pretty well as that Silver Jones not hearing any form of tripwire at all, and this is the straight up connection. Actually, never mind. Sorry, I'm talking about if that was Hashira on the attacking side, but it's actually Bren here. But look at that. The lineup, though, it still doesn't miss. Hatred gets 2, Jeremy with another, and Bash and Dispenser left to their own devices. It's a 4 versus 2. The crossfire is being set, and Envy at a shot, at a range with this the Sheriff is quite damn deadly. And Dispenser, oh my goodness, that could have been something different. The outcome could have been Bren, but Hashira pick it up once again. They thought that they can get that spike planted down without any form of suck, any form of gravitational pull, but the stars align better for Hashira.
And you know who's the star in the making really has to be Hatred. This guy has been so stellar at hitting those shots and allowed the side team Hashira to get that advantage. Goes to show though that when you're at the abyss, when you're at your rock bottom in terms of the economy, the only way is up. And with the Sheriffs there, it was enough. They got enough in the back still to go for the buys. And now speaking of the buys, the operator into play. Hashira changing the pace and changing the way that they're going to be going at it. The stars right now are a bit more aggressive, looking to play a bit of those dissipates just to juke out Team Bren. And I love the fact that they're doing that just in case that Bren decides to use those smokes and cover. We have an operator waiting on the other side, trying to play it fake, trying to play the mind games here. But now it's all about the setup for Rabbit, and Bren gonna be looking to stack and looking to pile on A site.
2766 is in the bout. It's in a very, very risky spot. Envy will not be able to help him out, and the positioning is just gonna get punished. He really needs to get the shutdown onto Dubstep, and that is a 4 versus 4. Sova Drone will be used, and Cosmic Divide. Oh, the perfect wall to punish. And even though you seem like you're gonna be in a tight little corner there, the safety of the ultimate, and once again, the Galaxy, or the Guardian with that Galaxy power, is going to be Rabbit, keeping Envy alive. And this is good because Envy still has his flashes. He will have that reset on his fault line, and that will give more fighting prowess for Hashira as Bren tries to breach into these sites. They do have some corners connection, but without Dubstep, the pinch, the power here might be a little bit too late as Hatred with the operator. He goes.
Humi cannot hit that paranoia from that far, and Hatred gonna be hitting that shot instead. Blaze Wall though being set up here by Borkham already. The spike can get put down, but as you mentioned, with the bot time, we get Envy ready to go yet again with his utility, and Hatred holding on onto the other side. Question is though, what kind of play will we see here from the side of Hashira? It's already a shot there onto Jesse Bass. Spencer though getting it 2 so far. He's feeling it here. He's got a triple, but still not enough. 12 HP and the hands on the life of Jeremy. Hashira will be able to do it again. A needle in this haystack indeed. Just a slight sign of life to stay on alive. They save the operator even, and Hashira playing a bit of the clutch here coming into the past 2 rounds.
Bro, when people talk about Hashira, the duelists, right? They always, when they see us right now, they're gonna be thinking, damn, Hatred's a really cracked player. He can hit those shots. He can really show his stock as a Hashira pro. But again, if you've been following this rendition of the Hashira roster, you also got to know Jeremy is that crack of a shot. He also plays part duelist for this team. At least for Haven, he is going to be on the Cypher. But as you can see, he is not lagging behind in terms of the kills with Hatred. He's like 14 to 32. He's 13 to Hatred's 14. And that just shows how Jeremy is such a detrimenting oppressor up against the opponents. Still though, Humi, by his lonesome, will be able to pop the shot onto Hatred here. It's going to be the 4 versus 5. As Bren now has a lot more options. They've taken away the operator, I believe, from the hands of Hatred. And this will leave them in such a difficult situation because you can see Jeremy is down to that Bucky. He has to play at CQC, and they've gravitated a couple of the bodies of Hashira just to help him out, but A is where it's going to be at.
Yeah, this is really good for the side of Bren, Humi stepping it up when he needs it most and catching out Hatred like that. Perfect target, perfect priority, and now it's going to be A site right for the taking here for Bren Esports. Hashira in the meantime, they will let this happen. They're going to be setting up the stars yet again. And looking at how the Astras have played here for Hashira on the defense, a lot better on the attacking side. Bren cannot exploit the fact that, you know, they're all about those rotations. They cannot really time it right with dissipates because Rabbit, even though he isn't going to be always right on where he's going to be reading the opposition, he's still giving the time after that post plant just to get the stars back. And his gravities and his concussors have never been faltering whatsoever. 2766 though, and Indy going to get on the board. Rabbit going to be able to spray it down even. Humi though with a kill off Jeremy and Jesse Bash now alongside Dispenser trying to hold in line, but Rabbit going to get another one on the board, and it's all up to Dispenser yet again. Can he hold from A long though? That'll be the question. He's just hiding onto the corner, buying some time, and that's going to be enough here. Dispenser going to be able to get another one on the board. Here comes Dispenser, and this time it will be another set of kills, leaving one on the side of Hashira, but there's just no time in the back remaining. Bren Esports will take that round.
That probably has to be the worst, most suspenseful game of Whack-A-Mole. Imagine there's like 3 angles that they have to watch out for. Do they know that Dispenser didn't go all the way around to B and would be coming out there on their own spawn to get that flank? Would he be coming out on short? Would he be coming out on long there? Dispenser had so many options just at where this spike was planted down. He was sucked in, but he got away from that one. It was an almost great retake there from Hashira, but in the end, Bren showed that they have the numbers, they have the skills to still challenge Hashira here, even when it seems to be dire. They have the players to just pick it back out, and Hatred, as he was caught by that turret for some reason, so he was peeking aggressively on Garage. That's going to be another 4 to 5, and well, this is where it becomes a very difficult thing because, I mean, you know, match point. It's possible now.
Yeah, and this is such a dire strait for Hashira because they've been playing clutch already for the past 2 out of the past 3 rounds. But in that last one, right, it's just with Humi catching out Hatred, suddenly the tempo is just heavily in favor for Bren. And this is how they bought time for themselves on the Bren Esports side was enough to get that win. And I love that fact because Bren right now understands that Hashira has to let them put that spike down. It's really hard for them to contest whatsoever with an Astra and the Breach on the roster. And look how simply they made it to C-side. 3 already down for the Hashira side. Borkum waiting out to the corner and catching out 2766. Rabbit though by the window, turning around. Borkum decides to leave him alone and goes on to the outside. In this case, it's Rabbit right now having that sheriff. Thing is though, he should be using the stars because they're all yellow, means that he's used it for the round already, and he won't be getting that back later on. But instead, Humi gonna get caught unaware. Rabbit gonna be able to pull out a magic trick there and get that takedown. But this is why you don't want to be putting the Astra in clutch situations like this. No way to set the stars properly. You are gonna get caught mid-meditation, and now Bren is on match point.
Well, he couldn't do a Doctor Strange there, Dax. He got pulled in back into the realm of reality. And the astral realm was not for him to use. And that's going to be the 9 to 12. I think what Borkum was just doing there is, since he knows that they do have the numbers already on the C site, he's okay with running out there and trying to figure out where Rabbit was to get that information for Bren so that they can act accordingly. Granted, though, that Rabbit was able to bypass Borkum. That still didn't work out in the end. Tactical pause will be called, and Hashira back to the drawing board once again. This operator for Hatred, it worked for about 2 or 3 rounds, which netted them that 9 straight, or not 9 straight, but 9 points. But here's the big thing. Bren has adjusted. Now what's going to be the setup here for Hashira? They need 3 straight to be able to put this into that overtime here, Dax. And, well, when you need to go 3 straight, you know that the situation is dire.
Absolutely back against the wall, but Hashira, they've gotten out of situations worse before. We saw it just yesterday against Pirates, but Dubstep making it easy here for Bren, catching out to 766 already. He's able to shrug off the bullets as well. Hatred gonna be into the sewer right now, and Bren Esports trying to peek him, unable to get that kill. Gotta say though, as right, the day, or just in this game number 1, right, it's been a game of chapters and a game of adjustment. It really has been Bren and Hashira answering each other back. Bren adjusting versus the Astra really well at the get-go, and then suddenly Hashira bringing back the breach combos, and then now on the attacking side, Bren, they got off to a good start, and Hashira also finding their footing, getting that operator, playing the clutch in such a good way. But for now, Bren has realized that they can play that time game even more so than the opponent. They're the ones controlling that spike. Dispenser integral with those nano swarms, and if Hashira cannot stop Bren now, it's gonna be next map already.
Well, they're gonna try to do their damnedest. Envy has already used that fault line of his, and Borkum, he's a bloodhound here, Dax. He is just sniffing out the site and just, well, he's barking a lot. He doesn't get any information, even through the triple or the third-person perspective. And it seems like Hashira, they've broken through. They're gonna go into this kill corner, and there's gonna be a 2 versus 1 scenario as Borkum, he gets spotted by Rabbit, but Rabbit could not connect the shots. It's a 1 versus 1. One more flash in hand. Borkum could really deal some damage here, and he spots out Rabbit. That is not what you want to do for the Hashira boys here. The clutch to connect, and it seems like we're gonna go to game 2 with well, Bren. What the heck is Jesse Bash's hair?
Oh!
So Bash. So Bash. Okay.
So Bash. So he took off the headband, and now with the wig, he is unleashed. But Borkum, he says to the Astra, I'm the first one to build these walls. The fire is in me tonight, and the fire is lit under Bren Esports. Just a perfect read there by the end by Borkum. Of course, it was Envy though really stepping it up when the team needed him the most, but unfortunately, it just didn't pan out. And overall, we saw a good debut on the Astra. You can see the strengths and the weaknesses of that agent. It does have something of that speed variable that needs to be worked on. It's just like it's a little too slow in tense situations, right? But when you allow yourself to really set on up and you get the right reads at the right time, it's just so strong. The gravity wells, the concussors, they find targets and they find that value. But Bren Esports, they understand what kind of pace they can do, what kind of lines they can do, and it was enough for them to get the win. Personally, I think Astra makes sense on Haven as a map, but the amount of choices that you really have to watch out for. I'd love to see it on maps with 2 sites rather than 3 sites instead. And it just goes to show that if you cannot get the right read at the right time, then that's going to be the struggle there for playing a slow agent like that.
Yeah, maybe they needed something a bit different than Jeremy being on that Cypher. I'm not saying that he needed to be on Duelist, but maybe a Killjoy would have been good because they needed something else to kind of help flush out the corners that's not Astra's ability. Because if you think about it, nobody was really threatened. Mostly what was happening was you see the Astra stars, you see the flash, you're going to hear the dash, and you know immediately that 3 members of Hashira were already there. So there's a lot of signals that are obvious for Bren to kind of, dial and consume, where if it was something a little bit different, maybe that's going to be a catch. Of course, I don't know what the Hashira have set planned, but like you said, there's a little bit more that needs to be done to make that Astra work. It was still a treat, no cap, but in that last round as well, we saw a lot more contact play come out from Hashira, and it was really just left to who can clutch better, and Borkum showed that he is the master of that Phoenix, using the wall with some kind of like one-way strat on that tiny little gap. He saw Rabbit, sprayed through it, and got that 13-9. Now we're heading into game 2, I believe, after a bit of a breather here, Dax.
Yeah, we'll find out in just a bit, but what a game that was in Hashira. All they need to do now is to optimize a little bit more on the utility. Bren, keep it up. They already got off to a good start, and this is the tempo that they would like to play. So guys, that was map number 1, and we'll be right back in just a bit for more of this grand final action. Bren versus Hashira, best of 5 here in Stage 2, Week 1 of Valorant Challengers Philippines. Well, Haven was a place that we played on, and Haven was a map to remember as the stars were shown, but unfortunately, the Cosmos will be shut out from us. So welcome back, guys, to Challengers Philippines Stage 2, week number 1, the Grand Finals, as we are going to be getting into map number 2. Asray is him, Dax is me, and we are gonna be together. So many people have been thinking about what would I do if I were in Asarai's shoes. Amazing camera and all about that big brain on the balance side. Oh, it's showing the shoes on stream. What a flex there. But man, oh man, I'm just happy to be here with you, buddy, and I'm also happy to be checking out this game because Hashira, they have innovated. They've shown us that Astra. In the meantime, Bren Esports going back to the roots and playing it simple, playing it clean, and getting off to a good start, which is pretty much one of the biggest humps they've had all throughout the stage. So coming into this one, Asrai, it feels like that there is that dynamic where it's Bren this time playing the old, other teams are playing the new, but Bren, for them, their objective is to get back to the roots, and right now they firmly feel planted so far in the series.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as Bren is comfortable, they can always, what's the word here? They can always perform individually. And you saw how just meshed well they were, and when they needed to step up, they did. But you can't say the opposite thing about Hashira. Everybody in this entire roster has done so much for all of those rounds. We ended 13-9, but Vash, no way. He keeps changing his hairs. But just to finish what I'm saying, just to finish here, Dax, before anything, I feel like Hashira was also doing a lot of good things there as well. We saw them pop off multiple times in different rounds, but there were just some points of, I think, being slow to adapt that really costed them the crucial rounds here to either push it into overtime or even win that first game. But now we go into this next map. This is going to be Ascent, and just to confirm, this is Hashira's pick, where Bren starts off on the defending.
Yeah, Bren gonna be defending, Hashira gonna be attacking, and more innovation as Envy is looking to play that Sky alongside the Sova of 2766. So more intel means more things to know. These guys are basically putting down wards against Bren Esports with Animal Kingdom from the Sky and with the darts from the Sova. A little mix of nature as well as a mech just to make things happen. Bren, in the meantime, keep it simple again. Dubstep gonna be going for that Jet. But interesting enough, are they going to be allowing Dispenser to play the Raze coming into this one? Now, we saw it in Masters, Dispenser taking that second duelist mantle, and even though he is just absolutely exquisite on any kind of agent, right? It just didn't feel as comfy as they would like. So are they going to whip it out here, try to test things out just a little bit more? Are they going to be comfy playing Borkum on that Cypher? The skill is always there for Bren Esports, but configuration is a whole different thing for a team, and we're gonna be getting it now. Here we are into Ascent, rather, ladies and gentlemen. Second map of this best of 5 with Bren up by 1. Already good sign for you Bren fans because you usually see them on the 0-1 and lately, but maybe Hashira can turn things around. Will they be able to get the flashes on point yet again? Can they maximize their utility more so coming into Ascent? Time to find out, Asarai, because it's open skylines, 2 sites only, and more action coming your way.
Just to talk about or add a little bit to seeing Dispenser on this Raze, I think it's a good option because there's a lot of contact plays where Borkum shines as duelist, and that's why I think he's great on Arena and a Phoenix. But when it's about using your utilities a bit more, moving fast, and just adapting quick, I think Dispenser is the perfect person to use that Raze. And of course, during the golden days of when Bren was still Team 5 or Adroit, Dispenser was playing on a damn Raze, and he gets multiple 4Ks in quick succession. So I think it's just, again, them going back to their roots. It seems pretty fine. And now the only thing that you did talk about that also would probably go into my head is Borkum on that Cypher. But I really think that Borkum is one of the most versatile players out here in the Philippines, and he can play anything when you give him the right opportunity to do so. And this is probably it here on Ascent. Oh.
Yeah, does that get scan? I think it does. But
probably
yeah,
not.
It depends.
Maybe slightly.
Maybe slight, but there's no one there anyway, so it doesn't really matter, right? Thing is, though, Borkum, as you mentioned, most flexible player in the Philippine scene, I would say. But there's one thing he does better than everyone else is really play that flash. So if he doesn't have a flash, it doesn't seem like he's gonna get that maximum value for himself. Borkum, though, running away from the boom bot. He goes to the corner, but Jeremy eventually sees this wild goose chase, takes him down, puts him out of his misery. Hashira, heavy stack on to be working out well so far. It's time for Bren to play the retake.
They found no one. But here, oh, the dog just misses Dispenser. And now, Dax. Was it a dog or was it a bird? In case the retake still coming in.
Dog, man. I can
It's still coming in, man.
I can tell this time. That was very obvious. It goes to show, right? They're all the same color, friends, but Hatred, he is going to be down below. Dispenser with the kill off the rabbit. Here comes Hashira cleaning up house, but the D&D connection, they're going to go for it even more. Dispenser giving a parting gift there, but Dubstep, he's on that last stand. He has gotten 2 so far, but not against Envy. A triple kill for the Sky. And the thing is, Envy, he showed up in the last round of the first map a while ago, and he's showing up now in the first round of this second map. If this player gets hot, he is one of those pinch players here for Team Hashira. Envy is scary. If you give him a gun that can really enable him, and he's on that Sky, flashes into those peaks, it can be such a sightline to behold.
Is going to be a full buy here for Hashira. Oh, Dispenser, he's got the Bucky. Oh no, this is gonna be brutal if nobody's prepared for this. At this range, I don't think it's gonna be fatal here though. But now, when you come into this little corner, oh, they heard it. Gotta be careful, Hatred. He backs away. He's gonna be checking wide if I'm not mistaken. And once again, the Hound, the dog snip things out. Spencer is gonna be here holding the fort with Humi. And as that nade compresses, Hatred is in a really bad spot. Can he get out of harm's way? It looks like he can. He is the Raze, or he is the Sage. So he can heal back up to full. Now, while Hatred is going to be holding the fort for the moment on this A main position. Look at the positionings. Look at the rotations here from Hashira. They spotted Dubstep, who was eager to find that rotation coming in. And now they've opened up the map. It's going to be the 4-5, and Dispenser with 11 HP on that Bucky. There's not much that he can do that can cause multiple damage, massive damage rather, to Hashira here. As they start strucking their stuff into mid, Vash got to back away for the moment. And here comes Hashira.
The wonderful thing about the Hashira roster is if they get one of these players to pop off and get kills to their ultimate, then they're going to be in such a good spot because they can make it work with whatever agent is getting those frags. Dispenser, though, in the meantime, on the other side, and Hatred, oh, let's taste his own medicine by that point. Rotations, though, are in order, and Hashira say B-side is right for the taking. Let's go there. But this is the thing. Jeremy is, what, 2 away from the showstopper? Envy as well, 2 away from the Seekers, and these tools are so potent for Team Hashira when you see them on a map like this. It's not Hatred's day as of yet. It isn't him going to be popping off to get some clutch reses for now, but with Jeremy and Envy stepping it up, and they're going to have those extra tools later on, Hashira can really snowball by this point. Dispenser, though, caught out Envy with a beautiful shot there, and that should be enough. Hashira up by 2. This time, it's Hashira getting that good start that they need.
And with Envy getting that kill, he's gonna need one more charge before the Seekers are active or on the line. Like you said, Hashira will be having a couple of ultimates, or almost a couple of ultimates, to work with in this round. And it's gonna be really good because they're in a round that is, I would say, a slight bonus round because they do have some Vandal and Phantoms on 2766 and Envy. In any case, Bren here have yet to get anything. The lineup, is he going to do something? Oh yeah, that's going to be a lineup there. Maybe a bit of a peeking angle when the cage does activate. But here comes the dog once again. Hatred is going to be on the forward here. I do like how they're using the Sage to come in. They know the walls don't really matter. The slow orbs are fine, but if he takes damage and loses, at least he can heal himself up and not really cause his teammates to lose any shields. And I think that's pretty cool, good from him. Now there's going to be the Grim lineup. Let's see if he's going to spot out anybody. Going to be the forward scout for the moment, get that information running. And they are using their utilities slightly here, while other members of Hashira are looking for that flank. They haven't gotten anything, but they still have to be careful as Bren is it's a tricky one. And they can always pop off from locations that you are not, well, expecting.
Yeah, I love it from Hashira. A lot of different angles that they can take, and they're also watching their flanks as much as possible. Not only did they watch over the middle, they're checking out the spawn as well. Dispenser, he's 1 HP, never mind, he's gone there. 2766 with that takedown. And a good start here for Hashira so far. They're the ones at the gun disadvantage. This is their bonus round as Bren is trying to turn things up for the point here. But the Seeker is going to be into play, and there you go again. These things are distraction. These things just pointing at where the opponents are. And that is going to be Jesse Bash going down. Here comes Dubstep though on the board. 2766 will be pushing onto the market, and the guiding light will guide 2766 to another victorious duel. It's Hatred playing close, looking to step it up yet again. Hashira. Now they're on site. They're looking to find a bit of the pinch. Hatred with a kill onto Humi eventually. Dubstep though by the shed. And it's Envy wrapping it up. Hashira now getting that 3-0 point line. And this is such a good sign here for Hashira because they're making Bren really suffering and smothering them with the points, with the pushes, and with the utilities that they want to play.
You know this comp that Hashira have made, what does it remind me of? I remember seeing something like this, I think for week 4 or week 3, was it, from stage 1? I think it might have been Affinity or something, where they have basically a double heal. Because I talk about how they have the flashes, they have the battle stage for Hatred, but I also forget that for some point in time, there is the regrowth for the Sky. So there's a double heal here for Hashira. Whoever takes damage, as long as they can survive, they will be able to be topped off. And even if they don't, they even have Hatred there to go for that res. So if ever there's going to be a trade-off here, like a 1-for-1 where Bren gets a kill and Hashira also gets a kill, if they have the skills up, they will be able to always get that man advantage. And that's something sickening, because Hashira always plays with that man advantage, and if they can keep that ball rolling, Bren are in for a really wild ride here. And, oh my god, help me! What was that?
Just turns around and kills him. Just statement being made by Humi. Keeps calm, reads the flights there, and goodbye and good riddance to the Rays looking to go on in. Besides that, Dubstep winning that duel with 1 HP. He popped the Blade Storm and he pops ahead of one more. And that's big because Hatred is now gone from this game. No second chances on the second map for this 4th round. 2766, he stepped it up before. Can he do it again? Envy in the meantime peeking already through the A main, and it does seem like for Bren, they're just waiting patiently. It's a beautiful adjustment for Bren so far. Here comes a push on in, and Humi, he gets baited there. You don't need to pop that guy in light whatsoever. It's Envy getting that takedown instead. 2766, Envy cashing out the Spencer, and here comes Hashira cleaning up house. A side now right for the taking. Jesse Bash though coming from the high ground. Now it's a really tough situation here for Bren, but Bash, he's tapped head before. Can he tap some more heads now? Dubstep though, getting scanned, trying to play the baits here. Bash, opportunity is knocking, but it is the Envy opening this door. No HP left for Dubstep. It's Envy with 3, and Hashira able to still salvage that one.
They just know the limits of their agents. That's one of the big reasons. Guiding Light, like you said, right? You don't have to pop it to get its full effect. As long as you ride with it, it's gonna be good. And I don't know if I can point this out, but I've seen like videos right now online where you can actually ride the bird. Like, I haven't seen anybody do it on the competitive scene, but
that's a no, but it's funny.
Yeah, that's
funny.
a no, right? It's really
no.
funny, but
It's
that's
really
ridiculous.
It's
Yeah, okay,
also,
never gonna do that again.
just-
Anyways, 5 versus 5 right now. Asher with 4 straight rounds, and this is looking much better than they've done on that Haven map here. I know it's been a close game, but this has definitely been more of them using a lot more of their strategies, knowing the layout of the land, and Bren not having any point of day to have to get away from this one. Now, Humi's just gonna try to run away here, but boom, shakalaka, Dispenser does get broken to 80 HP. Humi gets knocked out, and that immediately is a point of hurt that they're not supposed to be doing, or not supposed to be getting here for the side of Bren. And they do spot out Dispenser there, using his ultimate already, and dubs it on mid with an operator. So all information down into the eyes, down into the brains of Hashira.
Yeah, Bren Esports, they are going to be bringing out that arsenal that's a bit different than usual. Ops and an Odin together, Bash and Dubstep. And we tried to invest just a little bit more and look to play things out according to the map. The smoke is going to be in the way, and Dubstep right now might get hit by that Seeker. It's a distraction enough for both Envy and Hatred to get those takedowns. And Hasher right now, the Animal Jungle, again, is just in their favor. This kingdom is being built on those Seekers, on those birds, and on that Tasmanian Tiger. And it seems like for Hashira, they're back to B-side to brawl as much as they can. It's all up the Borkum now. The Cypher onto the corner by the defense spawn. And he just might go for the save. This is too much to handle. Hashira raiding Bren in that round. And even though we've seen Humi play amazingly with some clutch shots here and there, just no fear against the flights that made even your mic freak out of all things. It just goes to show that here for Team Hashira, they keep cool, they keep calm. And as you mentioned, they have so many chances to top up, heal each other, heal themselves, and a res just in case.
And Borkum, he's left to his own devices here. The exit out, he's going to be full on shield, full on utilities, but not full on any of those rounds. 5-0, and Hashira have really done above and beyond to just go about this. They don't need a Sentinel anymore because all Hashira needs to do is press W to move forward. That's a strategy that I'm seeing here. I mean, they can play it slow and press W to go back, but they don't need any Sentinels to hold their flank because it seems like their 5-stack is working pretty damn well for them since they know to always check their flanks. Usually when you have a Sentinel and you just leave your, your stuff and your utility at the other side of the map, it's because you don't want to get flanked as you're setting things up. But when you're as pinpoint right now as Hashira, as clairvoyant right now as Hashira, it doesn't even matter. But you can see Bren stepping things up. They do have a couple of setups here onto the mid side, and Spencer, he's about to find something here. It's the lineup. They do get spotted, but the flash once again from Envy. Are you kidding me? That nade is about to devour Bash if he's not careful, and they're charging in to order some pizza, brah. And now it's going to be Hatred. He knows that Bash is here right now as that flash once again says blinded. The magic words. The magic words. It's not please here, Dak. It's blinded. And it seems like Hashira are able to provide that mystical win. 6-0, and they're really giving it to Bren.
You know, artistry indeed from Hashira. They're painting a picture with the blinds. Leonardo, Michelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael, all gonna be proud of that. Just goes to show, though, for Team Hashira that they love to play these flash-based compositions. You see Breach, and you see the Sky. Envy doing an incredible job, and as soon as that happens, Bren, they have to react to it. It's instilled into them to look on a way, of course, to make sure that the full flash duration isn't going to be hitting them with their tactical FPS experience. But at the same time, those small little flicks is what allows Hashira to catch them out, get those takedowns, and time after time, we've seen Hashira really get the advantage just because of it. Now, Bren, it is going to be a bye here for them yet again. They are down by 6. But Hashira has already impressed so far. This is a comp that really works for them, and they really have shown also that they're so aware of the situation on a map like this. You said it before, clairvoyant indeed. I should ask Hashira in the near future about my own future with the crystal ball and more. And Hatred right now, he's just going to be bringing the edge there to catch out the Spencer. Jeremy in the meantime with the kill out Borkum. It's all Hashira, and it's all up the A side again.
Man, right about now, I'm pretty sure Bren is missing Borkum being on a breach on Haven, or rather here on Ascent, because there's no counter flashes for them. They're going in dry about this, and I believe Vash was just blown apart as he had the Odin. He was popping shots down on Hell there on the A site, but it seems like somebody was doing the same thing, vice versa. Dubstep does have his operator, his sniper, here on Market. He's shopping a little bit. He's shopping for those kills, but he cannot shop for that round win. And with Humi right beside him, he's just going to be hoping for that plugging of openings here in their particular direction or particular area here in mid, and you save these weapons for the next round. Especially now that they haven't brought any economy, it's going to be very, very crucial. They're getting pincered in here, but at least I do think they're going to be able to make things work in the end. But never mind. They got hunted down. They got hounded in. And Hashira, they're ruthless. They're brutal. And they're merciless here against Bren.
There was a scoreline from Hashira on a map like this before. And by before, I mean yesterday. This is really their map, isn't it? It's just Hashira right now showing up on Ascent. And I always say to every single team that needs advice against Bren is play them on Ascent. It's not because that Bren doesn't prepare for a map like this. No, they do the work just like everyone else. But it's for me, it's that SEA scrim map. Everyone plays Ascent, especially in practice. Everyone has their own kind of strat. And you can see for Hashira, the fruits of their labor have borne fruit. This tree right now is growing really, really well. And it's a 7-0 scoreline. But the Hunter's Fury from Jesse Bash might make a difference. Never mind, it's just Hashira with the punish. And this time, Borkum wanting to push on in, sees a wall even. And you can see how safe Hashira is playing. They use the barrier to get in the way, preventing Borkum to go for the peak. We've seen the flashes be toyed with by Envy. Sometimes he pops it, sometimes he doesn't, just to mess with your head. And now Jesse Bash, he has to hold the line, but he will fall. It's all up to Borkum now. But what can a lone Cypher do? A tap can help, and he is just gonna get flashed here. Sky right beside him, and now Borkum gonna get a gun, but Hatred is there to get the refrag anyway. Time is ticking, rounds are running on down, and it's Hashira in firm control of the first half.
Is it just me, or that Envy wanted to whip out his melee there and stab Borkum?
He was tempted. He was very tempted there.
I'm pretty sure he had enough time to whip out his gun and win that duel without being punished by Borkum, right?
I also just want to say this real quick, Astra. That was his first death. That was the first time he's died in this game. He is 13-1, and And he didn't die in a, he didn't die in a manner where you expect to die in a duel. That thing, it is just him pretty much being nigh unstoppable in these fights, in these flashes. 20 of the kills that the Hashira has got, that has involved Envy. 13 kills with 7 assists. And I said it before, Jesse Vash, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I have to do you like this. That headband, it's cursed. You took it off first game. You popped off with the Elsa wig. This time, the headband, 0 nates. That's a painful scoreline. It just goes to show you need the right headgear, guys, to get your head back into the game.
Well, he definitely, speaking of Elsa, has to let it go. Because sometimes when cursed things make you cursed a bit more, you got... you got it. Our production was like, wow.
It's my job to rein you in, Asarai, but sometimes the prod just feels the cringe too much, and they're like, also, we will tell something into your ear, we'll say something to your ear, just be like, stop this already. But looks like, hey, while all this is happening, Bren is finding a bit of stopping points against Hashira. Rapid goes down, and that's big, because the other thing that Hashira has been able to utilize alongside their pushes and their flashes have been the smokes. Now, with the Omen gone, it is going to be a difficult strait for them to try and cover up those tracks and cover up those holes that we've been mentioning time and time again. And the thing is, Bren, they're playing very defensively right now, waiting it out, no overcommitment, no peeking whatsoever. It's just waiting on the other side, get that intel, and play it quite patiently.
I've got your trail.
Bash has done his homework. A lot more Sova lineups here. But as Envy activates this once again, he does get spotted out here, though. But look at the quick rotations coming in from Hashira. Bren have done it before. Hashira will do it to them. Hatred, though, has bypassed Jesse Vash. But Jeremy should know. His teammate hasn't cleared out the site here. And if they run towards this, they're going to be in for a really rude awakening. And Vash spots out Jeremy. He has to close in the door here for Hatred. Clock is ticking. They know that somebody's at the back of the site, and Humi comes in for that help. Hatred has gone down. Jesse Bash is running for dear life, and he can go in for this amazing lineup with his teammate, but it's not working. It's not working, but the time is ticking. Envy is here. Oh, they're now into a 2 versus 1. Rather, Dispenser's just about to go in for that 1 versus 1. Who's going to be the victor? It's going to be the man himself, Kevin Tad Dispenser. Once again, dispenses his foes, and the first point for Bren now on the board.
They get the first point, and they get a name drop of all things. Dispenser, though, coming in from the speedway and making it clutch. A bit unfortunate there between Bash and Humi. The Sova getting caught out in paranoia, and in that nearsightedness, it is that high ground having a bit of the advantage, especially as you can just look down and shoot the Sova. Goes to show, though, that for Bren, there is that clutch, and we say it time and time again. It's interesting to put Dispenser on that second duelist, because no matter what agent, he will play amazingly. But does it fit Bren as of yet? And right now, with an 8-1 scoreline, it feels like it's just a resounding no so far. But it's up to Bren, though. How they're going to run these agents, how they're going to run these comps, and who's going to play them. And if we do get a bit more experience in a comp like this, it might help them out in the long run. But I gotta say, Hashira, we've seen this guy quite a lot in this stage. It was Team Walkure and Team Hashira, pretty much the biggest ones to whip out this agent. And both times I've seen this guy, every single time I've seen this agent, it has been so instrumental in the fight. Dubstep, though, perfect lineup, catching out 2766, doesn't want to overcommit, catching out Rapid instead. And now Bren, with that confidence, with that round, they can finally feed off that energy, and they're going at it, going ham, getting mid-courtyard control, and catching out every single member of Hashira to leave Hatred all alone.
Hatred, well, he's in no man's land now. Even if that is part of their map, he is just getting hounded, chased, and basically hunted for who he is, and that is Hatred. Can he be the star clutcher here for Hashira? Well, that's going to be a denied once again from Bren, as they finally get more points than one, and they're finally mounting this, I won't say the comeback, but they're finally mounting some rounds in the second map.
It's a start. And the D&D connection, doing it again. Dubstep and Dispenser. Thing is, these two guys, they've known each other for so long. And when they feel one of them is hot, the other one can easily go with that pace and just say, you got that side, I got this side. Let's kill everyone along the way. Finally, we're getting kills on the board here for the side of Bren. Dubstep has 9. of these kills, which is a very big improvement compared to everyone else. In the meantime, we're finally seeing that's on the side of Hashira. Envy though still with 16, 2766. He's really stepped it up in this game with 9 and 6 assists. And overall, it's been quite a team effort here from Team Hashira, because look at the assists all throughout the scoreboard right now for Hashira. 7 for Envy, 6 for the Sova, 7 for the Sage, and then got 6 for the Omen. That's big because it just goes to show that they're always prepared to build on whatever utility is set up. They're finding the footing and they're finding the angles now to get those kills, and it has been quite a concerted team effort for Hashira, and I love it. Teamwork makes the dream work, and right now Hashira dreams of taking a map away from Bren.
Well, was Jeremy out with his knife there? I'm not sure. Maybe he was hoping that his teammates could go for a quick punish if he was the one first spotted, and then he could just like maybe reposition. It's gonna be a triple one here. Humi does not get spotted, and Jeremy got punished there though. Nice little lineup there with the paranoia, if I'm not mistaken. Dubstep already in the back. And 2766 should not be able to spot this out, but he doesn't need to because he got knocked away, blown away there. And Rabbit got spotted. And Jesse Vash was first to pull the trigger. And that is now Bren with 3 straight in a row here, Dax. One more round before we end the half. And is Bren going to continue the trend, or will Hashira find another opening here in their last round of attack?
Yeah, the mind games are not working out for Hashira. The conditioning has finally been shaken off by Bren, and you can see that they're able to hold the line, hit things like the paranoia there from Humi. He just accepted his fate, Astra. He was like, okay, I'm gonna die here, but I will make this paranoia one of the best paranoias you've seen in this game, in this map. And he just hits it on the head, allows Jesse Bash to get the kills. No blinding the teammate this time. It's all about getting those takedowns. And even though Hashira mustered up a bit of the duel there, it's still all Bren right now. Dispenser on the board. Here comes the blaze from Dubstep. And Dispenser with another one. Hunter's Fury here from Jesse Bash. But Envy with the catch on the Dispenser instead. From the mark, though, from the mid. Hashira going for that pinch play. And Dubstep, he's flying on into the sky. But Envy will ground him immediately. Seems like Hashira, they can also fight back. But Borkum, it's time for him to step it up. And it's time for him to get a kill. Rabbit, though, gonna be trying to TP on away with the Shrouded Step. Neural have to say hello. The thing is, we're gonna get a reprieve here, Asterai, which will work out better for Hashira because Rabbit can get topped up the full. The spike was left behind there by B main. And now Borkum, he has to decide where is it gonna be. The mind games now. Hashira, the IQ again from this team, looking really, really stellar. And spike planted on B site.
That's smart because if they went for A, that would have put Borkum in a chance where he could catch the rotation of Envy and basically make it into a 1 versus 1. But because they backed off for a moment, they healed as well. Rabbit was up to full. He got the spike planted down, and Borkum left to guess. And you saw there, nice little conjunction play using the dog, the hound, to get that information, and Rabbit was coming out. You know, guys, it's Rabbit season, and he is here to collect.
It seems like it's a hunt for Team Hashira, but they're not the ones hunting animals. They're the ones protecting this kingdom and using the powers of nature to the best degree. 20 and 4 for Envy. This wasn't really in the cards as soon as we saw him pop off like in that last round, right? That was the beginning for Envy, and now this is the execution. Will it be the end of Bren's run on Ascent if Hashira can just run away with this pistol round? Well, we'll find out, because Bren, they still can stay strong with Dubstep and Dispenser. And honestly, now that they're on the attacking side, I feel like this is going to be a bit better for them, because Borkum can play that lurk, look for an opportunity. Dispenser and Dubstep later on can converge together and really go for that push alongside each other. And we've seen them absolutely insane at covering each other's tracks. Might be now the recipe of success here for Bren Esports.
We flip the tables. Oh, Dispenser gets spotted out there. Rabbit coming out from his hidey hole and even spotting him, getting out of harm's way, using that paranoia. Does spot out Humi, who does go for that quick little punish. But this puts a lot of strain onto Bren because they got spotted. Multiple of their members have been chipped off. And in this pistol, where you don't have all of your utility, that becomes hell because on pistol round, there's a lot more contact play than you do when you have a buy round. And this just makes it very, very difficult for them to try to do any challenges. In any case, we can see that Bren still using their time. Bite off. They don't get fully stirred or shaken there.
30
And they're starting
seconds
to work their way onto the B side. It's only Envy for the moment. 2766 is onto the corner. He's about to spot up one onto the mid. And both Sova drones have been expended. And they know now it's going to be the B side. Dubstep with the fake on that tailwind. And here we go.
And here comes Bren, and they're looking to go for the push. Shots now coming in, and Envy gonna die in the field of combat. Dubstep winning that one out, even though he was a low HP state. But it's 3v3. And Bren, they have to be careful because Hatred is still there alive. Can top up if someone doesn't really secure the kill very, very quickly. Hashira, though, coming in from the market, coming in from the defense spawn as well. But Bren looking to innovate and looking to play onto B main at the same time. You got Bash now waiting it out, catches out Hatred already. It's 2v3. Here comes Dart. Jeremy, though, on the board. And as soon as this happens, it's up to Borkum right now to hold on to the side. Bash, though, trying to play from the speedway. Here comes the turnaround, though, but Jesse Bash gonna kill onto 2766. And Bash, he is gonna get 3. 0-8 no longer. He has really climbed the charts and climbed up in the scoreline. It's Bren getting it back, getting the kills that they need. And 9-4, a good start here for the second half for Bren.
I mean, I don't want to be the one to do the caster curse thing, but Hashira is on 9. We saw the Haven map, 9-13. I mean, it's still ways off for that to happen. But I'm just pointing it out. That's such a superstitious thing, but I'm just pointing it out. I don't know why I pointed it, but
it's okay.
I mean, they're gonna be on a weaker
I'll,
buy.
I'll believe in your mumbo jumbo, but overall, to not just this day, this stage has been the game of comebacks. Like no matter what the lead, more often than not, it's just the other team suddenly bring it back. And Hashira was one of the biggest examples of that, where they were down by so much on Icebox against Pirates. They got over to their attacking side and turned it around to get the win and move on to the finals. So no stranger here for Team Hashira. Same thing we said against Bren, because you know Bren is Bren. They just have had situations where they had to come back to keep their over 90% win rate record in the local scene, and you can see that they will never give up. They will not stop. Overall, I mentioned it a while ago, Jesse Bash was like 0-8 at one point in time, and now he's 8-10. So 8-2, and it just goes to show, right, the rounds that Bren has finally been able to win, they've been able to win it convincingly. Hashira has been the one who's a bit sputtering, and Bren is the one with the advantage now.
Utilities are being used, and Hatred! Oh, Dubstep. How is it to be on that receiving end of the Bucky, boy? Oh my gosh, I know that Dubstep has used that as well before. And Hatred, with the insane shot that he is, and with the distance of that, the Bucky is 100% fatal. Time is really stepping down, and Bren, they gotta choose. Where is it? Seems like it's going to be that B first, Humi's gonna be in that corner and running right out. Jeremy does not have his teammate there to help him out there, as Humi just charges right in, the Devil Incarnate. And it seems like it's gonna be left into the couple of members of Bren. It's 3 versus a few, but they do have the entirety of the side. The crossfires are set up, and there's still not much weaponry here for Hashira to really make something. The only advantage that they do have here, Dax, is that they have the numbers. But the thing about that as well is that, yeah, that Sova drone spotted everybody, and we're getting like basically wallbang kills.
He's ready for it, and he's using the Vandal to get another takedown onto the speedway there. It's all up to Envy and 2766 now, but Humi, he has found that clutch kill yet again, and he's gonna do it one more time against the Sky. Now, the Sova on the other side, he is fearful. He hears the taps of Jesse Bash, and oh, Dispenser now comes in from the defense spawn. Enough is enough, Bren Esports has said. And I wish we could go to cams real quick. Did Jesse Bash take off the headband? Because he is now top fragging here for Bren Esports.
He's 10 kills compared to the top frag of Hashira with Envy on 20. But in the end, kills don't really amount to anything if you net that comeback. It's 9-5, 4 more rounds here for Bren. But of course, Hashira... Actually, no, Hashira are still going to be going for a save. I think they 4-spot in that last round. It could be wrong. But they did have the Bucky on Jeremy. The Buckies. Okay, that's what their 4-spot was. It seems like they can go for a broken buy here, but it's better to just not do that. In any case, spotting out Hatred here, definitely lowering the capabilities of Hashira to defend.
They respect it because they know that Bren is absolutely hot. They're not going to be complacent about the scoreline, and they understand the statistics of the previous rounds, that they're just getting destroyed by the hot hands of Bren Esports, especially from Bash and his shots. Humi also always at the right angle at the right time to find a way to save the team. And even though, you know, this is really the situation for Humi. He's not the biggest fragger of them all, and sometimes he just cannot get the easiest shots to connect, but somehow, some way, like Humi finds the clutch situations a lot easier. He's gonna get you an instrumental kill to put you in position, and right now we're seeing Bren getting the takedowns that they need to clear up the entranceway to the sites. Hashira, they know this, they respect it, they have rounds to give, and they want to play it safe and sound, play an arsenal later on. It's all up to Envy and 2766 though to find a few kills along the way.
They might try that, but looking at the minimap here, where everybody from Bren and their mothers and their sisters and their daughters and their brothers and fathers are all here on the A side. It's basically a party. It's basically a family reunion. Nobody from Hashira is about to spoil it because they're on the other side of the map. They're going to be coming in. I mean, they do have sheriffs. I don't think they're going to try to save these. It's better off that they just make it, like you said, into an expensive round for Bren. Envy will be playing this farther enough angle, and he's using this jumping strafe just to spot out any opponents. And he's trying to line things up, but in that long of a distance, he has to hit 2 shots to get the kill that he needs. While he's providing a bit of distraction, he's allowing 2766 to finally creep up. But Jesse Vash might be privy to this. Oh, no.
Player standing.
Lineup.
Oh, counter no.
Lineup. And Envy, he actually gets the kill anyway, so he does get rid of Borkum. Unluckily for Envy, though, that as soon as the spike detonation will pop there, he will fight back against Dispenser now. So 3k for Dispenser to wrap it up. Could have been Envy to go for a gun, but he realized immediately that it wasn't a rifle on the other side. Didn't need to risk his life for it. He tried to go for another kill, but Dispenser this time does say no. Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, especially these guys have really woken up in this half, in the latter part of the first half. And now it's 9-6 for Bren to really pile on the points and try to mount quite a comeback. Hashira, though, this is really the chance now, Hashira. This is their time to shine. Operator, Odin, 3 rifles. Let's see what Hashira can do with all the guns that they would like.
They also can get 1 charge, 1 ultar, and that's going to give Envy his ultimate already. Page is going to be using the wall quite quickly here, as well as a couple of those... Oh, slow orbs! Dispenser, though, does not expect that there's going to be a peek out from Hatred, especially with that orb being used to stop him. And through that kerfuffle, through that confusion, there was also 2766 who lined things up with the Odin. And now, we're going to be in a really tight situation. You can see Hatred has spotted out the shock darts being thrown, and he has a slow orb once again. This could really hurt the case of Bren being able to take this B site, because slow orb plus smoke plus wall bangable spots with the Odin equals a very bad time. And now Hatred here with a nice little headshot onto Humi really shut things down for Bren, but you never know what's going to happen as Dispenser and Jesse Bash start things off. Borkum able to sneak his way onto logs. It wasn't Dispenser, guys. My bad. It's a Borkum.
It's Borkum, and he's by the market this time, though. He's close enough to get rid of Hatred. Just dull that edge yet again. But the Battle Stage, the damage has been done already by the side of Hashira, and it's up to Vash and Borkum to play it clutch instead. With the string of kills that we saw from Hatred, ready with the res in the next round. I just gotta say that Bren Esports, they have to expect that Battle Stage to show up by some points in the map. And we saw Hatred take value and take the names of Spencer and Dubstep especially. Now then, Rapid gonna get the catch onto Jesse Vash. Beautiful peek there from the Omen. Borkum gonna be playing behind the default, but he's gone 3 so far. He's hungry for the ace. Can he do it here with 29 HP? Not gonna happen. Envy decided to stay on the other side, and that will be enough for Hashira to get on back. The safe play a while ago leads to the victory now. Great calls by Hashira on the macroeconomics, and it's 10-6 in Hashira's favor.
I wanted to point out, Jeremy connected a shot. He legged Borkum. He's down to like 1 HP, I think. Which means 1 bullet for, was it Envy to connect there? That's definitely an okay thing for Hashira. Now they've found their bit of a groove here. Like you said, Dax, Battle Sage for Hatred. They got to respect the fact that Hatred will punish you. That's a simple fact. He loves to go for these fights when he can. And you think that you're just going to be seeing a bit of utility. You think you're just going to see him trying to stop you with his Sage orbs. No, Sage got a gun. He'll use it. Why not? And for the moment, Hatred's going to be on the operator now. Borkum, I love this play that he did with Vash. You think that they're going to be giving up the site, but he slowly creeped up. He was just hugging and hugging and hugging logs underneath the market entrance, and he peeked out on market stairs, spotted out Hatred there, and even had the chance to clutch. Now, that 3 versus 2 was definitely workable here for Bren, but Rabbit getting that kill onto Vash was definitely a step in the right direction, because even in that 3 versus 2, I feel like Borkum and Vash had enough firepower to really clutch it out. So Rabbit really stepping things up as well, definitely at the later stages of that particular round.
Yeah, big kills especially because it felt like Borkum, that was his round to go for the kills, but with the numbers disadvantage now on Brent's volley, right? It just wasn't gonna be the way to go. So Hashira is up by 4 as we're gonna be getting into a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is a-okay. Now again, guys, it's a bit of a reversal though. It's Hashira the one with the boot camp and Bren is the one at home. And since we're in the pause, I do want to talk about that because honestly, it has been quite a factor of the whole stage 2 so far. That the boot camps have been such a big deal, as we're seeing some replays here, as you can see Hashira exploiting those flashes time and time again on the attacking side. You can see so much value there from the guy in lights, and Invi putting up such a big effort to allow him not only top frag but help out against Bren Esports. But back to my point about that bootcamp, Mr. Asrai, it has made such a big difference for so many of our teams, and it really feels like that the fact that they're able to communicate in real time, see reactions, see each other, get to talk, get to hang out even outside. It's just that extra camaraderie that allows more trust to be built. And you can see right now that every single team that we mentioned having a boot camp has had better teamwork because they have a better understanding of how each other is and how each other plays.
Bootcamp equals synergy, equals chemistry, and like you said, camaraderie. And definitely shows here. And I mean, we can also point this out. Rabbit has probably, I mean, his name's Rabbit, you know, Rabbit's claw, Rabbit's paw. It's to be very lucky, but he's been one of the unluckiest players that I have definitely met, especially in his Valorant career, because there's been just a plethora of issues that have really kind of stopped him from performing at 100%. But you know what? You're definitely right. With Hashira being able to find more sponsors right now and everything else, I think Rabbit has finally, you know, turned the luck on his side.
I'll tell you about it. You know, Hashira, they started with shirts, and then it's like bootcamp, monitors, et al. And I do believe that they're also partnered with the same, like they're not the same org as Cadilino, that's for sure. It's just more of the SR, whatever that's called, right? I don't know how that works, but it just goes to show that more and more people believe in the Hashira roster. Gotta give big props to their management. Has always been passionate about the game from day one, and it's still them here. And yes, Rabbit, for him, wasn't it like, okay, he lives not in the metro, was it 60 or 75 hertz for him? Technical issues time and time again. Dogs making a lot of noise, electricity being in the way, and I remember I have a big list of what is bothering Rabbit now. So coming into stage number 2, it was one of the main focal points for me as a guy who's been watching Team Hashira for quite a while to see how Rabbit's gonna play together with the team. And his shot calling has always been the big point. It's just been the issue of his mechanical play, and this just proves that if you let this guy play, he plays really well. It's not his skill that's lacking. It's unfortunately his setup, but right team, not only in terms of the players he's with, the facilities he's provided for, and the trust that he's gotten, the amount of people looking up to him as a captain, he's there. Even though he's have a quiet game right now, he's been popping off over the other days, but his leadership, or as so many like to call it, he just screams, rotate! And everyone moves. It works. It works so very well here with Team Hashira.
You know, what was I gonna say again here? There was also a point where Rabbit did call out his retirement, and then after a week or two, when Hashira got reinstated with this new roster of him, he just says, "I'm coming back from retirement, guys," and everybody was saying, "Yeah, we call it BS, Rabbit. We knew that you weren't gonna really retire."
It was weird because Hashira, it was supposed to be a sabbatical, and then suddenly people were leaving, so it became a disband, and then it was a new roster, and then they were like, "Hey, we can bring back the likes of Jeremy, we can bring back like a Rabbit," and now this is a 5-man roster you see from Hashira. But in the meantime, I think that story has been told multiple times already. Do we still need to go for backstory for Ben? The biggest things that's happened though, yes, is this is a back to your roots tournament for them, and you can see that they haven't whipped out anything too cheeky, which is interesting because they're the team that's playing it a bit more standardized, a bit more core based over every other roster where we've seen Sage comps play on through, we've seen Sky comps being run, Breach comps, single duelist comps, and Astra. We've seen Astra already in this tournament. So a lot of change in the wins of the Philippine scene. But Bren Esports, they say, we are the rock, we are still here, and we will just hold the line and make it so. So overall, it's just that dynamic right now. Bren Esports, old reliable, still a top team for good reason. And despite everything that's happened over the stage, they're here in the grand finals. Hashira, same way. And that old versus new, we're getting another dimension to that, Mr. Asarai. Old comps for the old team, new comps for the new team. Is it going to be enough for Hashira with this innovation? Or will Bren and their solidarity with their solid play and with just how they have really stood up against everyone else, can they win out another championship in the local scene?
Technology versus tradition. What is going to work out here? That seems like something that's pretty prevalent, at least for this particular best of 5 grand finals. And while we still are on our pause, let's give a bit of time to think about that. If you're trying to be a team yourself, to our viewers out there, what do you guys think is the best play for you? To try out the new tech? Or like Dak said, let's go back to the old reliable and see if things will work out if you figure out how to use. Because I think one of the best probably examples of that, because people might not think that, old is something that's still usable. But like if you look at fighting games, there will be these old pick fighters that will not seem too good, but because you put your time and effort to figure out any form of matchup to it, any understanding of counter to your 1v1 matchup, it seems to transform into something more malleable and usable for you. So I'm just pointing things out here. But for the moment, that might be something that teams will have to put into account if Bren keeps the trend of, like Dax said again, going for the old reliable and going for this more traditional style of comp. If they don't use the techs anymore, no more flashers, no more, maybe not even an Astra, and maybe down the line something different. But yeah, technical pause 10-6, and
Yeah.
Hashira still have the lead, but they've only gotten one round after that second half, if I'm not mistaken.
I wonder what's going on. Is someone DC or is it just a different kind of issue? It's just so unfortunate though that we've had a myriad of technical pauses. It's unfortunate already that I'm not beside Asarai, so he cannot see me cringe painfully. We can't see each other, guys, during these segments. We just listen to each other. He can
That's
just
true.
hear my disappointment rather than see it. And it's just such a tough time. And it really has boiled down to even our players. We've had multiple situations where technical pauses were necessary. And it's just the reality right now of life. We're happy though that you are joining us here to just enjoy Valorant a bit more. We still have this game together. We still have the local scene looking to give off to the region. And no matter what we play on, no matter what, we just basically hang out, talk about the game, talk to each other about chat, talk to each other about food, whatever kind of support you want to bring to the table. But besides that, it's just all about loving these teams right now and just show your support, show how much that you care for these guys by checking out this game. But we're waiting on out stat wise. Envy, man oh man, 22 kills, 7 deaths, so triple that scoreline. Gotta give it to him. Hatred in the meantime, a triple double there with 13 kills, 30 deaths, unfortunately, and 10 assists to his name. But now, besides the fact that Bren is stepping up on the kills, Jesse Vash is getting more value out of those darts. But overall, it has been more of I'd say a hero play here from Bren from many of the individuals. It's a team effort to be a hero from Bren, and you can see that it's just them really climbing the charts on those kills, finding those takedowns. Fumi the only one getting more of the assists because of some of those paranoias. Besides that, it's just Hashra still in the lead. They got the round a while ago, guys. Just to quickly remember where we came from, because they whipped out the guns finally. They played the eco for quite a while. They forced out a few buckies in the second round of the second half. But this is their time to set the tempo, not only with the Arsenal, but also the scoreline. So hopefully everything is A-okay. Was it Vash with the problems? I'm not too sure. It's highly unlikely. I can always say if Hashra has a problem with one, they should all be gone. Basically, they should all go poof, unless computer had an issue. But apparently, guys, we're just getting a little bit of some latency right now. Don't worry about it. Luckily, it's not a full DC, so we are gonna get a 5v5, but of course it's not gonna be optimal unless everything calms down. So besides that, this has been Hasher's show. This is Hasher's pick. We still have up to 3 more maps to go after this one. If we go all the way to 5 maps, of course, we'll be playing all of them. A while ago, Haven was the pick of Bren. This time, it's Ascent, the pick of Hashira, right?
Hashira.
And
Yeah.
and you know, that's right. Remember last time, technical pause. This is the tailwind mid round, mid halftime show. And oh, okay, we got an update. So I was right about one thing. All for one for all, and now all of Hashira having a bit of an issue here. So hopefully they can get back into the rim because this is a big chance for them. They won out the last round despite whatever the issue was, and they cannot afford to give this lead up to Bren whatsoever. Hashira right now, they need to hold their ground. They need to step it up. Bren in the meantime, of course, they'll be looking to fight that as fairly as possible. And this is a team, I'd say for Bren especially, that this is a team that says, okay, it's all about them growing the scene. They know they cannot be top dogs forever because it's gonna be a point where it might just be everything stagnant, right, Mr. Asarai? So they grow as a team. They get better and better all the time while watching and nurturing the scene as well. And you already know that these guys are willing to wait it out just to have an amazing matchup.
Yeah, it wouldn't feel, I think, great to end this, if ever, on a technicality. And I believe both of these teams are willing to just, hold the clock for as long as possible. And man, like you said, it is something. We're going to try to do our best, or at least the TOs will try to do their best. The tournament organizers will give their assistance towards both of these teams to fix this one out. But for the moment, I think we might be just looking to maybe go for a bit of a breather here before we just hold things off.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll work for that
we
update.
We can talk for around. I miss you guys.
Yeah.
Right? It's been a while since we've been together, and unfortunately, we're not right beside each other. You still flex your
That's
shoes
true.
though. That's one thing. Asra guys does. I'm gonna expose him real quick on stream. He flexes his shoes all the time. Like no matter what outfit, I see him. The students is just like when his default pose, he's just like lift it up and like check out my shoes, man. And he still does it. He still somehow, some way finds a way to flex his shoes before we got started with this game. So what a guy. Feet wear game on point, Mr. Asrai. Overall, though, great, solid set so far. Haven was amazing. Just the adjustments there, though, for Bren to give them the edge. But now Hashira is proving why they are here. Hashira, this roster, they gotten a lot of support externally as well. Coaching and all the like from pros and personalities alike. So you gotta give it to Hashira for putting in the work. Bren, in the meantime, come on, guys. Bren is Bren. Bren is doing it, and never count this team out. Honestly, it's more often than not, count on this team to excel. Count on this team to get the win. And sure, they're dropping maps here and there, showing how much the scene has gotten better. It's still Bren keeping tall, keeping proud, and keeping those dubs. I'm just excited, though, for more of these matches. I'm excited for all of these games. And the thing is that this is our only series for the day. So no worries about that. We'll try to make sure everything is as a-okay as possible to give you guys that, give you guys that a matchup that you expect. And sure, we have to wait it out. Sure, we have to be a bit more patient. But just talk to each other, talk to us. We just want to discuss a few things here and there. And I cannot wait to see what Hashira has in plans even more. We saw an Astro a while ago. We saw a Sky now. And we know they like to play that single duelist. We know they like to play that Stage of Hatred for certain maps. And yes, it's time for us to say hello yet again. Wonder what Hashira's going to bring to the table. Wonder what Hashira's going to do for other rosters in other maps. But in the meantime, won't be surprised if they keep it pretty core and pretty simple. Overall, though, this series, it's shaping up to be quite a match there, Asarai.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a start. It's a best of 5, and there's still a lot more things here to be had. And unfortunately, again, we do have our hiccups here and there, but as much as we can, guys, we're going to make it fair for the teams. We're going to fix that, and don't you worry, we'll be back in a hair. I mean, we're not going to go for the break just yet. We're still going to be waiting for confirmation from our production as well as tournament organizers to see or what unravels in this particular second game. But again, at least from what we've seen right now, if there were no, let's say, downsides or issues that have arisen to kind of interact with our teams here, I think even then, Hashira would be probably the best suited team to go up against Bren, considering how they've been playing. I think the second best might have been Galaxy Racer once again, which is technically another iteration of the Archangel roster, went into another organization. But it seems like that's good. Oh my goodness, there we go. We're back into that fray once again, and that is quick. Hatred and 2766 have gone down here, Dax.
Yeah, it's immediately back into the action, and we're all taken by surprise. But surprise, surprise, it's Bren Esports coming out of the gate strong. Dubstep, Jesse Bash on the board, and clean up from Bren. Who cares about a pause? They will never stop their momentum. A flawless win there from Bren.
I don't think anybody was ready for that. I think Hashira wasn't even ready for that.
It's just like, well, we're back, and here we are. And I guess we're killing everyone now, and Bren Esports making it so. So 10-7. Seems like whatever the issue is, it is going to be played on at. I think it should be resolved by now, hopefully. Besides that, it's Bren just making this gap closer and closer. They're already adjusted a while ago in getting the rounds that they need and getting their playstyle to work out, especially heating on up with the players who are looking to get even hotter and hotter on the kills. For now, though, it's this grill just really frying down Hashira time and time again. Hashira still have a Bucky to play rather. They have some pistols to try and hold. Eco state for Hashira. They are trying to play the macro game yet again, but they're running out of rounds to give here, as right. They have to be careful with this scoreline.
Don't have the money anymore. And like you said, they got to be careful. They've only gotten one round in this second half, and that is pretty alarming in terms of how they're going to mount this win against Bren. Going to be very difficult, especially when Bren is so on point as of the moment, getting a lot more of that mid control, and at least using the camera from Borkham here, just to make sure that nobody is going to be flanking. I like this 3-2 spread with that B main covered by the cam. Really makes it very easy. Dubstep is going to be there to go for that challenge, and through the paranoia, Rabbids is not going to have any fun whatsoever. 2766 into the corner, peeks right out, but the trades going in the favor of Bren. Jeremy and Envy to remain, and Jeremy charges right out. He can't pick up a weapon here, but there is Jesse Bash for the punish. Envy left his own devices. Going to be playing through the cage, but Bash should be there. Envy, though, what an insane shot. Double heads with the Sheriff, and now it's Peekaboo. I see you. He has to play wallop on these corners. Gonna be using that flash real quick though, but that's on B main, and somebody is already on the logs. Humi picks it right back out, and Bren, they need one more to stabilize the rounds.
Yeah, he had a ghost of a chance there, but it seemed like there was that fight from Envy. Unfortunately, an agent like that cannot go invisible, and Humi just makes him a phantom there with his rifles. 10-8 now. Bren is just on it like a bullet. And this is really just how Bren is such a veteran team. All of these players really coming in from multiple backgrounds, especially on the tactical FES side. They know how to play immediately from the get-go. And it feels like whatever the issue was for both Team Hashira and for Team Bren, as soon as that was resolved, it's just all Bren all day. These guys, they never let go of the pedal, and that's one thing that Bren might have an edge over anyone else. The mental fortitude of this team, the discipline to still have that same level of play is just something that none of these teams have been able to emulate so far. Right now, Bren is just making these last two rounds quite dominant, but here comes Hashira. They're back to playing the utility. They're back to stalling for time, and the slow up there is instrumental to keep the side of Bren at bay, as this Spencer catching out Rabbit. Good punish there from the Rays.
He's done that a couple of times already in a row, and the fact that he wasn't worried about being punished by it, well, that's just going to be something that Brent picks up on, and when they do pick that thing quite quickly, you're just going to be in a world of hurt. And speaking of hurt and worlds, Dubstep being caught in the orb, his own orb, in his cloudburst, he will get punished for it. 4 versus 4. There's a lot of members of Brent that have taken bit of damage, and that could help Jeremy here if they try to go for this B site. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he still does have some utility. He's gonna be setting things up, and Humi, he has his ultimate. He's gonna go into the back of the site here real quick, as 30 seconds is left on that timer. They need to do something right now, and they've been spotted. He needs to clear out the first man, and that is just gonna be beautiful because Humi had the spike, and now it's gonna be Brent picking things up, and the crossfires, through the smokes, everything falling beautifully for Hashira.
Welcome back, Team Hashira. Seems like you woken on up as well on the right side of the bed. And finally, we see Hashira put on the performance that we've seen from Bren for the past 2 rounds. So here we are, guys, back at the full force, back onto that beatdown. And I'm just excited because it's just all about this pace being changed by a technical pause. Out of nowhere, these two teams come out of the gates. And now it's Hashira looking strong after everything is said and done. Instrumental kills there, a quad for pretty much overall the whole team in a quick string of takedowns, and just securing B site just like that. A shutdown from Jeremy, turning on around to get rid of Humi. No sneaky plays there from Bren. They have to fight directly, and Hashira is now prepared to fist this one down as much as possible.
Well, I'm not a puncher, I'm more of a kicker. But it seems like that is going to be Bren using their fisticuffs to make something happen here. They need to punch in through the side, and Hatred falling down. No res, no walls, no slows. That's going to be a step in the right direction. Rabbit is caught in the corner here, but the crossfire is going to be successful, and they line up. Envy still survives, and there we go. Gotta catch them all. I choose you, and Borgum gets obtained. Oh my goodness, Vash is going to be coming in here from the short side. Does have dubstep right behind him, but Jeremy left his own devices, has to run. He has to connect some shots here. He does have his utility, and he does have the weaponry, but he picks up a weapon that doesn't even have any bullets. It's going to be satchel charge, but Jesse Bash comes in clutch. Here we go. Denied once again, and Bren holding it. Not going to allow that match point to be pushed by Hashira.
The brawl continues, and it's just fisticuffs all day, every day here from both of these teams. But Bren, apparently they just got the 1-2 punch that time, and just an out of nowhere shot from Jesse Vash, peeking from the cub. He says, "Hello, good sir. What are you doing there?" And just catching out Hashira a bit off guard.
Here.
Beautiful blast back though, really charged up and get that takedown there from Jeremy. But besides that, with Bren having that extra number, they had an extra gun to peek down below. That courtyard now was the corpse and pretty much the burley area for Hashira in that round. Now then, 11-9, and Hashira gonna be looking to play it a bit different this time. We've seen them really synergize on the buys. They've been saving in the rounds that they feel like they should save just in case. But this time, it's a bit of a hero play from Jeremy and Envy. These two have been so good, especially in this map. And it's just correct to give them the rifles here. But now it's going to be Dispenser opening it up. Hatred will go down. A good raid here from Dispenser to get to. And Dispenser dispensing justice, dispensing the opponents right in front of him. Bren with the advantage.
It's so close here. You do see Jeremy does have a Vandal in hand and is really bought up with Envy as well. They're going to try to set the crossfires here, and that is beautiful. It is going to be the 4 versus 3. Rabbit will be able to pick up a rifle in his own end, but as they spot out 3 of the last members of Hashira, Bren pulled the trigger, go to the A site, clean it back up. Dubstep is in the front. He can actually push into the back or into spawn if he wanted to do so. But first things first, clear out everything, plant down that spike, and here we go. Maybe just a bit of delay on the sounds here, guys. If you're hearing it too advanced, maybe it's also us as well. Jeremy is here on the corner, and he should be spotting out 1 now, and he needs to hit the shot, which he does.
Oh yeah, Jeremy finding Borkham at the very least. 3v3 as Envy looking to go for the scout at in the meantime, rather. And this is the thing, since Rabbit has gotten the gun, it's all about the arsenals here for both sides. Rabbit trying to play the flank because actually Bass sprays it down, does get the takedown, and Hashira taking advantage of these positions to get the raid against Bren Esports. It's all up to Dubstep now, but never mind, it's just not gonna happen whatsoever. The hero buys from Hashira really pan out in the end. The lone survivors there, or not even lone survivors, the last survivors for Team Hashira were the ones with the guns and was the one who got to pick 1 up. So Hashira, 12-9, match point. Great read and a great decision to give them the boost to give them that score.
Just a bit more here. 1 push, 1 breath is all it takes to take me away, to take this game away, and give us into a 1-1. I can't believe this is only game 2, because it's been a back and forth struggle, and maybe now it's Hashira time to get that 13-9. Bren, they're going to be lacking in terms of that weaponry department with Dubstep. He's always fatal with the ultimate, but the double peek from Umi and Dispenser That is a mistake that is not going to go unnoticed here. And Hashira, they have the numbers. The quick rotate as well from Rabbit. He's going to be holding hands here with Envy for the moment as the rotation comes in. Dubstep, though, able to get into the back of the site. But Envy's about to catch one. That's Borkum. He cannot win the duel now. And Dubstep could be in such a perfect position to pinch the play. He's at the side. He's going to be able to spot it out. He needed to use the 2 blades, but still in the end, it connects. Down to the spawn. Jesse Bash, though, he's going to be left to his own devices. The 3 versus 1, 2 versus 1 here. As now Vash has to go big. You need to charge out, and that recon dart is going to give his location. And we go, Dax, into game 3 with 13-9. Hashira, bring it back.
Hashira starting the party there in that round with the showstopper and ending it with a big crowd to say hello to Jesse Vash. Seems like Bren Esports, they were just out-muscled at the very end of that one, but the last string of rounds was just roll after roll, fight after fight, and punch after punch between these two teams. But after everything is said and done, Hashira using that buffer from the start of the map to give them this win and Ascent really the territory of Hashira in this stage number 2.
That was just a fantastic map from them. And again, you may be able to say that Bren is not as good as they were before on the Ascent map, but you gotta give a lot of credits to Hashira knowing how to utilize this double healer flash comp that they were able to use. Envy has such a big brain when using this guy, flashing in, creating opportunities for himself, for his teammates, and using every ounce of that to make sure that they can squeeze the wins against Bren. And even though it was a big struggle, it was a big fight, 13-9 is here. Like I said, Dax would even out this series, and we have no leads whatsoever. Who has the upper hand in this grand finals?
This is going to be a fun one because Hashira, they showed up with not just awareness, but with really how tactical and how strong they can be with flash-based comps. Envy really stepping it up, and we see you, man. We see you through, and not even blue. It's a green hue that Hashira is able to take. And the grass is going to be growing greener on the other side. And right now, it's the other side getting a point. So we're all tied up 1-1 as we're going to be heading over to map number 3. We'll take a bit of a break, though, guys. And when we return, it's more of Hashira versus Bren Esports. happy about that one. So, whoop, a little bit muted there. Like I said, whether you're supporting the yellow or the red, you're gonna be happy about this series. So, welcome back, guys, to this series between Bren Esports and Hashira. This is game number 3 out of 5, if ever, and we're all tied up here 1-1. I'm Dax. I'm joined by Asrai, and Asrai, we saw Haven go to Bren. We saw Ascent go to Hashira. And this series looking to be quite a hot one in the Challengers Philippines.
Yeah, our next map is going to be Bind, which, if we follow the trend of what happened or what is happening during this weekend, I mean, it's Tuesday already, so I'll probably say this week. Bren has never lost a Bind map, and every team who has gone up against Bren in Bind has sorely lost. But that is, I think, more of teams not really meshing out what they need to do in Bind rather than countering out Bren that really hurt their case. But here's the fun thing, Dex, or a little bit of a fact from that Ascent map. Envy, who played the Sky for Hashira, has 28 kills in that entire game. That is, how is it? 12 above any of the Bren players. The highest was Dispenser, Vash, and Dubstep, who had 16 all, and he was 28. That just goes to show how Envy, not Jeremy or Hatred, has stepped up to the plate. I'm not saying that those other two don't commit for Hashira, but when they need their players to step up, some will do that for them in particular maps.
I mean, that's the thing, right? This Hasher roster, everyone has really been stepping it up. Everyone is able to feed of each other's energy. And you gotta say that that clutch gene is now being instilled in every single player. The carry gene doesn't need to be relied on for Hatred and Jeremy anymore. It's all about the team playing it really, really well. And Envy, this guy on that Sentinel is just scary when he plays the opportunistic Cypher, when he plays that Killjoy. But now seeing him, the Sky, him taking matters on his own hands, it's just really, really impressive. And I'm loving the fact that Hashira has been able to extend their reaches in terms of the roster, and they won at Ascent because of it. In the meantime, though, Bren gonna be going back to Bind, and there's always a story I tell many Bren fans that, guys, you gotta look at the date, you gotta look at how many weeks have passed, and Bren will probably change their map of choice, because it was Haven most recently, but as you mentioned, right, Bind has just been such a successful map for them, and we've seen them dominate Bind exclusively way back when people were really starting out, when Bren Esports did become a roster, and then became Splits, and then became Haven. So it just goes to show that we are really going back to the roots of Bren, because Bind is the place that bound them together and made them really a team that synergized. Bren, though, going to be on the attacking side. It's Hashira on the defense, and this time not going to be expecting anything too cheeky from Hashira, fully expecting that stage comp to be played, because Hatred, from 1v3s to 2v2s, that's pretty much the Hatred special that you can order and you can rely on for Team Hashira.
Yeah, it's been really fantastic on this battle stage, and some people might say that Hatred should always just go for a duelist, but the way that he plays, he's so interactive and adaptable from playing behind, but that doesn't mean that he has to, because like you said, the battle stage allows him to be that aggressive, top himself off, and give a lot of options. Because you might think that, why doesn't he go for Arena? He can heal himself off when he gets those kills and whatnot. He can go for those clutch plays. But Hashira plays a more selfless pump, where if he can get those frags, he can heal himself with the regenerate, and then when he needs to, he can block off corners with that wall and make taking sites easier with his slow orbs when he places them at key points of the map. And in Bind, I think being able to resurrect members of Hashira, especially Jeremy and Envy, it's gonna really come in clutch for this roster.
Yeah, it also feels like when you're playing that Sage, you take one option away from the other team when they're playing on the site. You either wall at the showers, wall at the hooker, right? And then that's one option to go either A or B respectively that you cannot really do unless you bust down that wall. Buying some precious time there for Team Hashira to rotate. Slow orb is going to be essential as well. And look at the map like this. Sure, there are some open spaces here and there in certain angles, but it does feel like that the corners are a little tighter compared to every other map that we've seen so far. And when you play a Sage here, you can more or less safely compared to other maps. Not even need to commit that wall. Default plan is also easier to do with the Sage, so overall, if Hashira is comfy with it, they are gonna run it. Bren, in the meantime, you got Borkum back on that Phoenix. Flash base is pretty much the way to go for a player like this. Dispenser moving back to the Cypher, and all things right in Bren's world.
And just another moment before we do get started with this third game. Man, it seems like we've reset and gone to a best of 3. Hashira, they haven't really faced Bren for such a long time, at least for these Riot-sponsored tournaments or these Riot official tournaments. The last one was on First Strike Philippines, where Bren really gave them a beating, but now it seems like they are here for that revenge. Jeremy's throwing things out. They know about this play. It's the Jeremy and Rabbit combination. They want to go for that aggressive pistol paranoia play, but Bren puts more bodies on Shower and overwhelm the roster. Rabbit is down. No more smokes for Hashira.
And a critical mistake there for Team Hashira. Jeremy, he threw the paint shells. Suddenly, Rabbit peeks in front of him and just like, bud, please move. And Rabbit says no. And it hits his shoulder, it bounces back, forces Jeremy to back on away. And Bren Esports does get to secure onto the Omen, secure onto the Shower. And now an angle being taken here by Bren over to A site.
They're still not pushing aggressively. They're getting more information, trying to feel things out. They do have utilities to get that info rolling with Vash being on this Sova still, but you can see the amount of respect that they give. If they go rotate straight onto B, it's only going to be Hatred in this corner. And having a Classic, that doesn't really help his case. There's going to be the slow orbs already. And Spencer is going to be charging right out. The punish from Hatred, though. You ain't going to do that on me, son. And now another challenger has arrived. Can he get the kill that he needs to on Bash? Almost a head taken off, but Jeremy is holding his own here. It's a 2 versus 2, but damage being done. Now Bash, he needs to pick this kill up, but it's not going to work out in the end. And even though that was a shaky start for Hashira, they still go about it with a nice little play there from Hatred on Hookah.
And Envy, he's still feeling it, honestly. He is just absolutely ready to fight back. And that was a clutch kill, because if he died there, Jesse Vash could have gotten that spike down, give some more creds to Bren, give them an opportunity to win that round. But as soon as that happened, and with Humi going down at the very end of that, it was Hashira taking that win. But Hatred, Battle Stage is back on to this storyline. And that's the thing about Team Hashira. There's one thing that they suddenly do in the previous map that becomes such a big component of the next map. Jeremy, though, going to be getting a bit of that help from the scan. He's pushing on forward, but Spectre dumps in the meantime with a punish, and Envy and Rabbit are there to go for the kills anyway. Borkum in the meantime finding another one more, and Bren, they are down to 2 members. There's 3 left over Team Hashira, and we still have 2766 by the lap so far. So for Borkum, alongside Humi, they'll have to work for it if they want to steal this round away from Team Hashira.
I want to try to do their best here. They have picked up a couple of Spectres, which is pretty good. And that's going to be 2766 spotting out Humi here. We've only left it into the hands of Borkum. If he does get this spike planted down, that's probably more than enough here for Bren, but Hashira did take quite a bit of a loss there, but still in the end, it's the round wins that they're looking for.
Absolutely. It's just Team Hashira right now, making it happen yet again. The numbers advantage and that positioning was just so good for Team Hashira. It seems like they're okay with losing the showers right now. They still have the angles in the site itself anyway. So from that point on, another round on the board for Hashira. For Bren, you can never count out rather on these guys, because it does feel like when you go for a push like that and you're not able to execute quickly with those scans, it's Bren ready for you, ready to go for the punish, and they did get rid of the advancing Hashira. Then again though, now time for the rifles here for Bren. Looking like this can be that 3rd round turnaround for them, but it's Hashira stacking heavily inside the hookah. They need to be careful though, because Dubstep, he's on that raise, and one nade might make a difference.
They're about to get that paranoia though, but they still line it up. There's gonna be the pickup from Rabbit, and that nade would at least not allow Bren to go for a quick punish. If ever, the damage really has been done in this 3-man stack on Hookah. The delayed push as well, and the over-eagerness of Dubstep to punish through that wall. What their downfall? Spencer's gonna be here on short. He's gonna have a little bit of time to go for that lurk. He does know that there was a trap, destroys it immediately, just backs away, and as that drone spots him from 2766, the opportunities of Bren, or rather the positions, definitely dwindling here by the single digits. Borkum, he does have that hot hands here, Dax. He can use it to flush out Jeremy, but he might need to wait for his teammates before anything. He does have to run it back, which is something he can use if Dispenser cannot get this. What's the option left for Bren?
The option is to try and figure something out with Humi and Borkum. Both of these players are apart right now. Seems like they're trying to make an opening onto the sites that they're stationed on. At the very least, if they do get the string of kills, it's an opportunity for Bren to actually play that post plant. But Hashira, they've done their homework and they've really set up in such a good way to stifle Bren and their advances. Borkum, though, forced to hold onto the hookah so far. Rapid now getting that dark cover into play. But that's the thing, since the Rapid has noticed that Bren hasn't fully committed, he's still saving that other dark cover just in case. Jeremy, though, gonna get caught unaware. Here comes Bren right now, and they're given the opportunity to play this one out. Running back gonna be into play here for Borkum also. He's trying to go into the elbow siege, but he needs to be protected by his teammate because he's inside that container. Goes for the curveball right now. He doesn't actually go for it immediately, but instead, it's 2766 Rapid right now, also getting on the board. Hashira making a 3-0 scoreline.
Hashira just knowing they're weaker on this particular round because they have a broken buy. And by that, I mean, not all of them have the rifles, a couple of them have Spectres, and closing the gap, using abilities to play these close quarter combats, and just with a bit of timing, they catch off Bren and take down 2. Slowing down the pace, there was a nice little lurk from Bren, but because they played such a slow game, the map control and everything was definitely to the favor of Hashira up on that point, and they just had to rush into the site. Now, Bren is going to be coming to this round with not really a lot of utility, just the Sheriffs, but this could actually work well in their favor because Hashira, they've all but done the rushes, and now it's Bren's turn to do it. If Hatred's not careful, he's going to get his head taken off with these Sheriffs. But with the help of Envy, it should be looking pretty damn good. They are trying to try to clear these angles with the nades and everything. And Dispenser, it might be deja vu all over again because he's about to set a camera and he's about to spot one. But as that wall breaks, Hatred is still here, creeping to the corner like a little crocodile. But Dispenser just wins that fight straight up.
Too many choices and too many things to do there for Hatred. He already got to buy enough time alongside Envy to reinforce that wall, but having to shoot so many people and a boombot at the same time, too much to ask for the Sage, overwhelming Hashira's defenses, and now it's Bren gonna be putting the spike down. Thing is, though, they still have rifles into play, as you mentioned. There are gonna be Sheriffs there as well. In the 5v3 slate like this, it's Bren right now holding the line. They're throwing the curveballs, they're trying to prepare for things. They're hitting each other just because of the flashes there. At the same time, it's all about them looking to play it safe and sound. Rabbit and Dubstep do get one apiece. Dubstep hopping up on top to get another one. 2766 there by the defense area. But Dubstep, he's just gone and triple kill. He is prepared. He is ready. And it's now Bren getting a point on back.
Man, they just did not respect that. And I wonder why we saw a quick little escape from Envy. Maybe he put too much commitment or trust on Hatred for clearing up those angles because he played the bait. But even then, I think he should have just helped Hatred. But I mean, with all of that, after that hookah area was consumed by Bren, Asher didn't really have enough time. They didn't have any firepower. They didn't have any retaking prowess here on the B site. And trying to go aggressive to go out the, I just call it murder hole, because basically that's what it is. If you guys played CS, you know, on Mirage, it's kind of the same thing. That murder hole on Bind, it's so difficult to try to go through. And it was also interesting that nobody tried to get any control on Elbow to go for the pinch. But in any case here, it's going to be rifle for rifle. Only the kill onto Borkum, which would really hamper any form of peaks that Bren want to do. But when Dubstep has his Boombaya, let's see how he can set things up. He wants to do something. He's got the double satchel with Dex, and it's only a matter of time before he rips one out.
Is it time? Is it time to see a Daredevil in the making here from Dubstep? Showstopper is available, as you mentioned. We got the blastbacks ready for liftoff. The question is, how will Bren play this out? Because Hashira, patient enough, and it's Envy looking to play in position by the elbow. Yet again, we've seen this guy really find some targets and find some kills just with those Cypher tripwires and cages. It's just all about preparation right now for Team Hashira. Brendo looking to clear things out. Recon Ball gonna be there, and finally it's time to fly on high. Showstopper is unleashed, doesn't get the kill, and Hatred with the punish onto Dubstep instead. Bren right now still trying to go for it with 3 members that they still have. But the thing is, Hashira preparing themselves, stealing themselves on the other side. Hatred with the triple already, looking for a 4th, doesn't get it. Jeremy though with that Bucky, and it's all eyes on Humi now. He's back up the side, and he's trying to get back at Team Hashira, but it's just not gonna happen. Envy yet again, still there, still someone who had to watch out for, and another point here for Team Hashira.
That was beautiful. Like, there was no point Bren could get out of harm's way there. The throw on the recon dart, the timing on the paranoia, and I believe Jeremy, with an icing on top, threw out his paint shell somewhere to clear out another angle, if I'm not mistaken. I did hear a nade going through. But with that all being thrown out by Hashira, Bren just could not react. You even see there that Spencer, he wanted to take down that recon dart, but after that, got blinded, went inside the tube, and just got murderized. Murdered by Hashira.
Murderized. It's like murdered and tenderized at the same time. That's
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds very painful, Asterai, and I'm afraid now. I'm afraid of what else can happen on a map like this. But we'll see, as it's a bit of a calm before the storm. Never mind, the storm is here, and his name is Dubstep. Jeremy will go down. Hatred, though, does find the answer on back. And here we go again from Hatred. He is just the Battle Sage incarnate here for Team Hashira, and he's really enabled on a map like this where he can just wait it out, find that Riz, and then suddenly give the advantage back to Team Hashira. So 4v3 make that 3v3, but effectively if Hatred can get through a corpse and bring it back to life, then it will be Hashira doing the Hashira thing yet again. Envy though holding the line, catching out Dubstep. Humi in the meantime with a kill again. We'll see what the Omen and the Sova can do. They're going to be looking to force things out on the A side anyway. 2766 though, right beside the Omen, and the purple hoodie getting in the way. It's now up to Vash to clutch it out for Bren.
See what I mean here? When you're gonna be going up against someone who can revive you, it's an extra body that you have to try to deal with. And when you're gonna not hit your shots, that's even 3 times worse. Maybe it should have been 2 times worse, because he only had to deal with 2 angles, but when it's 3 people, it's 3 times worse. I mean, it's simple mathematics, guys. And that's gonna be a quick little retake there from Hashira. Vash could not connect those, and Bren stuck with that 1 point. Still, though, they haven't adjusted or adapted, or maybe it's just Hashira knowing how to defend the site so quickly here, and their ability to react to Bren has been spot on, I gotta say.
Yeah, their position has been really solid between the Sage and the Cypher. You can see that Hatred, he's able to, more often than not, hold steadfast, fight back, especially if Bren isn't going to be completely swarming him, overwhelming him onto that hookah. In the meantime, Envy, he's just like, okay, chill by the elbows, set up these cages, and find opportunities to get those takes. Overall, Hashira, they understand how to protect one another, especially from the advances of Bren when they whip up things like the Showstopper. And it's been such a big point of contention right now for Bren, because they cannot really exploit any kind of overextensions. They cannot really exploit any kind of positions that they'll have an advantage of, because as soon as they peak, it feels like Hashira, they have what, 2, maybe even 3 people already, but Hatred, he's trying to do something a little bit different here, Asterai. It's gonna be the Sage on the inside.
Oh, Dubstep, he can always turn around so quickly, but I mean, they're just waiting for that contact. But if Bren went for the A control here, I mean, that just means that Hatred has to peek out. But never mind. Timing was perfect. Never mind. That was so good.
Absolutely. Well played there by Hashira. And sometimes plays like that, you need a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, and a lot of know-how. And Hatred, he just gets rid of both Dubstep and Dispenser there. Running back right now for Borkum, and it's just exposed to elements. Envy with a wall back. Jeremy does it also, and that big scan there from Team Hashira just allows them to get the wrap up onto the shower. No need to peek through the curtains here, ladies and gentlemen. It's just get the shot on through, and Hashira will aim and hit that one down.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Wow, that was just very quick, and Jeremy definitely feeling himself there. Just rather unstoppable. Seems like Bren was trying to wiggle their way through on the attack, and can't really do too much on that end. They have been trying to get more control again on the mains, the shower, and the B-long just to get the orbs for Borkum. But I think Hashira has done a good enough job that they've countered that. And Bren, knowing this, have abandoned all chances to claim such tiny objectives. But even then, just look at Jeremy. Man, he's just been popping off here. He's the Hashira way, the demon corpse, really showing. And oh my goodness, that recon dart was perfect from 2766. You try to play recon darts with a Sova that plays selfish, you get nothing like that. But when it's something like 2766 setting things up with Jeremy, the thing that you produce is just dominance even through walls.
The scan into the takedowns, and
That
you know it's
goes there.
fitting to just do
Goes
that to the
here.
shower, right? You don't want to be a person who just peeks into the showers and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I guess you guys were taking a shower or something." No, they just execute you on the spot. They're hitmen basically, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. And for Hashira, they get the peak, but they got the takedowns from the other side. In any case, though, now Bren. Bit of a breather there with the tactical pause. We are back into the action here. It's 4 sheriffs in the frenzy for the attacking side. It's all about the rifles right now for Hashira. And a 6-1 scoreline. We're getting shades of the last map here. And if Hashira is able to keep this one up, they're going to have that buffer yet again to stem the tide and to hold against the potential Bren comeback that we've been seeing so far.
They've already gone into the site. I'm pretty sure Hashira know this. They're just allowing Bren. They don't want to go for these close corners, and they're waiting for the camera. They're not even using it, and Dubstep is well aware for this one. They're just waiting, and they find Hatred here, though. Envy's got to be careful because he's about to get pinched. Dubstep might just push in aggressively, and Dispenser is about to come in alive, and he does, picking up that Phantom and giving an opportunity for Bren to finally take this even through the Thrifty buy. He's going to be setting things up here. It's a 3 versus 4. 2766, Rabbit, and Jeremy do not have that much utility in the murder hole. If they're going to go through that, it's going to be quite brutal here for Jeremy. Also, got to also take note that this elbow is exposed. You have the weapons, but you don't have the angles, they don't have the numbers, and they have to clear things one after the other. Spots out one there, but Shakhtar is not going to help him out at all. The ADS here, and Jeremy is leading the charge, but the smokes, everything not going their way, and it's just not going to work in the end. 2766, time is not in his side. It's running out, and the only thing that he can do here is make it expensive. Thrifty for Bren, but are they getting devoured by that spike? Ay! It's only going to be Humi to survive.
Yeah, at least he saves a Vandal there, but that's the thing, Hashira. We know they're disciplined, we know that they've gone through rigorous training through the corpse and more, but at the same time, they can't be afraid to fight Bren. They have some really good post plans, they have some really good retakes, yes, but in a round like that, it's just play the same way that you know how. Contest them when you can, don't let them just overrun you, and with the Hunter's Fury, you have to respect that twofold, because Jesse Bash doesn't even need to peek, he can just go for the kill, and that really allowed the side of Bren to snowball from that point. Never count out Bren Esports, but always, always, always find a way to fight against the squad that can play clutch at any time. Hashira, they have a big lead still. They still need to be careful because they don't want to make mistakes like that twice.
They're backing away once again. It's only one to defend the B site here. And since they knew that Hatred has already used orbs, walls, and teleported all the way to the A site, Bren is looking pretty adamant in getting control here. They have everything that they need to do. All they need now is to plant down that spike. Work, was that his teammates? That was Spencer's own camera there. But in any case, though, this B has proven to be much more fruitful, and that murder hole not really helping the case of Hashira. Bring things around. Wall will stop Envy for a moment, and the smoke just to supplement that. And Hashira having a very difficult time just to take things off. Hatred's coming through, but it's not working, and they're falling one after the other. 2766, Envy to remain. And it's going to be Sova to make things work. He spots out one head, but cannot connect the shots that he needs to. And this is in dire straits. He just cannot get through anything. There's too many angles. There's just not enough time. And that's going to be Bren starting to pick things up.
Yeah, here we have it. The Bren bust down on B side. Pretty much just the way to go for Bren Esports so far. And here we have it again. We have 3 members of Bren all tied up at the very top. This time it's Bash, Borkum, and Humi. Humi finding a few kills here, there, and everywhere, making sure that Bren has a fighting chance in each of these rounds. But still, Hashira They have that lead. Like I said though, Bren come back, it feels like it's a inevitability by this point in the series. And if Hashira wants a way to answer back, well, obviously the big thing here is to just win those and prevent the comeback from happening. But the second one that they can do, and something they were able to rely on in the last map, right, was the fact that they had such a good first half. They were able to just get that buffer on. And you can see that Hashira, this is a team that understands the macro side of the game. When you give them rounds to give to Bren, when they have that buffer that I keep mentioning, then they can choose to play eco in rounds they don't really need to. Build up a bank that will make them comfy, maximize a little bit of that lose streak, and when they feel like it's time for hero mode, that's when they whip it out. So for Hashira, look to try and run away again. Bren, though, have a chance here, Asteroid, to make it 6-6 if we get into them getting another streak of wins.
It's very interesting that for the past 2 rounds, Hashira is giving control on this hookah side. They haven't gotten anything on B long, but I think that's fine because they can always just put the cages there from Cypher, from Envy here, and just allow them to not get much contest. But now you can see Hashira, they've kind of picked things up here. They're going to put Jeremy and Hatred now for that double setup, crossfire onto the hookah side. Dubs up with the operator, but he's going to meet no one in this long corridor. And this gives an opportunity here for Hashira. If somebody gets a bit antsy to get here, that control, it could provide fatal. Ooh, Jeremy not spotted though. They do know that one is there with the Spectre. And he backs away for the moment. But Bren, once again, pretty adamant with this one. Rabbit does have some money, and he'll spot out the first. He needs to get that kill.
Paranoia, though, being thrown there by Humi, but Dispenser still falls. Borkum now with a refrag, and Hatred decides, hey, it's wall time, let's put this one up, and block the assault of Bren whatsoever. You can see that this is going to be Bren right now, forced to go for the choice. Will they go for the TP play? Will they decide to force it down on B side? They still have the operator in the hands of Dubstep right now. They're trying to figure out if they can actually make this rifle work. Rabbit, though, and Hatred looking to prepare themselves and looking to hold the line. Hunter's Fury is available here for 2766, so even from afar, there can be support from the Sova.
They're not going to go for A. They haven't cleared out Envy as well. And they know that the Cypher isn't here for... I mean, Brendan knows that the Cypher isn't here. They're just going to go rotate all the way back to B. They're going to prefer the contact play rather than going through the Cypher cages as well as the trap. It's going to be suicidal for Brent here. And with 20 seconds on that timer, it's either they teleport, force their way on A, which is not a good idea, and the B side is where they're going to land their anchor on. They're going to try to get the control onto mid and just go for it, man.
Rabbit, though, with that kill onto Humi. And a while ago, it was the fall of Dubstep to the hand of Hatred, I believe. And it just is going to be Hashira right now, keeping the man advantage. Borkum, though, up top, going to get exposed from the elbow. And Vash, he will get 2 so far. Can he hold the line and do even more? Not going to happen. Envy is there to say, peekaboo, I see you. And Hashira, another round for them. This is looking to be another good start for Team Hashira overall. 7-3, and the Hashira way, it's looking very stellar so far, Asarai.
It really is. And they read it perfectly. That double TP, they know that Humi is on a Omen. And if you play with an Omen multiple times, you know that there's a trick that you can go through the teleporter and use your Shrouded Step? Basically your TP. Your TP to fake the teleporter and make the sound. There was another one, which was Vash, but I don't think that netted Hashira to go all the way to A. And there was like 15 seconds of nothing on the A site. Hashira knew something was up, and that was going to be a B setup for Bren once again.
And speaking of the setup, it's going to be a knockdown there from Borkum. Jeremy cannot bring the party this time as Bren is ready for the punish. They said, let's go B again. And they felt like something was amiss, something was coming. There was a force to reckon with, and they are the reckoning this time. Bren with that advantage and a great shutdown on an upcoming ultimate.
Well, you still feel the delay on that whip out with the showstopper. Positioning for Rabbit hasn't been spotted out yet, but I think they have an inkling already. The charge right out. Rabbit, he has a nice little angle here on top of the tube, or on top of the wall. Gets backed in. Gets a bit of damage. No, they break it, and Rabbit through the smoke. No, it was Hatred through the smoke. It's going to be a takedown here, and Hatred's just getting overwhelmed. Can 2766 pick things back up as Jesse Vash gets denied once again? It's going to be 2766 up in a 2 versus 1. Here comes Envy. He really needs the help here for the moment. With that help from that Sova drone to get some information in, he's going to be stepping in the right direction. There's no TPs, and this positioning from Borkum has been exposed. The run out from Borkum as well, or rather Humi, to a site. And Borkum is still contained here. They can pinch in Borkum. They can keep him contained for elbow as Humi with 3 HP and a dream. He's going to get the spike planted down, but one is already hightailing it. Envy has to get this kill, and he does. And now the chances for Bren to make this work have dwindled significantly.
Look at this teamwork from Hashira. Now they're going to be looking to pinch Homie instead. Envy got that kill onto Borkum, and they know that this Omen has 3 HP. Gets the exposition and gets the isolation. Enough is enough, Envy has said. Another win here for Team Hashira. And it just was an incredible hold there by Hatred alongside 2766. It was just a Sage doing it again, man. Time and time again, Hatred's Mr. Reliable. These two guys just dancing on the round, celebrating that victory. And even though we got Borkum basically play Human Shield and allowed Humi to win it out against the Sage, it still was enough damage done anyway to put Humi in such a bad spot, 2v2, as we saw there. And just Hashira containing the beasts of Bren by this point. They are just making sure that there is no escape whatsoever from the positions that they expect them from. And it's 8-3. Bren, they have a chance to make it 8-4 to end the half, but it's Hashira's time to shine again. And we'll see if they can make it work more.
It seems like Bren here, they're caught in so many positions. The setup from Hashira has been very dynamic, I would say. The positioning for NB has gone left and right, but Bren has always went for B. That last round, yes, it was Humi to plant the spike on A, but that was because B site was not possible. And now here we go, ultimate for ultimate. Oh, dubstep, he can prove some damage here, but Hatred picks him up before anything else. The showstopper will not find its value, and they still have not spotted out where NB is. He's gonna go for the big flanks, coming outside of Hookah, going to B main or B long here. And they might not expect this. They're still looking into the side, as well as Murder Hole Dax. And this could be a big pinch. He's waiting for the comebacks, or he's waiting for reinforcements from his team, to be more specific. And he's waiting for it. The timing to pinch is now. There still is some moments here, but that smoke is stopping, delaying the rest of Hashira to come through Murder Hole.
And this allows Bren to even watch that flank, but Jeremy with the onto the dispenser there. He's going to be getting a second one. Jesse Bash in the meantime has to turn around to help the team, and Envy with the opportunity to go for that kill. It's now all up to Borkum now. 1v1 between the Cypher and the Phoenix, and Envy will just show up, pop up out of nowhere, but this spike is a little too late. It's just a thumbs up there from Hashira, accepting their fate. They got the kills that they needed. They made that pinch work for those takedowns. But unfortunately, you mentioned that dark cover getting in the way, stalling for time. Bren, given the reprieve, given that round, and now we go into the next half.
Sometimes you gotta risk it. Waiting for utility to dissipate is fine. It's a step in the right direction because you can move more free in that particular situation, but you saw how long it took Hashira to get enough courage to push through that, or they waited enough just to find that opportunity. The pinch from Envy was good, but again, time was not on their side. And even though the wipeout, the clutch in the 1v1 with Envy and Borkum was real for Hashira, I mean, it's still the round for Bren. They knew that all they had to do was delay. It was the last round of the half, and whatever happens in economy, it's not going to carry over in this next round. Now, 48, we flip the tables once again here, Dax, and it's going to be Hashira to start attacking.
Yeah, here we have it. Hashira, they all came from the fountain. You don't see that too often. It feels like they were making a bit of a cinematic there. Perfect time to be watching them. At the same time, though, they're considering this B push, but they decide to stack onto the short side instead. Control that hookah. They have the boom bot to say hello anyway. Jesse Bash now trying to get that intel. Aldrone moving on around, trying to get a little bit more of intelligence here from the side of Bren Esports. On the other side, Hashira doing the same thing. Borkum go with the kill off Jeremy. 2766 does answer back. And here comes Hashira yet again. The solo finding two so far. Looking for another one. Decides to go for the dart. Decides to turn on the round. And Rabbit setting up the smokes. Seems like for Hashira, it's all about faking things out. Move on over to A site instead. But someone is waiting. And his name is Humi. By the Cubby. Gets the shot. Gets the takedown onto one. But 2766 looking to be nigh unstoppable in this round.
And you'd think that that's going to be a nice little corner for Humi to put on a show, it seems like it's not gonna work. APC here. The camera will be taken out in Bash. He's creeping his way slowly to get this bench guy. He's gonna back away, do some significant amount of damage, and he's gonna ask Dispenser to help him out. In the end, it's not gonna work there. And it's a 2 versus 1. Dispenser has everything in his hands, not bullets though. 0 on the chamber, and 2766 next that nets that 4K. Hashira win the pistol, and here comes the fall. I mean, Bren, they're gonna struggle here. They either have to force, which we've seen them done in this particular agent setup. They do, but it's a gamble. But maybe it's a gamble worth taking.
That had to hurt because Dispenser, he tried to go for those right clicks, tried to go for that burst fire, and in the end, none of it connected. Ran out of bullets, and then just got demolished there immediately by 2766. 4 kills for the 4-digit name. It's now 9-4 right now. 5 rounds the gap between these two teams. And Hashira, they're the ones with the advantage. They're going to be buying 4 Spectres here. The slow orb now going to get thrown. Give them even more of that orb control. And that's the beauty of Hashira on a map like this. When they play the stage, they love to try and control the orbs as much as possible. Give it either the Raze or that Sage and let them rip. In any case, though, it's now time for Humi and Dubstep to play the Buckies. Seems like Bren playing with those dark covers, hiding on the inside. The question is, can Hashira get the raid? Can they find the flank? Can they find those targets of opportunity? Already it's Hatred getting one. Borkum will go down. There we go with a bit of a wall action. It seems like Triple Box is the way to go, but it's Homie catching one out. Envy and Hatred though, finding some more. Dispenser seeing the up top Hatred. And instead, Hashira decides to play it safe and go over to the APC instead as they wipe out Bren Esports.
I just gotta say it, man. Hashira, their aim cracked. I know that they're doing a lot of things with setups and whatnot, but you're seeing just a dominant set of play here. And I know Trix did mention this, where it's not possible for you to just bet on one player and hope that works. It's slightly a la phase style, but you can see the Smeeg style here from Hashira, wherein it's a lot of brute forcing, it's a lot of using your utilities to claim a site, and it's working so well because they just have these talented players who get the one-up against Bren, and when you couple that with utility, it's just so brutal to try to deal with. And for some reason now, the rest of the Bren members, their challenges one after the other, they're not getting the kills that usually you'd see them do on other teams.
Betting on one, so difficult, but when you can bet on all of them, and that's what Hashira is able to do, in out these rounds. Now then, Hunter's Fury gonna get released by 2766. Middle on Rampage so far, and Dispenser is gonna be his first victim in this round. It's Rifles though on the other side of Bren. They've already lost the matter of that Cypher. They've already lost all the utility and more. It's up to Humi to try and hold on to Labs, loses the fights against Hatred. Dubstep though in the meantime, but they catch on to the Sova, and now Hashira. Seems like they want to make this rifle work. That Hatred tried to give it away because he's at low HP. But he has to take that mantle, has to take the fight against Bren. And the first one here might be Borkum.
There's a really big flank that's going to be coming here. The flash, though, the chase out could be done from Hatred, but he is caught there. Does have his teammate to help him with that crossfire, but Hatred will go down. The pinch from Envy is going to be huge, but Borkum immediately capitalizes upon that. Rabbit goes out of his hold, but the Dubstep was prepared. And for the first time in the second half, Bren pick out the round once again. 5-10, though. They're going to have a very difficult time to climb. Still here, Dax. They do that step in the right direction, which is that round win.
Another case where a low HP state hurts the player and the team that has been afflicted by it. Because Hatred, he was thinking about pushing even more, looking to give away that rifle, get SMG, and then just run and gun and push his way till his glorious demise, right? But since he was at a low HP state, and since he felt like that he might be able to get that healing orb in time, just hung on back, couldn't really make a play. Borkum instead was the one who decided to do so, and with 13 kills for Borkum, he's top fragging, he's leading the side of Bren. We'll see if everyone else can step it up the same way that he has done so far. Gotta say though, stats-wise, come on. Envy and 2766. 17 kills on that Cypher, only 5 deaths. I have no idea how Envy is able to do this so consistently, cheating death like this. But overall, it's just a big combination of his position plus his clutch, allowing him to be one of the biggest survivors here for Team Hashira.
There.
It's gonna be a couple more seconds. There's not a lot of weaponry here. for Bren. And here's your favorite moment, Dax. Jesse Bash, again with the Guardian. As always, he loves to go for this high penetration DMR weapon. And it could really put some damage in because there's no point in the back of the site where you're not going to be safe from this Guardian. You're always exposed. And as Hashira is also on just a hero Vandal, this setup from Bren could actually work. They're just saving their money, and they do have the weaponry to challenge. And Bren Dubstep, he only needs that one kill to get some charge, or the last charge to get his ultimate.
Yeah, we'll see though if the head taps do work here for Jesse Bash. Gotta say, I like the call for Hatred to get that Hero Vandal because he's the one with not only full armor, but also that Resurrection. Spencer though catching out Jeremy, and now Hatred, he needs to make sure that this gun will get value for his team. Bash though moving over to the defense side, and look at the power of the Guardian, getting those bullets to go up through to the other side. Another one here for Jesse Bash. He is playing the namesake right now of the Guardian, indeed, of the side. All he needs to do is hold that angle and let it rip. Bren with a flawless win, and guys, never sleep on a gun like this.
I mean, it's a good gun. It's a really ridiculously good gun. The only reason why not a lot of people buy the Guardian is because, I believe, of the fire rate. You have to tap it multiple times. It's really, really strong. It's not a one body kill compared to like the operator. But again, because you do have that high wall penetration, there are moments, especially that part on Hookah, where there's that ledge that covers your opponent. You have to shoot through that. That makes this weapon very, very lethal. Now the smoke will be used there from Rabbit to allow him to go around this cover. He will get welcomed by the charge, or by the Sovadrome, but still get the one up against Dubstep. And like I said, man, they've been really winning these duels straight up. These 1v1 aim duels have been going the way of Hashira ever since, and it's really given them an edge whenever they needed to.
Borkum, he takes the edge back, and B Long now will belong to Borkum. It was 1 HP a while ago for Rabbit, so it really could have gone either way. But you do mention the fact that Hashira has been able to win those fights, and it's been helpful for them to win out these rounds. But we're not done. Borkum says, run it back though, immediately gonna get denied, and Jesse Bash was expecting a little bit more of the human shield from that one. Immediately Jeremy with the punish. Hatred now gonna go for the resurrection to bring Rabbit back to life. And Bren, they have to watch it, they have to let it happen, because if they peek again, they know they're gonna get punished there by Jeremy.
And I just say, if you check out the minimap on the A side, there was like 4 traps on both ciphers, mind you. There was like a lot of technology that is just situated there. Envy has been trying to get as much information with the footsteps as he was just holding the short angle. He didn't want to go straight up to help Rabbit, or rather Hagel, which I do like. He just waited here and lurked for the moment to get as much info as possible. And now that they've got everyone back up 4 versus 3, like I keep saying, man, the value on the res is so underrated right now, and it's being utilized extremely well to the advantage of Hashira. 3 have gotten the control onto U-Haul, and Spencer, if he goes into that, it's going to be a rude awakening. Humi with the big pinch in, though, but he should get spotted, and he only has a Spectre, but big timing, great timing as well. The Paranoia not connecting onto Hatred, only to the one on Pocket, but that still doesn't help the case. Envy spots out the one. That's the last man standing, and we're 2 away from Hashira getting that lead.
What a reaction from Hatred. As soon as he notices that negative energy coming from in behind, and as soon as he sees one of his friends fall in the field of battle, it was like, okay, turn around, get that takedown. And Envy at the right place again to punish Borkum trying to retreat. It's Hashira just knowing when to push, knowing when to pull, knowing when to stack, and knowing when to just go out and scatter. It really feels like the Hashira way has just gotten better and better, more complicated, sure, but it's just like intellectuals. It's just really all of these guys working hand in hand to make this one work for them. And now it's Bren Esports. They're at the cusp of losing another map. It's 5 rounds to gap here. Borkum with 16, Hatred in the meantime with 18 alongside Envy. Just Envy's performance overall in the series, especially last map, especially this map, it really has just been a star-studded effort from Hashira, really making these guys names to remember.
And that's the beauty of playing an FPS, right? It's more of...
Right here. Caution here.
It's not only the teamwork and the utilities and the game itself, it's your individual ability as a player to perform. And I as is this thing why I always keep, falling in love with these FPS titles, especially now for Valorant. You're just in awe at how these guys can just perform in such a high level, especially in these such pressure-giving situations. Technical pause is going to be called out here from Bren. They have everything that they need right now, but they use this because they don't want to allow Hashira to push them to match point, wherein any mistake that Bren does is already them putting themselves in a coffin for this second game and allowing Hashira to at least get that series lead already.
Yeah, it'll be big because if Hashira comes into basically the halfway point of the series with that lead, it's Bren gonna be at a disadvantage because this is their map pick, and then we'll be going to Hashira's pick next after everything is said and done. At Bren Esports, we've seen this team come out of bigger and worse holes than before. If you want to go back to a bit of a time machine, I remember a team who really played the breach in the pioneer state for the Philippine scene. It was on the map on Haven, if I remember correctly, and the scoreline was something like was it 11-1, and it was Bren Esports playing against a certain team, and this team was called Hashira. Bren Esports and Hashira, they've had a history before of Bren coming on back and just closing it out against Team Hashira, but really with the new blood infused, the old guard still there, and every little bit of support that can be given to this team, the talents and the magnitude of, I'd say, potential for Team Hashira, it has been amplified right now, and we're seeing it in full force. They made it all the way to the grand finals. They're the ones in a commanding state over Bren Esports, and I just love what we're seeing here from Team Hashira. It's not even just 5 people, it's a 6-man roster where they bring in A-Mix for certain maps. We'll see if he's going to be getting some playtime later on, especially when we get into Split. But overall, this team, they're feeling it. They're completely ready for Bren Esports right now, and it just seems like that they have really prepared for this matchup to finally decrown Bren if they can keep this one up.
All eyes on Bren here. I believe I did say yesterday that Bren don't really join other small tournaments that are broadcasted because they don't want to give away much of their identity as a team. But since they've done multiple weeks and multiple championships on VCT tournament, I think a lot of teams have a lot more information on how Bren plays, how they react. And right now, we talked about how Bren is on a state of transition. This point of transition is also a point of weakness for Bren, where Hashira is just thriving on it. And whether you say this isn't the Bren of before that is nigh unstoppable, you can never deny that Hashira is just performing out of their minds as of the moment. And I feel like if you're in their organization, if you're a coach, if you're the owner, you're going to be extremely happy about how they're playing. And here we go once again. I do like to call this the crush gear moment, or Tamiya situation happening there in mid, as both boom bots have been expended. But this is, I believe, the last chance for Bren. Even though they can be pushed, or they might be pushed into overtime, the thing states that it's going to be a, how you call this, Dax, a no money next round. But Jesse Vash, once again, he needs to pick up for Bren, and he does with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and just no love whatsoever. You don't have that money for the side of Bren Esports. We'll see, though, because they did unleash that ultimate, and it's value there for Jesse Vash to get rid of 2766. Good start here for Bren. Hashira, playing it slow, and that's one concern I have for Team Hashira, because last time we saw them come out of pause, it was just like, Hashira, wake up. Hashira, wake up. It took them 2 rounds before they got back into form, back into formation. And now the Spencer, he is prepared. Here we go with Cyber Cage going to be into play. They're spraying it down, unable to secure the kill, though. It's Hatred catching him out anyway. Humi, though, in the meantime, with punish onto the stage. Now the showstopper, it misses the mark on Humi. He hides onto the corner deep enough to prevent him from dying to the rocket. And now it's going to be his red glare, or technically his demonic glare here, looking to fight on back. Bash with a kill, Humi with a triple, and Bren Esports conveniently enough stepping it up. Like I said before, when they come out of a pause, they know it's a mental reset for them. They know they have the skill, and they have that experience to come out of those gates strong yet again.
Envy was underneath Heaven, A Heaven if I'm not mistaken. That positioning of him, he wasn't able to set up any smokes, so he was way out into the open. I believe Humi got the kill, But if Humi didn't spot him, there was such a
thanks.
crucial point where his positioning was high risk, high reward. If he got 1 or 2 kills, that would have alleviated some pressure, not pressure, but pressure on Rabbit, and maybe even netted a clutch. But for the moment, that quick little kill outside of B and then transition from Hashira onto A really hurt their case, at least on that round. We're back onto the Buckies for the moment, but you know what? They can make magic with this one. And it seems like Hashira are going to go for the Demon Quick once again. They want to charge right out, and Hatred is going to be the pinpoint man. Orcam will stop them in their tracks. That is going to be the hot hands. Rabbit will burn here, but he immediately charges out to welcome Jesse Bash. Jesse Bash, though, ooh, with that recon dart, beautifully executed. And now, here comes the struggle.
Yeah, Envy gonna be able to get a tap there. It's now up to the Sova and the Cypher to figure things out. And Bren Esports are on the hunt to catch out these members of Team Hashira. And they're cleaning up house. Borkin, though, quite low on the HP already. They might need Humi to come here just in case, because 276 has this Vandal in hand. And the question is, who's going to be able to get the angle on who first? Humi anticipating the push from the Sova. 2766 in the meantime watching out through that doorway. And suddenly, there we go with an easy shot for Humi. He will get the kill at the very end of that. Spray down 8-11 right now. And this is just Bren Esports coming back out of it from another pause to another set of wins, just like we saw before. And this is one thing, Asarai, that I have not seen from Philippine scene, but I can see from like other scenes, right? That pause, mental reset, not only that, break the momentum of the other team. And very well played here by Bren. They're using every little nuance right now to help them out. And you can see that they're just so experienced in any kind of competitive scene that they always have their A-game ready to go.
It's that mental warfare, man. As long as you can do anything to shake the mentality, to shake the steadiness of your opponent's teamwork, why not? Your enemy's teamwork, why not?
Exactly.
Rabbit is playing on his teeny tiny hole once again with that smoke. I do like his playing the criminal here, as Humi is in the back of the site in secret. And he does have the lineup or the crossfire with the Spencer. They could really provide a good chunk of damage, but Rabbit has sneaked up his way all in pocket. They don't have to push this just yet. And if somebody reclaims control on U-Haul and goes straight up to challenge Rabbit, that might be the start that Hashira are doing, and they're waiting for a moment. Hatred is about to peek out dubstep here. If they can find a kill, that's going to be huge, and the timing could not have been perfect. If they even get a shutdown onto Hashira, Hatred has his ultimate once again. The ultimate will be popped there from Rabbit. He's here right now outside of B-Long. But look at the rotations coming in, as well as the ultimate for Envy. They now know the positionings. They only have 30 seconds, but this gives a lot of options here for Hashira to make something happen. And Dispenser outside of heaven gets shut down. 276 to follow, and the match point might be inevitable. Who do we have left? It's going to be Borkum all the way on mid, and there's no chance in hell he's going to be able to get this 1v5 clutch unless he has Balls of Steel. We've seen it before, but not this time.
That's right. 2-round warm-up for Hashira after a pause, and then once they get the third there, they're like, oh yeah, let's get back into it. And suddenly the pace has been changed, and Hashira, what a read on that flank. They had an idea that someone was coming, and the fact of the matter is, Envy, he held on to the market. He said, no one's coming from here. I'm just here, guys. So it has to be either the cave or from our spawn. And as soon as they get that intel, Hatred decided to go for the PK to take down Borkum in the meantime. And even go for the defuse. He's gonna try to go for it. Just ninja it out. The blaze wall is there, but it just might not be enough time. He went for the effort. He went for the show, but unfortunately, it was 2 seconds too late. Hashira now on match point.
They're 1 round away. Oh, they're gonna go for the double. Please. Spoil sport for Bren. I wanted to see the double operator for just even a round here. But Bren, obviously they're gonna do as well, as much as they can to increase the chances of winning. And a double op, it could look fancy, it could look devastating, but it's too big of a risk, and it's a big hit in economy. And if they lose this, or I mean, if they lose this, it's all over. But even then, they want the rifles. It's much better. Oh, 2766, no!
Can he actually get lines? Can he actually get the takedowns? That'll be the question. Seems like though Bren is prepared. A dubstep gonna get two with the showstopper, and Jesse Vash even stopped and Rabbit in his tracks. Even though with the kill on the Humi, 10 HP now for the Sova of Team Hashira. Bren Esports, they refuse to die here so far. Thing is, they still need to be careful. You make a good point on the economy. Sure, if they lose it, then it's gone. Doesn't matter, right? Whatever credits they have. But if they win, but still lose too many members on their side, then Hashira, they're the ones with round to give. They're the ones on match point. They're going to be the ones who are going to be able to play with the stock market of Valorant and just enjoy whatever kind of credit game they want to play. So Spike can get planted a little bit more in the back of 2766 and Invi. Dispenser in the meantime staying on the high ground, and Invi going to catch out Borkum there. Dispenser though finally getting the wall bang against the Sova. Dubstep looking on around, trying to spray it down. Invi though with 3 so far. Gonna get denied this time by Dubstep, who gets a triple kill of his own. And Bren Esports, they need to retrieve that operator. They will survive with 2 members. Not too shabby for Bren. They still need to be careful because Hashira is ready for them time after time.
Well, it's an expensive round, but you know what? They've done the damage that they need to, and Dubstep, he just, well, for lack of a better term, stepped up with that double showstopper hill play. You do have the money to still buy back up. And this is the point where Hashira might be starting to struggle. If they lose this one now, they should have a slightly broken economy going into that next round. It's going to be the adjustment here. They still know that Bren will be playing on an operator, so they have to fish which side it is on. But now they don't have to deal with the shenanigans of Dubstep with his ultimate. For the moment here, though, it seems like that Recon Dart will spot him out. Immediately, they go for A. But this is where Dispenser is just playing around the corner. But he is on Shower here. This could be a really good opportunity for Bren. Invi's about to hit it. It's going to be close. Dispenser has an angle. If he peeks this, if he misses, it's good for Hashira. If he connects it, it's going to be good for Bren.
And if it's a slow walk to walk into the sidelines of that operator, you know Dispenser can hit a shot like that. But Humi gonna get tested on the short angle instead. Angels will be thrown. It seems like the plan here for Bren is to let this wall on up, and Dispenser will take advantage of the chaos. Jesse Bash, though, lining it up to get rid of Jeremy there, even preventing the race from flying on high. But Hatred, his other plans, goes for the res. It's 5v4, and Bren Esports, they need to make sure that they can actually get the trap to work out against Hasher. Dispenser gonna be able to get that takedown onto the Sova. Here comes Dispenser creeping closer and closer, but that raise is just right there. And Rabbit now into the smoke to get that takedown. Suddenly the Magician makes another trick work. Here comes Borkum though, finding the teleport. Now Hatred and Jeremy, it's all eyes on them. Can the dynamic duo be the punch that Asher needs to move on to the 2-1 lead? It's gonna be Hatred catching out Dubstep yet again, and now it's the Sage trying to play into the lamps. Jesse Bash going for the fake. Here comes a bit of a flank action. Borkum though, you have to turn around to get this one, and Bren will get the kills, but this is gonna be a bit close. It might be too close for comfort, and Borkum, he's gonna be sticking it. It's too little, too late. Point 31, the slight edge there for Hashira to take it, and now it's Hashira getting the lead, just chomping on those fruits, chomping on the competition, and just showing us how it's done. What a close round there at the very end there, Asarai.
Potassium removes stress on muscles. That's why they're eating the bananas, keeps them healthy. You know what? It's all right. They're e-athletes. It makes a lot of sense. They're moving a lot with their arms. But I just gotta say, I know Hatred got crucial kills on U-Haul, and he defended it defiantly. But reviving Jeremy getting the kill on Dispenser as he was going for the flank, because I believe someone got knocked out. I believe it was 2766 that didn't expect this Dispenser to come all the way around from Shower. Got knocked out. Jeremy picked up that kill. He had enough chance to get his ultimate up, and Jeremy, knowing that the threat of that showstopper was big, he waited for that cooldown to go, or the duration to go as little as possible, and rip it out to bait the time on that spike as long as possible. And it was just enough. It was 0.31 seconds enough, but it was just that to net Hashira the win on that third game. That was freaking brilliant for Hashira, and we're going into game number 4.
It was a breath of relief, though, I'd say, for Hashira. The thing is, they are just so aware of these nuances on any single map you give them. You saw it a while ago on Ascent, right? They don't even need Sentinels to watch their flanks. This time, they use the power of Envy to get even more confirmation. And in that last round, They lose a member, they turn around, make sure they secure it before anything else. Brendo, they put up a magnificent fight, especially after the pause, really resetting their mental. But suddenly, there's just no time left. Point 31, as close as can be in this series, even getting closer and closer. But it's Hashira now with a 2-1 lead. So we're halfway through. We still got more maps to go, guys, into this best of 5. We'll be right back in just a bit between Bren and Hashira. This is the grand finals between these two amazing teams. Is this the true power of the BCT or the boot camp difference? Hashra up by 1 against Bren Esports as we are going to be getting into game number 4. Dax here, I'm joined by Asrai. And what do you think, Asrai? Legitimate points or the biggest brain analysis of them all?
I gotta say, man, 200 IQ analysis with that one. It makes a lot more. It makes a lot of sense. When you boot camp, you just perform better. You know, it's that. That's all we have to do. You know, let's just end this already. I think Brent's gonna lose now because of that. But damn, damn it, Dax. Kidding aside, though. Kidding aside, boot camp analysis aside, guys. Really, Hashira has done everything right up until this point. I mean, obviously they haven't made any big mistakes that have netted Bren for any comebacks, but they have just been so on fire as the moment. I don't know what's changed. I don't know what they did to adapt to the Bren playstyle, or if they just are doing their own thing and it's working out well for them. But it is just shining here, shimmering splendidly in this best of 5. And now, for the first time in forever, Dax, Bren are on match point, and they don't look as hot or as pristine as they once were.
Yeah, Bren Esports, they're staring at their opponent, having that match point in hand. And Hashra, the ball is on their court. This is going to be their map pick, and I believe Icebox will be next on the list. Gotta give it though to Hashra. I think it's more of the latter from what you mentioned, where they're able to play it out the way they know how, the practice they've really put in, the hours they've really done, the VOD reviews they've really hammered home on. And I gotta say, it's such a well-researched team. It's such a team that plays as a team itself, and the teamwork making the dream a reality here for Team Hashra. Is it gonna be the fall of the upper moons of Bren? That will be the question very, very soon as we get into the next map. But for Bren Esports, I wonder what's the call now. They're the ones looking at the other side of this situation, right? They're the ones down by 1. How can they reset themselves further? What else can they bring out? But since we're halfway through this series, if it does go to 5 maps, well, it's time to remind you guys that there's something going on as well for you guys to win here. So there's a bit of a giveaway going on, especially on the Facebook side. Let's get it to pop out right now. There you have it. And all you gotta do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, like and share the stream with a caption of which team you're rooting for. So it's either Bren or Hashra. And make sure the post is public with the official hashtags, hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. A total of 10 winners will win 1,500 Valorant points later on at the end of the night, and winners will be announced at the end of the stream. So stay tuned and enjoy the Valorant action. So you see, you guys can win too, and especially if your team wins, if you're rooting for Hashra, then yes, we can win now. This is going to be our chance. If you were rooting for Bren, it's like, let's win this one and win it in map number 5. Either way, everyone is a winner. Just being able to witness this amazing stage number 1, stage number 2 rather, week number 1. And Asarai, is it finally time to think about it? Because it does feel like the Philippine scene is a little behind in one thing. And it's not the play, it's not the strength, it's about the dethrone. Because the old guard of Valorant, even though it's just been barely a year, right? Many of those names aren't at the very top anymore. You think about the Thai scene, AAA isn't the best team there anymore. One of the big contenders. You think about the Indonesian scene, boom, same case. You think about the Taiwan scene, AHQ is gone. They have gone their separate ways. But the Philippines, it's been Bren ever since. So is it finally time to get this king off that throne? Or will they still hold through and blue, or in this case, through and black and yellow?
Sometimes, or rather most of the times, when we're going forward through a state of transition, there's always going to be some struggle here and there, but maybe, just maybe, this is the point of change here, change of scenery to see who will be crowned king, be the ones to be royalty for another time. Bren is going to be the one to challenge Hashira up at this point. They were the top dogs as of the moment, but as the series has unraveled in front of our eyes, it really has progressed to see that the Hashira way is allowing them to do more. And I know that people will still say Bren lang malakas, but maybe this is the time for Hashira to win. We'll see if Icebox is going to be the decider here. I mean, we have seen, at least from yesterday's matches, that Hashira pretty grisly on the, I believe that was the defending side when they went up
Yes, sir.
against the 60-45 Pirates. It ended 10-2, if I'm not mistaken. But that's a different play style of a team. Hashira has put a lot of emphasis on understanding Bren, and it shows on the past three maps. Now, in this fourth one, Icebox, they're also well versed in this. And when they know the tempo of Bren, that might be a different spell, considering, again, Bren is not the same with the 60-45 Pirates, with their playstyle at least.
Yeah, exactly. And if you guys don't want to hear the same voices all throughout, or you want to change it up to a different language, then we got it for you. We really set it up so you can watch in English or in Filipino. And you're watching the English stream right now here at twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH. If you want to check out the Filipino broadcast, it's over at facebook.com/ppglgg. And that's where you can join the giveaway as well. Both streams have a backup though. If you want to check it out on YouTube, just go on over to bit.ly/ppgl-yt. You can pick it there. The panel, of course, is in English. Our amazing set of panelists really breaking down the action, especially at the very end of this series. And I believe they have so much to say later on. For now, we're almost going to be getting into game number 4. Hashira and Bren, of course, they need that breather. They got to get it back. They've been playing for around 3 hours already. And I wouldn't be surprised that they just need a little bit more time to get it back. But since we have that time, Mr. Asarai, I want to pick your brain just a little bit. For you, what has really been the defining factor that has allowed Hashira to be up against Bren coming into the series?
They've just been perfect. And by that, I want to just explain that a little bit more. I think the best example would probably be their Ascent match against Bren. That ended into a 13-9 with Hashira getting the win. And there were a lot of situations where their setups and how they are able to claim sites on the attacking side had just been spot on. Whether it's in the starting things and then the follow up, just every setup that Hashira has done has really neutralized Bren and haven't allowed them to really, what's the word here, Dax? Really shine or even have a chance to counter. And adding that to how insane Envy has been playing, again, 28 kills on that game. And how many kills did he had on the other one? 14. That was, I mean, it still adds up in everything. But I feel it's been the precision of Hashira that has really allowed them to shine in this best of 5. And we'll see that possibly come out once more coming into Icebox.
And Icebox going to be a bit different for Hashira because it's Amix coming in for 2766. Now, I honestly brought this up with Asra a while ago, and I love Hashira has this rotation, but 2766 has been hot this series. Is it going to be the right call right now to put him on the bench, especially as this is a map where they can still play the Sova, which Rabbit will do, and then Envy moves over to the Omen instead. This goes to show, though, that the Hashira, they're still very secure about their strategies. They are going to be playing the Breach here for Amix right now, and Hatred and Jeremy going to be playing the Sage and the Duelist, respectively. On the other hand, though, Bren, hard contact the way to go. Dispenser, though, moving over to Sage this time, especially because it's Icebox. And here we have it. It's Bren looking to get this win if they want to force out map number 5. Hashira, in the meantime, they get this dub, and we move on over to them being crowned as the champions of Stage 2 week number 1. Both teams, though, will see them next week for the playoffs in week number 2, where they will vie for that first slot into the Challengers Finals for the region. But for now, it's all about glory, it's all about that prize pool, and it's all about seeing if Hashira can dethrone Bren. Icebox gonna be the place to be. Let's bundle on up and get ready for some amazing action. And I feel like even though it's gonna be a cold front at the start, it's all about these shots making it warmer and warmer till we end on a hot note.
Just to clarify, Dax, whoever wins week 2, that one slot goes straight to, damn it, Iceland.
No. So let me break this down to you real quick, Mr. Asarai. So basically, week 2 and week 3 champions will be the ones representing the Philippines in the SCA Challengers Final. And in that Challengers Final, which is kind of akin to what we did in Masters 1, right? Whoever's a champion there is the one who's going to Iceland. Now, Challengers 1 is still important for one big reason. If you make it to the top 4 of Challengers 1 here as Stage 2 week 1 rather that we're seeing right now, is you are guaranteed a slot in not only Stage 2 week 2 but Stage 2 week 3, because you're already by default in Stage 2 week 2. So you secure so many chances for yourself to fight amongst the region and fight for that Iceland slot. And you can really see that Bren, Hashira, and including teams from yesterday, Empire as well as Pirates, you're gonna be seeing a lot of them on this broadcast no matter what. So that's really gonna be the case here, and whoever wins the SEA region will be the one representing us to Iceland. And that is where everything will finally happen. A land setup, the regions coming together and looking to face off against the best of the best, and we cannot wait for that. This is just the first step, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just so happy that you can join us in the journey of these teams. A bit of a road hiccup though here for the side of Bren. In the meantime, Hashra, it seems like Asteroid, they finally invested on that fast pass, taking that sky lane approach, and they are just a little bit away from reaching the destination of a championship.
Man, this isn't only a milestone win, series win for Hashira, if ever. It's a milestone win for any PH team, if ever. Not because of the point that you're going to have a straight slot into the C Champions tournament, but also, again, Bren has never lost a series. They've lost best of ones, but we don't really count those. Best of threes are where it's at. Best of fives are where it's at.
Yeah.
And Bren has still yet to be knocked off of their throne. Maybe Hashira, with what they've had, with what they're doing, maybe this is the time to go. Their breathing techniques have been great.
Mhm.
And just a little bit of a nod to
Their namesake.
Kimetsu no Yaiba. I think
it's coming out.
wait, is season 2 out already here, guys?
No,
Okay.
no, it hasn't yet. It's coming out, that's right. And yes, they have confirmed that they did name themselves over the anime, so it just goes to show they're big
Yeah.
fans. And we are just making sure everything is a-okay for these two teams. And Asteroid, like I say, BCD. There are also sometimes some BCPs, bootcamp problems. So Hashra, hopefully they can fix it all up, because it is going to be affecting all of them. You can see they're just like, okay, guys, fix the net. Come on, fix the net. We're going to be good to go, right? Let's get ready. Let's get ready for this one. And they do want to secure this right now, since Icebox is their pick. If they move it to split, it might be a bit 50-50, because it will be the decider map. It's a default that has been left behind. And of course, they just want to prove that they can beat Bren. Like I said before, though, the winner of the series doesn't move to the Challengers Final yet. It is going to be the Week 2 and Week 3 champions to get the slots. But instead, you already secured your voyage into the playoffs no matter what. And you get the biggest chunk of the prize pool here. You get to flex also that you have beaten Bren Esports if you are the case of Hashira. And for Bren, it's just maintaining that status quo as much as possible. But here we are looking to get into the game, and it's Hashira on the attack, Bren on defense. Asarai, what do you think's the plan here now for Team Hashira?
Gonna be starting things off. They do have Jeremy back on his jet. Usually what you want to go about this is that the reason why he has one updraft is he has to get control here. Spots out 2 already, but Dubstep sneaking his way. Jeremy might be caught off, but timing for Dubstep to drop right on gives the information for Hashira. 3 are here on B, and they hightail it to go to the A site quickly with only Borkum to remain. You can see immediately Dubstep is on the high hunt. It's going to be 1 on Boiler. Jesse Bash is there, but Borkum with the crossfire, beautifully executed. He will use his orb there to reposition, and look at that, Jesse Bash coming back alive with the help from Borkum, and they make quick work of the Hashira boys. The setup from Hatred to put out that wall, but in the end, it don't matter, no, because I got you.
Aw, cold as corpses though. Cold as corpses immediately for Team Hashira. Bren, they set things up. They're saying, sure, please come here. Let us kill you now. And as soon as that happens, Borkum taking the attention. There we go with Jesse Bash getting 2. And a great read there by Bren Esports. They had an inkling that Hatred was going to try to play that hero barrier or protect the team as much as possible. And as soon as that happens, right, it's just like, hey, we're up top here. We're coming for the boiler. We have the high ground. Pretty much the way to go no matter what. And a quick round win there by Bren Esports. Now that they're on the ropes, good to see this fight back from Bren immediately. Asher, in the meantime, this was the half they were strong on in their face-off against Pirates, and they're gonna need the rounds here the same way that they've done so in the past 2 maps if they want to keep it up and they want to outrun Bren and their potential no matter what. Pause again.
Another technical pause, man. Yeah, I know. This is just unfortunate. At least
I'm okay
for
with it,
the
honestly.
hiccups. Yeah.
Like, I'll be real, I don't mind waiting because I want to see the series played out properly. Cause it's been difficult for the past yesterday. Yesterday was difficult. Like, the first day was really fine, all the matches were amazing. Everything was as close as can be. But yesterday was just unfortunate circumstances. I really felt like it robbed us of the most satisfying conclusions of the games. I don't think it would have really personally changed anything. I think still that from what we've seen from Bren and Hashira, I feel like they still would make it all the way anyway. But yeah, it's just you always want that kind of satisfaction, and it does feel like between both Bren and Hashira, they still have something to prove because of the issues that have played their opponents. But Jeremy with the backstab there, catching out the Spencer. Hashira right now going quickly over to B side, and a beautiful rotation here by Hashira, surprising Bren and putting the spike down.
There's a really big sandwich here that's going to be coming from Bren. I mean, they have everything that they need to do. The 2 versus 3 in the end. Jesse Bash is very low in HP. One's going to be coming up top onto Kitchen there, but this spike will get defused. They don't have the weaponry to stop it from being planted down, and Envy just dropped right in. He wants to go for the clothesline. And Rabbit, will he get the execution so he can save up into that Vandal? That's going to be a no. But I love the play there from Hashira. The control on Orange and the straight rush onto the side would help the Flash. You don't see that too much from other PH teams.
That's so true. And I love also the counterplay from Bren. It felt like it was a fly trap situation by Bren. They set up the baits, but how Hashira took it was so predacious. It was just so overwhelming that Bren was taken aback just a little bit. But then again, the positioning was still better for Bren Esports. They get that round, but now it is going to be high time for Hashira to fight, and Dispenser going to catch a Jeremy, but Hatred now with the refrag. Here we go with Hashira trying to get more of the control here, as it's just going to be Bren contesting the green, but unfortunately the only thing green here will be the growth as soon as the corpses will be used as fertilizer. Jesse Vash though, you know the lineups, you know that it is coming. But the question is, will it strike perfectly in time, in tune against Team Hashira? Seems like it's not the case. Hashira reading that one again and waiting patiently for the volley.
They heard it. No more shock darts here for Vash. They will be waiting for a moment. They know that they have the numbers. They know they have the time. And they know that they can use that to their advantage as much as possible. Vash is back once again on his signature Guardian, and he's popping a couple of shots. He will be using that recon dart to help him out, and this is going to be proving fatal. Got to be careful as well. They do have the time that they need, and it seems like that flank from Borkum was spotted out, and now we left it into the 2 versus 4. Oh my goodness. Beautiful shot there from Envy, and Dubstep left to his own devices. And the numbers discrepancy and the numbers disadvantage. Can he pick things up? He's known to clutch. But this is going to be difficult. Hatred spots him.
Hatred says, Peekaboo, I see you, and Ikurez is the answer. But Jeremy, you have a gun, sir. Please pick it up. Oh, that was so sad. That was so unfortunate, because Hatred threw his gun at Jeremy, tried to pick it up in a split-second decision, and the Eco-Res was not economical at all, Mr. Asrai. Unfortunate situation.
That was not too good there, but this is where Hashira starts to pick things up. This is actually where they won. I mean, in this particular scenario against 6045 Pirates, there was... I mean, it was like 10 straight rounds before Pirates got another round on defense.
I think it was either 8 or 9. It's something there.
Yeah, okay.
And then Pirates gets 1, and then suddenly just Hashira wraps it up. But you make a good point. This is the half. This is the side that we see Hashira really excel. And the question is, can they do it again? As it's now time for the scout. In the meantime, Bren playing the eco. They have Dispenser though on that hero rifle. Besides that, Humi onto the Bucky. But Jeremy might see Borkum very, very soon. Says hello and says goodbye to him. Dispenser also going on down. Big pick off here by Team Hashira. Will get the spike planted.
Dang. Spray control for Jeremy is lit. And I like how he repositions with the updraft into the dash. Goes over the wall, and there's really need for him to stay under the rafters there. Maybe he can play Spoil Sport and poison anybody who tries to come in, but he just plays with his team, build up that economy, just use, you know, a bit more utility, but in the end, you save your weapon and you play a better post-ban position with the numbers that you have anyways. And now Humi, he's going to be playing in kitchen. He's going to make me some delicious Icelandic or Iceboxes dish. But for the moment, he's just going to be all by his lonesome and eating that food without the rest of the Bren. Maybe into the next round. For now, it's Hashira to win.
Is Icebox supposed to be a country? That's right?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I never knew there was a country called Icebox. I guess?
Iceboxish.
Iceboxish. What kind of culture is that? Have you seen the culture of Icebox? Isn't it just pizza on the kitchen counter? And that's it, and build a snowman. Maybe if you can find the penguins, but I don't think you can hunt the penguins here. They're like commandos, right? Exactly. They will not let you. They will let you. They will actually slay you rather than you slaying them. There's no way you can beat those commando penguins whatsoever. So what do the Icebox people eat as, right? Please enlighten me, as we are gonna get into a 2-2 scoreline, and both sides have guns.
Bro, after watching Penguins of Madagascar, I will never try to mess with penguins ever again. Well, I've never messed with penguins in my life, but now after seeing that, I've been scarred for life. I just do not want to go up against commando penguins, like you said. But you know what? Who might want to mess with is Hashira here against Bren, as they do get that nice little round lead start. No kills just yet, but they are committing a bit of utility here. Still haven't gotten map control just for the moment, but they're waiting a little bit. Hatred's on the first peak. Dubstep is here, and he does have his dash if ever. We're gonna re-peek here once again. That recon dart's gonna ping Dubstep. He's gotta back away with Humi. And here we go for that B-long control. No Vipers were picking this game, just to remind everybody. So there's no, just straight up poison control from either side.
It's all about the Sages instead, and it does feel like it's just keeping it simple and clean here for both teams. Double duelist though for the side of Bren. Hashira in the meantime looking to make that breach work, and now it's going to be the Hunter's Fury being unleashed here by Rabbit. He's trying to find the target, and Dubstep busy building a snowman, and he's the one melted alongside it, as Bren will now be down by 1. Can they hold a little bit closer though? Hashira playing patiently, but they're running out of time to do this, and the wall cannot be set up whatsoever. Dispenser peeking German though with the refrag. Humi Knight now backing away because of the blinds, and he's avoiding the shots. Can he actually win the fight against the Jet? Yes, he does. Sprays it down. Doesn't lead to the takedown though from the wall bounce. Spike is planted. 3v3, and it's Borkum's time to shine with the Empress. Can he get these kills as right?
There's no lineups that's going to be prepared here, and with Borkum having his ultimate, it's only a matter of time before the members of Bren can get the clutch, and he misses. Envy popping the shots, but he can't find it. One bullet in the dream, and that's going to be the clutch for Jesse Bax once again. Envy does get the win in that aim duel, but in the end, denied once again, and through the smoke, the diffuse, pros don't fake, and Envy, all his bullets in the chamber expended for no produce value. There we go. Thank you.
There you
Pizza.
go. That's right. Icebox culture cuisine. There you have it. But yeah, it's so unfortunate. Envy, he cheats that, but unfortunately, he cannot hit the shot. And in the end, it will be one more step to victory here for Bren, who are able to tie it up. Thing is, though, with Hashira being able to overwhelm them and wipe them out anyway, it's going to be gun advantage here for the attacking side. Double Guardian trouble, though, for Vash and Dubstep. Humi going to be on the Spectre. And Vash is probably selling Dubstep. Sure, believe in it. Go for it. I'm telling you, you can hit shots with this gun. And we'll see if it's going to count. Jesse Vash, though, already going down, so the thrust into the gun not going to work out whatsoever. Jeremy in the meantime, though, with a kill off the Borkum, avoiding the Leer. I mean, he does attack the Leer, sure, but he doesn't go for the shot on that. He had an idea where the Reina was. Dispenser, though, in the meantime, with a kill off Jeremy. Amix, though, with a kill off Dubstep in response. And now Dispenser bringing Borkum back to life, who will be throwing out the smokes as well, and the Paranoia. And this is going to be high time right now for Bren to try and play things out on the other side with the post plant here for Hashira, looking to be overwhelming. It's all about the watch. It's all about seeing how these lanes are going to work. It's Hatred already catching out Dispenser, going for the slow orb. He wants to go for it against Borkum right now, but if he gets a kill, he can dismiss on the way. Says hello to the Sage, but it's just going to be a hunt, and the shock dart there onto Humi to wrap it up alongside the kill onto Borkum. It's Hashira getting aboard again.
I just want to point out that, Dax, that Sage wall and Sage plant position is filthy disgusting. Because here's the one thing that's about that. You cannot start defusing that spike without either breaking the wall first or going up top of the on the middle of the site on those small boxes to go where the spike was planted, because of how the wall flushes you out. You can't even use the ropes to get on top of the tube there, and it forced. You saw Bren. They were trying to figure out where to go about it, and that's a very risky planting spot because it's easily punished if they're not careful. But Hashira made it work, and their post plant could not have been easier. Yes, of course, they had to still deal with the members of Bren, but the post plant was just pristine. That was so difficult for Bren to try to handle, and Borkum, he got a nice little kill. He was able to reposition with the dismiss, but there was too many members of Hashira to deal with, and he was just hunted down after that invulnerability state, and there was nothing else that he could really do.
Yeah, just no cover whatsoever in those lanes, and Envy right now gonna be catching out Dubstep just like that to shut him down. So already Hashira in control yet again. Scoreline now is 3-3 after everything has been updated. And look at this, Hashira checking their corners, making sure that everything is as clear as the sky right now. Speaking of this one, it will just be Jeremy sitting up top of the yellow, getting a lot of vantage points here, getting a lot of vision from the high ground. Eventually, though, that wall can get broken, so Hashra, they notice that that segment right beside the spike has been busted on down. Hatred, though, in the meantime, with the kill onto Jesse Bash. 5v2. Chances are friend absolutely slim.
Well, when you get flashes like that, it's even slimmer. Oh my goodness.
Flawless win. And Hashira, yet again, looking to prove how careful they can be as a team. I don't usually see Hashira make that crucial mistake of not checking a corner and getting destroyed. And that's one tenet of discipline that they love to instill themselves. Make sure that everything is fine and dandy. Make sure you can use the intel there to basically make the hot zones even more identifiable for you. And you can see really how Hashira have carefully constructed this play, their strats, and how much they don't want to basically be caught with their pants down trying to set something up. So 4-3 the score line, and I think we are going to be in for a bit of a pause right now as we're going to be getting back in the game in just a bit. Hater though, Val Sage is on it again, 10 kills to his name. His first res a while ago left a lot to be desired because I think they forgot to juggle the guns around properly. But this time, he has the res. He can just say, you know, I can do it again no matter what. And that's the confidence you want on your Sage. That even if the resurrection isn't the best, the fact that it's there, it really helps out the team and their confidence. And if you can get it very, very quickly, then it becomes basically a 6v5 kind of game.
Because I think when teams try to incorporate the Sage, what the team that has a Sage in always make a mistake is that they think that a wall is enough to keep you safe. But more knowledgeable teams will just break through that and punish you. The way that Hashira have used this, I think more specifically on the last map, which was Bind, where they don't revive instantaneously. They wait for an opportunity. They ask for more help from their teammates if they're there, and they go for these punish plays. Where, like you said, it's a 6 versus 5, but the process of how they get that 6 versus 5 works so well in their favor because Bren is just. They just don't want the extra number back again in the later stages of that round, especially when it's somebody like Jeremy or Hadrian that's coming into play here. It's very difficult, and they have to challenge that. But when they can't win that challenge, they lose, and they put themselves in an even bigger slump. And that's like a how do you say this? A equation for disaster here for Bren. They have to really challenge it because they cannot allow the body being brought back. But when they lose really hard. So that's kind of like, how do you get out of that situation? Especially when Hashira just is so good with those res plays.
Basically, it's just so costly right now, right, for Bren. And you can see
Yeah.
that amount of credits they have left in the bank. Yeah, you don't look into that too much often, but overall, it's just absolutely abysmal on the bank of Bren right now. All the Hashira banana stocks probably on the uprise here. I guess, you know, that puts Hashem really helping them out. And I'm just waiting for these Hashira branded bananas to come out sometime soon into the near future. But overall, you make such a good point there, Astrai, because with the res, they're able to play a bit more of the eco. They're staying alive. They're winning in the rounds. And then when they lose the rounds, they still win in the fights anyway. Overall, it seems like for Bren, they're dying a lot more often than they should. They should rather, and they need to be careful. They need to find, if they cannot get the exits, at the very least get the hell out of there and save your guns. Technical pause though, gotta be in order. Hopefully everything is a-okay here for our two teams as per usual. 10 kills though for Hatred. We mentioned it before. Dubstep having quite a chilly reception, I'd say, on Icebox so far. But we've seen jets like this. They start off really slowly, and then suddenly they're like, okay, we're back. We're going to be top fragging. We're going to be getting multi-kill after multi-kill. Borkum, though, has done a good job to bring up the front so far. And the question is, who's going to be able to out-muscle who coming into the round? Another rifle buy, and another round where it feels like it might mean so much more to Bren rather than Hashira.
I'm sorry, just to kind of add to the the banana
Oh
trivia.
yes, perfect.
right?
Yes, yes.
Ah,
Please.
I got you, man. I googled it for you. No worries. So, okay, just for context, for our viewers who are just tuning in to Game 4, I believe on the last when they won Game 3, Hashira was celebrating by eating bananas on camera,
Yes, sir.
and that is a great way to celebrate. But also the health benefits of potassium is that it's a mineral that your body needs to work properly. It's a type of electrolyte. It helps your nerves to function and muscles to contract. That is the perfect.
Okay.
That is the best way for athletes to go about it, because
Where is
nerves
this
and muscle
going?
contraction is such a great thing, right? Because you
Okay.
need to flick and you need to keep your brains rolling. It's a good thing. It also helps your heartbeat stay regular, which means that these 10 situations, they're not going to be like pump, 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 pump. So pretty cool. All right, I like it. I know, right? I've connected it, and the production's telling me I'm so good at it. Thank you so much, production. I love you guys.
Okay. He's just talking in our ears right now. Our prod is basically just freaking out with what Asrai is bringing to the broadcast.
Oh wait,
I mean,
last one.
Okay,
Last one,
okay,
sorry.
fine. I'll give you the stage again. Sure.
Okay, just last one before you start gnawing on me.
Help
A
me,
diet
please.
rich in potassium helps offset some of the sodium's harmful effects on blood pressure. So if you get into a game that has a lot of salt in it, eat a lot of bananas, guys. It'll help you. See?
I need bananas now after the whole segment that you just did. My blood pressure is gonna be spiking like crazy. Icebox is a country with pizza cuisine and Hashira banana. Did you really have to go to Wikipedia just to give me all that, Mr. Asrai?
Bro, my Ben
Ah.
B, man.
Okay, that's even worse, because if I ask it, it will probably tell me I have something worse than the common cold, so let's not. But thank you, Brendan Hashira, for resuming this game. I completely regret letting Asrai talk during the break. Please, never again. I will take command of all breaks now, just so we can keep focusing on the game itself. And here we are at it, ladies and gentlemen. I know you all love Mr. Asrai and his antics, but honestly, this is really a round we have to take it very, very seriously, Asrai, because if Bren loses it, it's just gonna be such a bad precedent for themselves, since they're gonna be losing out on the guns, losing out on the economy, and Hashira, they're just topped up on the money completely.
Is it me? Or is envy and hatred on spawn? And they're both waiting for somebody to come in. So this angle on spawn, I believe, gets a bit of vision on mid. If you're slightly near the under tube entrance. And even then, if you're going to try to go for the big flank, this is going to be pretty damn brutal. But of course, that does leave some of the members of Hashira here in a really bad spot, as Borkum is prepared and just waiting for that kill. Hatred should be able to spot out Humi, but not as he tucks him out in the corner. And Borkum is starting to rise, looking for this ace as he gets a 3K already. He's going to be charging right in. Will they give that much needed respect here to the members of Hashira? They also have to look right behind them, because the pinch is coming in from Dispenser as well as Humi here. Hatred, beautiful shot onto Borkum, and here they come. 25 seconds on the clock. They drop right in, and of course, there's going to be the counter down as Dubstep says no.
Dubstep getting those set of kills, and now it's all eyes on Envy, but he is exposed and he'll get caught. Jesse Vash now just catching him out at the right time, tying up the scoreline again. Gotta say though that there for Bren, what a great punish by Borkum, because they didn't really have the idea immediately that Hashira wasn't gonna be a full unit pushing on the A side, but Borkum, he just went for it anyway. He secured multiple of those kills, and suddenly Hashira was like, wait, how do we push now? This is gonna be such a big struggle. Sure, the resurrection was there to bring one back to life, but it's just not enough. Bren Esports, they went back to their roots. They went back to just allowing Borkum and Dubstep to do the things that they love to do. And really, that's the star power that Bren can rely on. And that's the one thing that Hashira has been trying to answer all game, all series, but Bren is still able to bring it out when they need it the most.
That was the first time we saw Hashira with that double stack on their own spawn. It didn't work the first time, so they might not do it again. And why would they? That was a very risky play. And like you said, when you allow Borkum and Dubstep to do, well, their own things, it's not a good situation. In the case here, though, Jeremy and the rest, they're full 5 stack for the moment. They have a bit of time to work with. They do have all the rifles that they need to. The map control is still a little bit dire. Jeremy updrafting right now onto Long. And you really need that to get that control in dubstep, though. This is going to be big, but he doesn't even need it because Humi is right in the corner. Envy's just about here, but the pinch could be big. He doesn't need it again, Humi.
He just got another kill here from the side of Bren. And here comes the spray down. Dubstep leads to the takedown. Rabbit, though, in the meantime, whipping out the Hunter's Fury. But the Fury of Bren has been unleashed. Rabbit, though, getting another one on the board. It's 1v3 and all eyes on this Sova. Can he actually figure it out, though? That'll be the question.
30 seconds left.
Seems like Bren trying to play a bit of a ring around the rosy. They don't want to be overcommitting. They don't want to be set up in a 1v1 slate, as this is going to be Humi trying to go for that pinch. And Jesse Vash, he says, I am the OG Sova here. And Bren Esports now taking the lead away from Hashira.
Great plays though overall from Bren, and Humi just stationing himself on orange, not allowing any form of pinch. That smoke doesn't stop anything. And Humi getting that vision, he was feeling on point. And when Hashira lost the one, they had to reach challenge. They had to get that refrag if they had any chance to get the B site safely and play for that post plant, but they did not. And that is just a good little play there from Bren. And like you said, here's the round win. They've been going at it in the mains. And Jeremy says no. Tries to go straight up into mid, but gets spotted. Gotta back away, gotta respond for a moment. That smoke is gonna get spotted out. His updraft to go on top of the tube. There's an angle here. There's a lot of angles that he's gonna be exposed on, but I do love the play that he did. It keeps him safe, but it also gives him a lot of control in kitchen.
Yeah, there's a bit of reckless abandon there working out this time for Hashira. Bren didn't have the angle to really hold down the middle just like that, but it's Humi watching out for yellow, and he catches one before Hatred does get the refrag. Speaking of refrag though, Dispenser playing that cheeky little wall by the Snowman. Jeremy though with the read to make it 3v3. But the thing is, this is a bit worrisome right now for Team Hashira. Bren has so many ultimates to still use coming into the round. They did go for the Hunter's Fury, dubstep in the meantime with the flank, and Bren, they just wrap it up unless Jeremy can do something about it. There we go with the spray down into the takedown. I do believe though that this is to be Borkum leading that charge yet again with another set of kills alongside dubstep. But besides that, it's Bren winning out on their defense. Hashira, they proved to be mechanically superior and tactically superior on the attacking side in yesterday's semifinal. But if Bren is going to be able to build a lead up against Hashira right now, it just might be a foregone conclusion if Hashira cannot step up on the second half later on.
And it's really brutal here to go up against Bren as of the moment. Just because since they're back on a double duelist on Icebox, if these duelists can keep themselves in motion and time their flanks properly like Dubstep did, Hashira, even if they take the site, it's going to be difficult because you're seeing Bren now, they're giving away the site more because they're hoping for pinches to work, for lurks to work, rather than initial defense to net them these round wins. Seems like there may be a pause. Could be a tactical pause, could be a technical pause, but it's a pause either way that will at least allow Hashira to understand and just talk with each other. What do we have to do here? Do we have to adjust? Last two rounds, we've gone for B. We've approached it two different styles. It hasn't worked. It's too open, and it allows the A people to start flanking us pretty damn hard, and we cannot shut it down. Now, are we going to try to go for A again, where Borkum lies? This man, when he plays, if you cannot get the kill on him quickly, especially on that Reyna, he will reposition, he will just make you work for the site, and even in the end, it's not going to matter. So, what's the answer here for Hashira? They have to figure it out, and this pause at least helps them in that regard.
Yeah, it feels like now that we're getting later into the night, the clock has struck, not around at 8, but at Borkum. It's Borkum time here, ladies and gentlemen, as he is just going to be getting that 12 kills on the board. Same thing, though, for Hatred. The Battle Stage doing an incredible job as well. Gotta say, though, for Hashira, more often than not, I see them winning games where they're leading that first half. Now, I mean, that's a statistic that you can look at it simply. It's like, that's pretty obvious, right? If you have the lead coming into the second half, you have that confidence. But it really feels like for Hashira, they excel on certain sides sometimes, and they're able to take advantage of the initial parts of maps. And that's what we saw there on Ascent, as well as the last map that we got a while ago, which was Bind. They got the lead against Bren, and they just kept it up. They kept that momentum. And the biggest component right now versus a team like Bren Esports is it gives them those rounds to play the macro game, as I mentioned before, just to stifle whatever kind of comeback Bren's playing, because you know that Bren can be lethal at any round. You have to be careful, and if you're the one on the tighter end of the news of losing the round, then you're going to be struggling because you have to play it more clutch against a team who have really been at the top of the Philippine scene now. Then Hashira, though, is still want to make it work. They want to try and tie things up at the very least. The attacking side has been their forte here on Icebox. But right now, Bren has had the answers so far.
Quick dash from Jeremy as the Spencer popping a lot of shots through the smoke, but it's the fake on the B. Lots of utilities being utilized already, shock darts and walls, and Rabbit is here. He still has his recon dart, and look at the punch here from Hashira, so the play is to fake. They've netted the rotation from Bren, but Borkum is still in the A site. But this does allow a little bit more leeway for Hashira, as they don't have to worry too much about the resounding stopping abilities of the Bren roster. There's the recon dart, no one on the close play, but we see Borkum. This could be such a fatal angle if he's not careful, but that wall keeps him alive for the moment. Borkum unleashes with the rest of the Bren roster, and now it's all but crumbled. One man standing, Amix in a dream, 4-7, and Bren have finally gotten their groove back in the defense on Icebox.
Bren boss mode has been enabled, and the way they've been taking these rounds have been just absolutely overwhelming. It's suddenly, okay, here's the position, here's the hello, and you're gonna be saying goodbye immediately. The duels have just been won so quickly by Bren, and not only that, it's just look how quick that scoreboard, that's kill feed really gets filled up. It's just because they win those every single time. It's like, okay, this is the 1v1, and this is another 1v1 we can do for another set of players. This means that this just allows Bren to reposition a lot safer than Hashira, and it's just a pain train waiting to be unleashed. Now Dubstep unable to hit the shot. Could have been a free kill onto Amix there. Jeremy, though, in the meantime, uses the opportunity of blind looking Borkum to take the Reina rather down, and Inby catching out Dubstep. So Hashira, they want to give Bren a taste of their own medicine, and they're doing it very, very well right now. This is the last round, though, of their attacking side. At the very least, Hashira want to get a round on the board to end it all up.
Well, there was a time, or for past couple of rounds, that Bren was playing back, allowing Hashira to go in and then punishing when Hashira did not expect it the most. But in every single moment of this particular game here, they knew what was up. Is going to be this really thick wall, but that fault line, the Spencer, you gotta be careful. And it's gotta say in that round, Dax, before we go into the second half, Jeremy mad, Jeremy angry, and Jeremy smash.
Yeah, I just felt like it. He was just hulking out by that point, and even here, Asteroid. But Hashira, at the very least, they made it only a 2-round buffer, and we've seen them really tie it up if they get the pistol here coming into the second half. And we'll see if the Bren can basically be the full Avenger squad here and just avenge their loss in that round, because it does feel like it is becoming a mechanical showcase coming into this set. Now, it's Jeremy with a Blade Storm, always scary in that mobility. But Amix finding that kill at the very end. He's had a relatively quiet game so far, subbing in for 2766. And we do have to discuss that point, because 2766 has been hot, but you look at the latter half of the maps, right? Icebox and Splits. These are maps where Amix plays, because especially Split, you're not going to be playing that Sova whatsoever. It'll be interesting to see what Hasher will do right now. And for Amix, he needs to step it up for the team to have that same level that we saw from 2766 a while ago, because this is his station now on the map. We'll see though if he can do it. He's been very helpful though with the flashes and with the setups, as we saw were from Jerry's push, right? Just a little bit more from Hashira. Eke out that value from that breach. Get a kill potentially. There you have it. Rabbit catching out Dubstep. Good start here for Hashira, but Bren setting up the wall. Dispenser and putting the spike down.
There will be the flash, but that's not going to stop the... It's being planted down. The wall breaks, though, in the segment. Oh, my goodness. I thought Dispenser was going to have a little bit of a heart attack there. Borkum is going to be in such a great position. They don't even know what's behind them, and it's Borkum time once again. His pinch, perfect. Gets spotted, but everybody's just looking, charging right into the back. They still have their spec. Why is nobody looking at Borkum? Why is nobody looking at his flank already? And Dispenser pinches right in. Oh my goodness, what just happened there? Everybody was just looking at the B main, and Borkum was just flanking out of his brain.
Borkum ignored, and Borkum get mad to smash everyone too. So interesting. Maybe they just weren't able to communicate that the kitchen had that Reina, or maybe they just didn't see where they got shot from. They might have expected maybe it came from the orange side, or else it could have been Hashira. I think it was just Hashira pushing forward, like looking at it. They realized that, okay, if there's someone playing the flank right, we might as well push We might as well kill the guys in front of us, turn around, and then basically have that green in control. But Borkum, what happened here to Jeremy? He just decides to stop there, and the Jet, you don't need to really do anything for the Jet in that situation. You expect an Omen to stop there or something like that. And as soon as this happens, right, there is a dart. They decide to go for the push. The Soul Orb, though, going to be in the way. And it just feels like that the side of Hashira kind of accepted that Bren was going to win that. Very uncharacteristic, I'd say, from the whole series. 8-5 though the scoreline. It's Bren now having momentum, and this is going to be big as we're going to get into a technical pause. Hopefully everything is a-okay, because Bren, they got that one for free, good sir.
That was probably it, because like you said, Jeremy is on a Jet here. There was no reason for him to stop there. Like you said, it was supposed to be Envy setting up maybe double of his smokes on B main to keep Bren from having a free look at their spike being planted down or whatnot. But still, right? And that would probably just mean that Hashira is again in a bit of a struggle as their boot camp is biting their behinds, which is rather unfortunate, but it is what it is.
From BCD to BCP real quick, like I said, from the difference to the problems, and you know, it's a deck of cards basically for the Philippines team in general. Come on guys, let's just be honest there. And sometimes you get a good hand, sometimes you get a good day, and sometimes you just get a bad day. It is what it is. In any case though, Bren gonna be up by 3 after everything's said and done. They will be looking to take advantage of that. And honestly, this is a really good side for Bren because they've been playing the boss mode of Bren where they just go for the quick frags as a team and get the kills very, very quickly. Systematic, automatic, take them down 1, 2, 3. This is a playstyle that Hashira has struggled against on Icebox, as we saw from yesterday against Pirates. So this is really Bren's have to lose by this point. If they can keep up the kills like this, if they can just overwhelm Hashira and the angles, Hashira does feel a little lost on the defense whenever they're not playing the defaults, when they're going for the pushes, and every single time that Bren is going to be able to take advantage of an angle of attack, and especially post-plant situations, they will have this map in the bag if this keeps up.
Might be able to here as well, because there's not as much not utility rather, but economy here for Hashira. They've been broken down into a lesser team, at least for these past couple of rounds, and Bren has really struck them hard. Seems like his tech pause is making it incredibly difficult for Hashira to mount any form of comeback, and especially now that they're not really with any of their ultimates, not really with any of their weaponries or utilities. It's going to be the point. I think Icebox is one of those maps where rushes on pistols, they don't really work. They might, but they won't really. Now on the defense though, that could be a different spell, but it seems like Bren won't even allow Hashira to take any kind of breathing as Borkum's just charging right in with dubstep in his side.
Dart can get broken, and here comes Bren. They're already on site. They are going to be scanning on around, getting that intel, and a great find there by Jesse Bass to at least catch out Jeremy with the drone. Spike now getting planted. Paranoia though here from the Omen, and Envy gonna get on kill there. But Dubstep, Kumi, and Borkum right now just lighting up the scoreboard. They get the catch onto Jeremy to wrap that one up. And another quick round here by Bren Esports. This really is a blitzkrieg onslaught from Bren so far. And that's exactly how to play. They need to play this out against Hashira if they want to win this.
Now, I do know this might sound slightly controversial, but if Bren win this, I'm expecting Bren to win already the series. Because first things first, I don't feel Hashira has the power output to win on the split map. I think this is their best bet already on Icebox, but that's just my feeling. And considering the performances of what's been happening, it's been pretty damn brutal. But Jeremy, this setups, man, just really ridiculous. Great start for them on this round. They needed something, and on this gun round, they find one. Dispenser still needs 2 charges to get someone back up with his res, and this does not help the case of Bren here. They still have the advantage, though. With Patriot coming in from that pinch, getting the kill on the Dispenser, now's the time for Hashira to mount this strike back.
Man, it's beautiful because they're going to be able to secure that A side immediately. Hashira now knows that Bren's going to be stacking here onto those B lanes. And I do want to build on to the point that you made just a while ago. Because I'm not like I feel like Split is gonna be interesting because they are most likely not gonna be playing 2766 again, and I don't want to be calling anything as of yet. But I do agree with the fact that they picked Icebox for a reason. We know they've struggled on one half of this map, and this is gonna be a big testament to their progress if they have been able to work on it over a single night. And besides that, they might also feel the same way as Rai, that they'll have a better chance on Icebox compared to Split. And right now, they're gonna be able to move on around on a map this open. Jeremy with the kill on the Jesse Bash. Dubstep in the meantime with a takedown on the Jet on the other side. And Dubstep, he's hiding behind this outposting as here comes Rabbit pushing forward. Amy's gonna be able to get on the board. Dubstep though still holding steadfast. And now it's gonna be the ring around the Rosie from these players. Dubstep though, can he still survive? Not gonna happen. Amix will play to his namesake and aim through there to finally give Hashira another round here. 6-9 gonna be the score line. Looking pretty nice at least for Hashira. But Bren, they have that lead, and they don't want to give it up whatsoever to force out the map number 5.
Unfortunate that I believe Humi was spot out there. Now, I am not sure if when you plant the spike and then the defender sees the spike, do they see the circle? I don't think they do, right? The proximity. I'm not entirely sure of that. But when Dubstep used his Cloudburst to block for Humi so that he can TP out of his precarious situation, I think he just basically gave away the position of Humi. Whether it was the audio cue that alerted Hashira or was the Cloudburst that alerted Hashira to where Humi was, which netted that 3 versus 1 for Dubstep to try to clutch, that still was a really good punish for Hashira. Brendo, these catch-off plays that Hashira has done allowed them to survive for a couple of rounds, but they still got all the advantage in the world. They do have a bit more money here, Dax, and they got everything set into the motion. 3 big ultimates as well. If Borkum or Dubstep come in, they get a nice little pick. Dispenser will be able to pick them up as well with the res if they do get knocked out.
Yeah, I love the adjustment from Hashira. At the very least, they realize that against Bren, when they stack like that, then they can go for the pinch play, they can go for the push, and they can take a bit of an off angle to go ring around the Rosie and shut down the players all throughout. So good read from Hashira, a good adjustment, and they basically say, sure, there are situations where we shouldn't be doing this, but there are situations that we can. And Hashira right now knowing what to do at the right time to bring them back into this game. And again, Bren ready with the rifles, because I do believe that was just the bonus a while ago for Team Bren. This time, they're ready to go for the hunt. This time, they're ready to pounce on the opposition. And it's up to Jeremy with the Marshall of all things to try and make this one work. As the back on away, this is going to be an overwhelming force for Bren Esports to take this A site.
They have the money though. Jeremy, the reason why he's on that Marshall is because the Blade Storm is in works. Gonna be using the wall already. The Spencer will be dropping down that spike, and it's all about that 5 versus 5 retake site. Oh my gosh, a lot of flashes coming in, and Jeremy capitalizes straight up. Dubstep is on the top here, but he's getting wall banged into oblivion, and Amix supporting the rest. We were doubting him a lot here, Dax, but he picks everything right back up. Dubstep in a 1 versus 1 scenario. Envy, he's got all the HP in the world, but Dubstep can wall bang through this. He has to reload. Envy is hearing this, and pros do not fake. 7-9, and Hashira are back. Dubstep, 2 HP in a dream. Envy, just hold it. Not wanting to lose the weapon because the economy for Hashira is still not the best. But Bren got bamboozled and got shown the way of the light.
What a huge steal there by Team Hashira, and that's what they need to do. Amix stepping it up, and it just goes to show that Hashira has a rotation for good reason. They feel like they need not only the breach, but they need Amix in a map like this, and he's going to be stepping it up. He's been the assistant for the first half of this game, but he was the star of that round. Hopefully he can keep it up even more so. 6-man roster for good reason for Team Hashira. Bren, in the meantime, though, will be looking to find a few picks here and there. Seems like though they did go for the wall there for Hashira. They put it in the middle right now. Just Hatred really blockading a little bit more, stalling for time. And Bren right now going to be scouting on the round on the A side again. But Jeremy, he is prepared. It's Rabbit there alongside, also playing the drones right now. So the Skies will be having some deliveries tonight. Dubstep though with the Blade Storm. For Bren, they're going to try to play the hero yet again. They're going to try to make this one work with that default plant. Spike though has been left behind. Now it will be Dubstep giving it to Dispenser, handing it to his friend. But it's time. Rolling Thunder from Amix. He was able to charge it up. Jeremy going to go in behind. But Dubstep with the punish. And Nahumi gonna get on the board. Bren with the counter to the counter play, and now they're just holding steadfast to get these kills. Humi gets 3. It's all up to Hatred now, and Borkum is gonna be able to get the spot, get the kill. It's Bren up by 3 still.
That was only Bren losing Dispenser. They were expecting the ult play from Amix to come, and since Jeremy wasn't on the Blade Storm, he could not shoot on mid-air, or maybe it's because he didn't have the visual confirmation of where Dispenser was, so he didn't want to pop a shot first. But I believe Bren was able to reposition and get out of the distance that the Rolling Thunder would have dazed them, and immediately they dip right back in to keep the punish rolling. They got Jeremy on transition. That was a really small time of opening, but Bren made it work. Now Dubstep getting a lot of control here on top of Tube. And like I said, Hashira, if they do lose the last round, their weapons are going to be on the worser for wear end. And he's going to be playing the close angle here. He's about to go for that big peaks, but still the punish is on the Bren side, and they're thriving in the stacks. Thriving. Now they're picking them off one by one.
Yeah, the contact is really working here, and Hashira, an incredible team in the contact, even more so. But on Icebox, it does feel like that this is not really their element so far. They are, of course, at the gun disadvantage, so this just might be a write-off, and then that's when they will strike back and try to fight. But Bren Esports are getting closer and closer to that match point to force out a map number 5 decider, which will be an incredible sight to behold. And I know many people are asking for that map number 5, but I think for Hashira, they'd still want to wrap this up right now. Hashira, this team, they've been dealing with Bren for so long already, and having to fight the #1 team in the Philippines for this long has to be so taxing, because you have to be on your A+ game every single time just to punish this team. And Jesse Bash gonna be putting the spike down. Hatred though, incredible stage, incredible shot. Right now, he's not getting the taps that he needs. Can he win it out against Dispenser? The answer is no. It's all up to Jeremy now. He only has a classic, and the dream might be dashed. Overall, this is just what Bren not only needs to do Aras right, but needs to be. They look very shaky all throughout the stage. I'm just gonna say it out there. The first game that we saw from them against Atlas, that was shaky. The first game we saw them against SV Empire, very, very shaky as well. And then you go over to the series and you get Ascent, you get Hashira winning it out in such convincing manners. It has to be Bren coming back to what really works for them. And now we're seeing it. The star power is absolutely shining for Bren. The kills are going in their way. And this just might not be the battlefield for Hashira, but they will try as hard as they can to fight back.
They do have the money once again. They'll still keep Jeremy on his Vandal just because I think he's the better point at it. He has to go quickly dash away as Dubstep almost takes him away from the board here. Such a crucial member to lose, but still the 5v5 ensues. Jeremy will be backing off. Borkum spots out Amix here, repositions, does get the kill on Dubstep. Borkum gets topped off by Dispenser here, and the charge from Bren goes continue. Jeremy down to 22. He will be waiting for that spike to get planted down, but they know that they're gonna get punished for it if they do. But the spike, it's actually on top of the site here, and Bren have to pick it up.
That spike is such a saving grace here for Hashira. The fact that they got it down, it now has to be Bren walking into them, and this is where Hashira can truly shine. When they set the tempo, set the battlefield, and Hatred is just getting the lane that he needs anyway. It's 2 in a row for the Sage so far. He has the res available, but Envy is coming to help him out, and he still wins it anyway. He doesn't need some help whatsoever. It's Hashira still fighting on back. Hatred with a kill. Oh, he does go for the eco res at the very last moment, saving a gun for a rainy day for Jeremy, who has the Blade Storm available. Seems like Hashira, they understand how far their economy has gone down the drain. They're at the very least keeping it up. Hatred though, many times getting a quick res, and they've needed it this half.
It comes in clutch for either side. And Jeremy once again, he got a bit, I would say, too eager, wanting to get those early frags in the past couple of rounds, but staving off his hand a little bit and repositioning properly to help out with the crossfires and setups for his team really helps him. Dubstep though is quickly charging into the back, and he really wants to get it. Playing on top of the site already here on Maze. He's gonna spot out a couple of foots, and he's gonna go in for the quick little peek, but Hatred, he's just overwhelmingly positive to go for that nice little punish. Rabbit does have his Sova drone.
Here comes the fault line. There's a lot of ultimates being used. Dispenser's got to be careful. On top of the Raptors, it's going to be Envy and Hatred. Who's going to be the better of the two? It's going to be Dispenser once again. Rabbit here onto the site now. It's going to be the peek out. Jesse Bash onto the corner. He does go down, perfectly executed. And Jeremy could not handle. Rabbit is the last one. Not going to be able to do it as well. And you can see that on contact play, Bren can still work their magic.
Absolutely. It's a spell and a half to play Icebox on the attack and just go for the hard contact. And Bren, they understand it. They realize it. They've done their research against Hashira and their games yesterday, and they noticed that this is just pretty much how they're going to win out a map like this. Now, it is match point for Bren Esports, but Hashira, since they got that res a while ago, they're still going to have an extra gun to try and fight back. This is going to be absolutely delicate, though. So, Bulldog there for Hatred, Spectre for Envy. Not the best situation for Hashira. They'll have to believe in themselves. They'll have to believe in the Hashira way. They want to make this work. But right now, got Hatred in the kitchen, walling it out through the tube. Right in the meantime, playing it slow and steady, looking for opportunity.
Just using Vash here for some openings. Jeremy finds him with that quick little charge. This might gravitate some of the forces of Bren to catch off Jeremy, but he backs away calmly, knowing they have the numbers advantage. And Dispenser still has his res, so they don't really need to chase it down all throughout. Borkum will be using his ultimate immediately. This Empress is gonna be crucial. Because I feel like if Bren... No, they still have money, so even if they lose this, they should still have the economy to buy back up. And Jeremy, his positioning to just go around it. Divine. In any case, though, Borkum set things up, and this man, called as the best adaptable player here in the Philippines, can he really bring the W already? They need this. Because again, even though it seems like Bren will push it to Game 5, they only need one more loss, and that could be it. And it seems like Ashura are able to bring back the round, 3 more to overtime, but there's still a looming threat that Bren got the money, and they can always get that win to push it to game number 5.
Yeah, and that's what Hashira needs to do. That round was exactly the standard that they need to play time and time again if they want to stand a chance to go for the comeback, go for the overtime, and win it after regulation. But can they stop Bren Esports? That's going to be the question. Because even though Bren doesn't have the most money right now in the bank, they still have that play storm, so Dubstep can just play it on the eco state. Everyone else can go for the buy on up. And after this round, regardless of the result, Bren will have something to buy for. Hashira, in the meantime, their back is against the wall. They're going to be buying whatever they can. At least they're fully clipped, though, coming into this fight. And here we have it. Bladestorm now from Dubstep. It's going to be a make-or-break moment from the Jet. If he can get the dash on in and get the angles, it's going to be huge here for Bren. And Jesse Bash looks to make his life a little easier. Aldrone says hello to the left-hand side. Dubstep, though, is he going to unleash the fury against Rabbit? That'll be the question. There comes the Lear. Jeremy trying to back all the way, but Dubstep, he prioritizes it onto the right side, does get the takedown, and Bren now putting the spike onto their defaults. Want to debate a post-plant situation, and they're ready now versus Hashira.
They know that Dubstep is underneath of Raptors. He's in for the corner surprise. Amix is looking towards the suck here, but Dubstep, he doesn't know. It's going to be the peak in 4 versus 4 here. And let it rip. There's the Rolling Thunder. They get knocked right back out. Where's the wall from Hatred? They need to get this. The post-plant is better for Bren, but if they can hit these shots, they can actually get this. But Amix and Hatred, the duo, the tandem from Hashira, put them to 10-12. And Bren have been broken, but still, it is Hashira on that disadvantage.
Do not doubt the Hashira 6 because Amix, he's stepping it up in these latter rounds. When the going gets tough, he is getting tougher. He's getting the kills now. That Rolling Thunder, I believe, instrumental. And then just Hashira, they stay alive one more time. Hatred, though. Man, oh man, this kid, he's just incredible in what he does. The thing about Hashira is they're just so good at finding these latent talents in the Philippine scene and unleashing them to be the beast that they are. So Hatred now getting the stage to really go for the kills. Unfortunately, the limelight a little too much there as Dubstep sees him lifting himself up to the high heavens, and already that's a takedown onto the stage. Dispenser has the res, so Bren can use that res advantage to fruition. Thing is, though, because of that wall, Hashira able to rotate accordingly.
They can rotate. This wall plugs up the A main for a few seconds, but it's all but been destroyed rather by Bren. They can just use the time, man. They got the 4 versus 5 already. They can take it as easy as they can. Wait for the utilities. Envy does not have his paranoia. Amix might have a few flashes, but this really hampers everything because they need the slow orbs to slow down the pace of Bren here. Maybe they can still make some magic work. They do have Jeremy alive. He's been pretty damn consistent in this entire game. For the moment, losing Hatred, a really big detriment for Bren. You can't see the rotation from Hashira. They don't have that information. They do have Rabbit here on the A site. They're going to be okay with retaking it rather than the B. This might be the chance for Bren to plant down that spike as Borkum is going for the zipline. He's charging right in. There's a setup. And it seems like Hashira will play for the retake.
Yeah, they're coming in. Humi gonna be planting that one down. Borkum playing with the repel, but Rabbit able to just zap down Humi, dispense though with the resurrection. And here comes Bren as a full unit yet again. The Hashira way though over to the high ground. They're gonna be trying to play that as rafters as much as possible. And maybe now with the kill onto Borkum, but Jesse Bash gonna be able to get one back. Here comes Hashira though, coming closer and closer. So all eyes on Jeremy though, and he's gonna be able to catch out Dubs. And Humi will fall, and Rabbit's gonna be hitting it clutch. Here comes Rabbit yet again. A hatch we're gonna have from the Sova. And Hashira, they survive even more. What a round and what a clutch there from Team Hashira.
How do they keep managing these rounds? The odds are stacked against them, but they pick off Bren one after the other. The positionings, the timings, the calls just to dip right in. And it seems like Hashira is making everything work, even though they've been dealt a bad hand. Losing Hatred at the start of the round was definitely a detriment, but it seems like Hashira are holding on to the knife's edge. And it seems like Bren is starting to feel the pressure here. They will be challenging A once again. Dubstep is waiting for Hatred here, but it's round number 2. Who's gonna win? Hatred backs away. He doesn't want that hot potato for the moment here, Dax, but it seems like Bren is adamant at just getting this control. Now for Bren, they do have Jesse Vash with the ultimate. Dubstep with the set play that he's done on top of the site. He hasn't taken it just yet. They want to get the first pick first, more than anything. And there we go, once again on Hatred, step in the right direction, and Bren has finally secured this one. Hashira, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's a huge kill there on to Hatred because he was trying to go for a pick to get that res. Rabbit in the meantime, can he get one back? Jesse Bash is gone, and no more Hunter's Fury here for Bren to utilize whatsoever. Humi though up top the pipes, there's the wall gonna be in the way. And Paranoia being prime throws it down. Borkum though in the meantime wins the fight against Jeremy. It's such a good sign here for Bren because they will be able to shut down that Jet who has been a thorn on their side. But Rabbit, he got the hat trick a while ago. This time the magician has exposed all his tricks, and he will fall to the hand of Dubstep. Here comes Envy though. He's been a survivor, but not this time. Bren will survive instead. It will force out map number 5, and boss mode for Bren is the answer to win out on Icebox. As close as can be though. You can feel the pressure is on for Bren Esports. And my god, what a series we've had so far. Bash doesn't even have the wig anymore or anything. It's just, let's go guys. Let's play this as seriously as possible. Hashira making it so close when Bren was able to be overwhelming. A good sign for Hashira to contest. A good sign for Bren to survive.
They always find the right time to go for that punish. They set up the site. They commit to it. But they don't plant the spike just yet before they take down that one little ward that was in the back. Whether it's Hatred, Jeremy, or Rabbit, it doesn't matter. As long as Bren gets that kill, they're more confident to take the site. Go for that go for that spike to get planted down. Play for the post plant and then start clutching it. Whether it's a rough set play, like you said, a lot more contact plays, it seemed like Bren will thrive in that numbers advantage. Because even though there will be times where Hashira can win the duels, if Bren, especially Borkum as of this point, can shine on that Reyna, it doesn't matter. And we end that 13-11. Now here we go. The decider map, Split.
Wow, this is gonna be big. So yeah, I just have so much to say right now over that map. But overall, Bren, they've always been adaptable. They moved over their playstyle. They knew this was the map to do it, and that was enough. Hashira, in the meantime, it's pretty much the same case that Bren has suffered for the maps before Icebox. Is they come online but a little too late. Like, especially we saw Amix stepping it up, Rabbit stepping it up especially. But it felt like there's so much pressure on Hatred to get that res in the last 2 rounds that we saw. And he tried to go for the fight, and it just didn't pan out. Sure, there was always an inkling of hope from Hashira, finding a free kill, finding those angles. but it's still Bren with that lead and Bren with the win. So 2-2, ladies and gentlemen. This grand finals will go into deep end and go into map number 5. It's time for a bit of a break here, and when we return, it'll be split. This has been Hashira and Bren. We'll see you guys in just a bit. critical point in the matchup that will determine the landscape of the Philippine scene. We are all tied up, ladies and gentlemen, here in Stage 2, Weekend 1 of Valorant Challengers Philippines. My name is Dax. I'm joined by Asrai and Bren and Hashira. They fought tooth and nail, pound for pound, hit by hit, and we're all tied up 2-2. What a crazy ride it has been so far. And Asrai, for people who are just tuning on and they're like, okay, whoa, why is this 2-2? What has happened so far in this series?
So, just for a quick little recap, it was a great start for Bren when they played on that Haven map. They showed a lot more uh, prowess. There was a kind of contrast, traditional style for Bren, where they went back to the double duelist. There was what we saw, the flash plays that also come out from Hashira, and Astra as well. It seemed a little bit shaky because Hashira did kind of rely too much on the stars of Astra to set things up on the site, and that really caught them a couple of rounds, a lot of crucial rounds that ultimately lost them. On the second and third map, it was a really back and forth. Ascent seemed to be better. Envy just popped off on the sky and got that net win for Hashira here. And on that last map, on Icebox, at the later stages of that particular map, we put ourselves in what I would call the retake game for Hashira. They put themselves, Hatred, I think more specifically, put himself in a point where he always had to anchor the site, but because there's so many angles to work with, and he got cut off every single time, whether it was smokes from Humi or the wall from Dispenser, it put him in a position where he could not wiggle out, he could not get a kill, and it always lent the 4 versus 5 for Hashira. They got a couple of rounds that they won, yes, but still in the end, Bren got it. And now here we are. Split is the decider. Who will take it? Is it going to be the Brenergy or the Hashira way?
It's going to be an amazing fight already because Bren, they got back into their overwhelming form on Icebox. You can see that they were just basically in boss mode, getting the kills that they needed, and it was just them getting hit after hit. Hashira, though, in the meantime, making it close against a Bren Esports overwhelming kind of game, and it just means that they will still fight back no matter what. And as we get into the last map, we will see Split. Now, it is going to be Amix still sticking on, and I completely understand this. This is the map that 2766 does not play whatsoever. He is that Sova, and they need that breach instead. You cannot play Sova properly on Split unless Jesse Vash is a mad lad who decides to go for it. But no, he's going to be most likely remembering where his roots do start from, that Sage on a map like this. Going back to the good old days. Gotta say though, for Hashira, I still like their odds. Sure, 2766 have been amazing, and Amix was off to a slow start, in all honesty. But there's a one big point that Hashira has always been able to do this series is whatever they did at the last part of the previous map, they're able to build on it. From first map, Envy popped off. What did he do? Dominate in maps 2 and 3. And then Amix popping up in map number 4 at the very end. Might be able to do it here. Set it up for Hatred. Jeremy, though, over back to the Rays. Envy on that Killjoy. Seems like Hashira will be back to that root play as well. But my. Bren Esports and Hashira are going to be giving us a blast from the past. You are tuning on in to the grand finals between Bren and Hashira. Winner going to be champion of Stage 2 week number 1. Loser going to be the runner-up. That's pretty much it. Both teams, we will be seeing them for week number 2. And if they can't win it out all the way in week number 2 for that Challengers final slot, we'll see them in week number 3 as well. But no matter what, this has just been quite an exciting matchup. And we are just rated here between Bren and Hashira. Every single time, these guys, these teams, they're facing off in such a great manner, and really some of the best of the Philippines scene so far. Gotta say though, Asarai, it's a big tell that the PH scene overall has bridged the gap to Bren even closer, and we've had a very competitive bracket over the past 3 days.
We have, and it's been amazing. Now, here's something that I think is kind of interesting and a thing to point out as well. I believe I talked about dubstep with this before, where I asked, like, what does he think about Reina as an agent? And the way that he went about it is he doesn't really think of Reina as a crucial agent for any team, just because she's easily punishable and relies more on playing by herself rather than with the team. I think that was before the changes to Reina, when she still had the 4 charges and you have to get your own kill to get the charges for your orb to heal or dismiss. But now that she's kind of been changed up, maybe his eyes has been different with it. But you haven't really seen dubstep play on that. I think it's been more of Borkum, and it works well because Borkum is, I think, one of the better lurkers out there. I know that I call Dispenser as the lurker for Bren here, but the way that Borkum plays it just works well because he needs something to heal up, and that gives him a lot more, I think, courage to just start, or confidence to start going in onto these sites more aggressively. Still, though, this double duelist comp for Bren, we haven't seen this before on their split in such a long time. Usually you go for the choke comp where it's the breach, it's the killjoy, it's the raise, it's the sage, so that you can plug up every single angle. They kind of switched up with that, where the breach changes into the Reyna here. Gives them a lot more punch when they need to get on that retake, and gets them a lot more punch when they need to get these site controls. And my workout here is now Bren will have to start on the offensive. But of course, technical pause will be done once again. I don't like saying of course, but it is what it is. So we have to just wait for a moment.
Expected. Now, this does give us
Yeah.
time to break down the map draft itself. And overall, it did feel like that Hashira had a better chance at winning maps at the start. The first three maps, I'd say, compared to the latter two. Because looking back at some of the bans that Hashira has done, it has been Icebox and Split that they were getting rid of. And you made a good point a while ago, Mr. Asteroid, that they picked Icebox over Split, even though we've seen them struggle on that map. But they still got the comeback win anyway, right? But then again, it's just about that kind of confidence. Can Hashira match against Bren on Split with this breach-based composition, as Bren is asking for that technical pause? They do go back to basically that double duelist. They go back to the Sentinel Envy and Rabbit on the Omen, and it does feel like it's a blast from the past kind of lineup right now for Hashira. I love seeing it here, but will it also be able to handle the other blast from the past comp? You got Vash on the Sage, and it isn't too common anymore to see him play that because it's a dispenser on the duty for that one if need be, and of course he's so Vash so good more often than not. So Split really turning things back in time, I would say. But if you go back to that nostalgia of 2020, I was like, oh, it's so long ago. It's 2020, guys. It's it really
That was years ago, man.
Yes, years ago. No, but really, it's just been Bren. They have such an interesting understanding of Split, especially with this Sage Vash instead, that I'm not surprised that Hashra wanted to put it at the very last. It doesn't mean they're gonna lose this whatsoever. They've shown their strength, and they've shown how amazing they've really gotten over the past few weeks, of the past few months here in the playoffs. I'm just saying that right now, this has to be them being able to outclass a Brent team that honestly might be the most comfortable they've been here so far, because this is going to be interesting. This is going to be it. And Envy is going to be on the Killjoy. He's been incredible. But at the same time, I've been enjoying him on things like the Sky a lot more over the Sentinel lately. And it really doesn't matter for him what agency he's going to be playing, because he's still absolutely lethal. But we'll see how Astra is going to adjust truly to how Brent's going to bring this and how the rules are going to work as we're going to get into the game. There's just so many ifs, buts, and really these, what's the term for it? Just these concerns for both sides. Can Brent bring it back the same way they know how? Can Hashra deal with the nostalgia and deal with the strength of Bren? Time to find out. We're all tied up 2-2. And whatever the case is, whatever the result is, this has been one hell of a series.
I mean, we're building anticipation here, but this is this is a whole new level.
I mean,
here,
I
Dax,
can
and-
go longer. I can go longer. Just like these small little nuances, because you have Bren right now. They have Humi into the roster. Gotta say though that Humi has been pretty valuable coming into this game, in this series, because he hasn't had the most kills compared, of course, to the likes of his teammates as per usual. But if you look at the value of some of the kills that he's been getting, it just feels like that's the kill that allows Bren to still have a chance in some rounds. It's not just a meaningless kill that, okay, here we go with Dubstep or Dispenser, getting a double, getting a triple, so it's a chain of events where it gives Bren the overwhelming advantage, sure. But in those tight situations where Hashira is looking impressive, it's Humi who somehow finds a kill out of nowhere to allow Bren a chance back into the fight. It doesn't always lead to a win, sure, but it gives them that fighting chance. And we're into a 2-2 scoreline for good reason. Because Bren, they come back online when they need to the most, but someone was there to allow them that time to wake on up. And I gotta say, it was a team effort. But I gotta say that, also Humi, he's really showing how he belongs to this team. I'm just happy to see Bash again, though, on that stage, because it feels like, we're back to that. The whole objective of Bren coming into this week, number one, is to go back to their roots. And I think finally we are going to be done with our technical pause. But I just want to say this before anything else. Bren has proven they can get back to that old playstyle. And now, my question coming into the next week, regardless of this result also, is what will they unleash against everyone else? Because they have seen the progress of all the Philippine teams.
I feel like we're going to like the early 2000s, where probably the issue is stop watching YouTube, guys. I mean, on the boot camps. Only Filipinos will know, I feel. Anyways, just to kind of add to what you were talking about with Humi there, and as a pointer, Humi and Vash have been teammates back in the Mineski Overwatch roster. I think I've said this multiple times, but for the viewers who are just tuning in that don't know about that, so they've been teammates for such a long time now, spanning multiple titles already. And Humi, I think when he was younger, was such a prodigy for his team. But now he's kind of grown into a player that I think, for lack of a better term, has been more of the phantom fifth man. He plays, you don't feel him as much, but when you need to, he's not like Aang that'll just be gone for like 100 years. He's going to come back, or he's going to just be here and step up when the team needs him to be. And like you said, Dax, it's really showing his stock right now, especially in this crucial best of 5.
And Rabbit though comes close, and Humi, he just walks into that one. Sometimes you have all that backstory, and apparently you are going to be the father to start things off and kick off the game. So Rabbit, close enough, get rid of the Omen there. Borkum though, in the meantime, moving on around in behind of Envy. But Envy, he's back to his comfort killjoy, and he is back to holding down the fort. But there's just too much to handle. The Spence can be able to get that kill. Bren right now, having to put the spike down, they're running out of time. This has been a very, very long round, all things considered. But Jesse Bash can be able to get on the board. Jeremy, in the meantime, with the counter on the stage, stuffs it up with a beautiful tap there. And another one, it's a D&D connection working together. And dubstep and dispenser, back to back, working on and making it happen. Bren takes the pistol.
They got overzealous. They had to deal, Hashira had to deal first with the turret there. The two of them gonna be popping outside of elbow. They got the kill already on, I believe that was Vash. They did not need to charge out like that haphazardly. And Hatred was the one who got a bullet to his brain. And that just did not help Hashira, because that would have been a great pinch. But losing him, even leaving that 2 versus 2, both of them were going to be coming out from elbow. And that was just hailing bullets from, like you said, the DND connection from Bren here. Step in the wrong direction, and that's going to be a fatal mistake. You need every form of advantage that you will get, especially when you're on the defending side, and that hurts them even more. As you can see now, Hashira, they're just going to be on the pistols. They only have like Jeremy on a shorty, but that's as far as it gets.
Bren Esports, when you have those two left together, all they say is, let's dispense this dub. That's pretty much it. A rally call for victory. But then again, it's a first stand, it's just a pistol. And Bren, sure, will have momentum. But Hashira, they want to be cheeky. Jeremy, he has that shorty in hand. Envy, in the meantime, looking to creep on closer. Tempted to get that orb. Says hello to the Spencer, and Envy, he's just getting shots like this to connect. A while ago, he held the line on A side as much as he could. This time, with a gun disadvantage, he still gets a kill anyway. And Envy, he needs to play this out the same way he did in the previous maps if he wants to stand a chance. But here comes Dubstep and Jesse Bash. They're getting kills that they need. Envy, though, has already brought in the pain, brought in the damage. Borkum now with catch on to Jeremy. It's up to Rabbit and Amix now. Spray on down, trying to go for the takedown. Borkum planting the spike down. And the question is, can Hashira even fight back? They still have this Spectre in hand for Amix, but never mind. It is just a race alongside his teammate. Bren takes another round.
Great little shot there from Envy. with a classic that close up becomes a very lethal weapon. Sadly, though, the drop Spectre cannot be transitioned by Amix into a round win. I think he wide peeked out way too much, not thinking about someone who was back on the board, or maybe he just wanted to get that clean off, but it was Borkum, and he was full in HP, so he really needed to get that quick shutdown first. Still though, Hashira will be having this buy round for themselves. Rifles in hand, and they got the setups. It's gonna be the Omen versus Omen on B main. Spencer is going to be using his turret there for a quick bit of information. I'm going to try to get as much value, as much knowledge as possible. Dubstep's got to be careful, but he gets healed back up straight by Jesse Bash, as forces have been shown here from Bren on the mid side.
Yeah, Bren Esports playing a mid control. Pretty much the way to go. Take control of the 2 towers here over on splits. It's just going to be Jesse Bash peeking onto the staircase. Hatred, though, danger close. Still gets a kill anyway with that Phantom. The beautiful shot there. Hatred looking for a bit of redemption. Might have put too much pressure on himself a while ago in the latter rounds of Icebox. This time, though, full comp collected. Same case for Rabbit, and that is just going to be the rifles being played out by Hashira very, very well. Bren, though, still looking for more trouble. Aiming style this time, going to get on the board. And Hashira, heat check is approved. It seems like they're just ready to go with the guns in hand. This might be as clean as can be because Hatred finds Borkum there. It's all up to Dubstep now.
He's tucked in, rather tuck on top. Oh, I love the play, but it bamboozled his accuracy. That would have been a nice little satchel charge bombardment onto Hatred there, but it's not going to work out in the end. A flawless round for Hashira is a flawless round that they need. Build up the economy because Bren now has the weaponry. This could provide to be a bit of a hamper. As you can see also, Dax, couple of kills, couple of charges for Bren, and they will have a lot of ultimates to get into the fray into this coming 4th round.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. The Empress, the Showstopper, the Lockdown, and that Res all coming online very, very soon. But in the meantime, can't count out the upcoming Blade Storm and the Lockdown there for the side of Hashira. Bren, though, they are gonna be forced to buy out now because Hashira has shown their hand. And that was really best case scenario for Hashira after losing the pistol. Win out that 3rd round, get that turnaround, and not only that, is they were able to basically save each other, protect each other, and keep the guns in check. So more often than not, that economic game can bite you in the butt into the latter rounds of any kind of half. But Bren, though, they are going to be leaving that spike onto the A side of their spawn. Question is, will they play this quickly? Will they look for picks? Fortifications, though, of Envy might deter them from A sides.
Oh man, Rabbit. Just check out how they simultaneously use dark covers to basically shroud the B main in darkness. And they're not going to be facing off against each other now. Rabbit backs away safely onto the B main. Dispenser is here, right on top, waiting for that contact, and immediately will pop off. And this spread play style from Bren does work out, I think. Smoke from Humi so that Borkum can work his way up on top there. Or rather, onto the vents if he wanted to do so. This might give a good pinch, and Jeremy's alone. It could be really bad for him. Actually, no, never mind. Amix is there to help him with the crossfire, but this does leave Bren with little to work with. And if Bren can get that information, where do they go now?
Yeah, this is them and their clock running on out. They're trying to figure out how Hashira has set things up. But the thing is, it's still preparations here from the defense. I love this setup here between Jeremy as well as Envy. Absolute stars of their team. Amix in the meantime, look at this play. If they go for the flash, Jeremy's not going to be looking at it, and he's going to be able to go for the peek. Onto A main, though, it's up to Envy, and he does his job very well. It's alright, 2 on the board, courtesy of the Killjoy, really just breaking down whatever Bren has to do. Hashira, they have prepared, they are ready, and they are going to make it another clean one. Statements being made by Hashira. The doubts are being erased, and they are ready to fight against Bren to the bitter end.
That was just a smooth setup. If anybody tried to go for ramps, they'll be healed with a bunch of blinds. If they try to go for the site itself, there's going to be the defense from Envy and Amix again with another flash. There's nothing that they can do on the A side, and they don't even want to challenge mid. Maybe considering that they don't know that Hatred's there, or they just maybe just really are adamant about getting the A side because as attackers, that's probably the best that you can go for. Quick little nade on mid here. You have to be careful. We've seen Bren do so much damage with the Sheriff plays, especially because it catches Hashira off guard. You're thinking about Bren being spread out. But when you got the Sheriffs, when you got all the numbers in your advantage, you can try to play an overwhelm. Dubstep doesn't miss those a lot. When you challenge him with this Sheriff, you might be in for a rude awakening. Hatred got spotted here. Had to back away onto the B side. He does have Rabbit to cover his B main entrance, but this pinch could prove fatal. One has already stepped up here. Jeremy could be in a bad spot. But as you can see, Bren is waiting to charge right out. There it is, the charge in. They're going to have to deal with Humi first. But this leaves the two members of Hashira in no man's land. They have the better number, or they have the better weapons, but they don't have the better numbers.
It's going to be dangerous because it's still Bren in control of the site. And Hashira, they're going to have to fight against Bren. And we'll see if they can actually make it work. Hatred, though, peeking already, getting the kill on the board. Here going straight down into the take. That's a double kill here for the Jet so far. And a triple kill right now for Hatred to keep things up. He is just being fueled with this fire. And now Dubstep getting two with the taps. He might be able to get a gun here. Showstopper, though, will be unleashed. A little too high, though, on the blast back jump. He's just whittling down the time map. And Hatred will fall alongside Dubstep. But that's just a noble sacrifice there. Courtesy of Jet. A quad for Hatred to show off his skill. And Hashira will be able to hold the line and still win it out.
How? I know that was a Hashira win, but how does Dubstep get those taps? There was two already raiding him in, but the Rabid Dog is an animal that you cannot beat, and Dubstep just hounds his targets. Hatred, beautiful play there on the B main just to flush out the remaining members of Bren, but it equalizes slightly, at least in terms of the economy. They still get the defuse in the end, which is a step in the right direction for Hashira. As much as they can, they would want all the round wins on the defending side because, again, like I said, like we have been saying, Split is favoring for those who defend. Think about that. Past couple of days, we have been proven wrong. But when it's Bren on the other side, that's where I kind of fear it. And that's why Hashira definitely put Split to the last, because we talked about it as well, right? Icebox is a map that they're willing to risk, that they're more okay fighting, because what happens when we flip the switches and put Hashira on attacking?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult scenario no matter what in Split. We are expected to do a little better on the defensive rather than the attacking side. And right now, Hashira is at least playing their role and looking to build on whatever has been working for them is to get that lead from the first half. Borkum right now, though, pushing on forward. Hatred going to be into the corner. We'll see if Hatred can unleash the inner beast in him yet again. Will he just be able to, or unable rather, to stem the tide of Bren? Dark cover now going to be in the way. Dubstep, gotta be careful. Will he peek though? Hatred been backing on out. And neither duelist wanted to really give too much ground to the other side. Seems like they're waiting for the dissipation of that smoke. But overall, Bren saying, okay, mid is ours. We'll see what we can do with this.
Hatred, if he gets knocked out here by Dubstep, this could lend the B Heaven to the grasps of Bren. They're holding on for the moment here. Borkum, he does hear the turret, and he'll be respecting that. He won't be charging right in. He knows it's going to be suicidal. But you know what's more suicidal is that Hatred is just that crack of a shot. He has to back away here, smartly going back, forcing Vash to use his Resurrect. But that gave away a lot of the positioning for Bren. Borkum activates. They need to go for this play because they'll be broke back once again. Killjoy using the ultimate. That'll be flushing them out. And you can see everybody just respecting it. Rabbit has gone side here. Don't think it's Spencer knows, and beautiful flank coming in from Rabbit. The 4 versus 5, but Bren still get the B side.
Now, what a smart play from Rabbit, and it does feel like no matter what, Bren has quite a mountain to climb here. Jeremy, though, in the meantime, Boombot already onto the tower area, and it's his Rabbit still looking for the shot and getting them to connect. Boomy has gone down. Jeremy from above. It's Hashira looking for that control, and they're getting it so far. Here comes Borkum, though. He does get to, but the dismiss a little too early to get away from the lockdown, and Envy and Rabbit are there to execute him alongside it. But Rabbit, with the opportunity being taken, Hashira right now playing its smooth, and it was just so intellectual there from them to play every single angle they could and win it out no matter what.
Rabbit, I mean, you talk about how insane the aim of Jeremy, Hatred, and NVR. These are prodigies that, like you said, Hashira has picked up along the way. But Rabbit, being the IGL, being the, I guess, the most experienced out of the bunch, he's showing how good he is at reading opponent and positioning him at key locations where you're not even going to be expecting him. Basically, he's putting himself out of a hat, pulling a rabbit out of the hat, and it's working well, at least for this defending side here on Split.
Yeah, just Rabbit right now. If all things he can do is spell, he is spelling Doom and Disaster for his opponents. Jeremy, though, in the meantime, already good catch onto Dispenser. And Bren Esports, they're trying to figure something out with some Sheriffs, some Rifles, and a Spectre. But it just feels like that it's Hashira right now, really stifling Bren, no matter what on the defensive end. It's just really is some great default plays from them. They do the setups that they need to do for the sites, and then when they are put in a predicament where they have to move on around, they decide to innovate, and that's what gives them that edge against Bren Esports. Jeremy, though, waiting on the other side, we got Borkum looking to pounce yet again. And if there's one shining light in this darkness, it has to be the edge of Borkum. Dubstep, though, gonna be right beside him. Who's gonna get the peek on who first? Dubstep now with the kill off Jeremy. In we go with the refrag. And the Boombot saying hello to the Killjoy. Borkum wants some revenge and retribution. But Bren, they will have to just accept the fact they cannot get this Killjoy for now. And A side will be taken by Bren as soon as Humi gets there.
Oh, Vash is in the corner here of the smoke. This could prove fatal. He's not careful, but it does give him some cover. Will he push throughout? He knows that the turret is right there. There is a bit. Now, Borkum is going to be playing Spoil Sport for the moment. Beautiful take there from Borkum, stopping any form. But Envy's about to peek out, but Vash wiggles his Phantom and slaps the face of Envy, leaving it to Amix and Hatred. You know these guys can produce magic tricks, but it's going to be very difficult. And when Hatred left his own devices, he spots out one. He repositions correctly with the crosshair, but could not transfer the spray in time. And Bren break it. Losing that turret on the top of ropes has allowed Borkum and Dubstep to wiggle, slither their way in onto A Heaven, and they bite fiercely, poisoning Hashira and breaking down the site beautifully there, 3-4.
Just avoid the bullets. Feels like Bash was just doing the Matrix time and time again. Just a bit of the Willow, that Phantom getting in your face, and Envy just whiffing at the unfortunate time. In any case, though, it's still a Hashira with the lead. They still have a bit of the back, but Jeremy right now unleashing the showstopper very quickly. It doesn't lead to a kill. Bren with the raid backing on the way in time, and now it's their time to pounce. They're waiting by the sewer, though. They're also watching the other side of their spawn just in case. Seems like for Bren, they're preparing for the aggression from Hashira, and that might have been Jeremy exposing his hand a little too eagerly.
Spencer backs away. We saw this yesterday, I think, against Galaxy Racer, where Hashira, whenever Jeremy has his showstopper, he'll just always go for that flight play on A main, and that caught GXR multiple times. But Bren is, of course, a bit more aware of that particular play, and they just back away. And that just pushes Hashira to use a lot of utility for basically nothing. They don't even get any map control because they are on the weaker weapons. They can't get A main for long, and they have to back away. Jeremy, knowing this, with a judge, has to play around the closer angles. And now that they don't hear any buzz from the utility of Envy on the A site, they set their sights here. And Hatred, deja vu all over again. Is it going to happen the last round where Dubstep takes him, or will he finally get some kills on his name? Looks like no, as Jesse Bash, good to punish.
Oh, but big surprise, there's Jeremy with that judge, and he's going to get two so far, really just poisoning Bren at the source by the plant facts that is going to be demised there. Jesse Bash, though, waiting on the other side, and the lineup is strong. He gets three. He's looking for the fourth, but Rabbit gets in his face, and he is the survival of the Omen so far. But 1v2, Humi and Dubstep setting up on the site. See if Rabbit can figure something out. He still has a paranoia, a smoke, and some shrouded steps into play. It's all about using his utility to the best degree, and a bit of the fake action just in case. Does it keep Brendo on their toes? Not really. Humi and Dubstep right now looking for a bit of that crossfire. Dubstep is just prepared. They're all tied up. Bren evening up the scoreline.
Can't use the paranoia. At that range, at the close quarter combat that Elbow forces you into, Paranoia makes no sense because even though it's a flash type of ability,
Yep.
when you're close, you see your opponent, and it just don't work. In any case, though, that's just gonna be Bren, getting the another round on the attacking side again. Deja vu all over again, actually, getting control of ropes, and they produce another round. Hashira need to start doing something to counter that, and one of them is Hatred with an operator, but missing the shot, crucial shot, mind you, and forcing him to use that tailwind definitely will alert Bren that he does not have the ability to reposition, and going to B Heaven will maybe force them to go B main, or maybe even an A. We'll see.
Well, overall, Bren is showing their experience not only as players but also as a team in the Valorant scene. As here we go, Hatred, did he actually get a tag onto Spencer? I believe he did, and he will get healed up by Jesse Bash instead. But like I was saying, like it feels like for the past few rounds right now, Bren has decided to read the Hashira playbook, and they're finding ways to check before they go. A while ago with the jump peaks there from Dubstep, I believe, and then of course the Showstopper, but come on, if you line up like that, Hatred will just punish you 2 in a row with that Coalat. Here comes Bork popping the Empress. He avoids the Blade, sure, but Jeremy is there to help out his teammate anyway. Quite a statement here from Hashira. That Coalat really just looking so clean, and now it's even a flawless win anyway. Jeremy finding Humi at the very last. It's Hashira now, up by 1.
This is also one of the weaknesses of a Reyna, is that the Leer gives you a split second to react to it. And even though, you get flash, you can re-peek it and you still can see your opponent. So I believe it was used there. And I think Jeremy just Hatred just got a beautiful punish, even through, rather in conjunction with Amix's ult. Bren got devoured. What's going to be the next step here for Bren? They are going to be, well, not really reset, but at least strapped for creds for the moment.
Gonna try and go for the hero guns yet again. This has been something that Bren has been able to make work in the series. Some of the people are gonna be going for the save, sure, but if there are a little bit of potential buys into play, might as well try for it and might as well try to figure something out. 10th round of action though, it's 4-5 right now in favor of Hashira after quite a showcase with the op and the pushes. And that's the thing about Hashira, it does feel like that they make sure that even if they do whiff, there is a plan B. It was effective in that round. Question is though, Rabbit now, what kind of pushing will he do? He has to back on the way, Paranoia gonna get thrown instead. There's his right now, but Jesse Bash with the tap and the take. Bren with a beautiful punish there, making it 5v4.
Homie gonna cancel. He does have the Boombaya dubstep. Oh, you think you got him, but his jumps, his satchels are too damn on point. He does have the Fury, and he will catch off here. Hatred picking up the operator, of course. He knows his weapon in the back, like the back of his hand. But now Jeremy has the same. If he can get a kill here, you know he's gonna explode with that Showstopper. He's gotta be careful throwing out the nade, create some space maybe. This slow orb will stop him dead in his tracks. He has to go all the way around here, Dax, but there's just not much that he can do. 3 versus 1. He has to clear out these angles, and of course, Dubstep is the first challenge. With a sniper in hand, it's just not gonna work. He's gonna drop it because they're on the attacking side, but that push out by Rabbit.
This time, he got punished because he was trying to really outsmart the competition yet again with that Paranoia play. But Bren, you said it before, it is going to be not too effective when you're close enough. And the thing is, that's 5 people. No one is strong against 5. You might be able to take a few down, but it's highly unlikely that you will survive in that firefight. And it was the worst case scenario there for Hashira. They lose Rabbit immediately. Jeremy, though, trying to bring it back up. He has a showstopper now. The thing is, it's Bren evening up the odds. And overall, this has been a good half already for Bren. They are running that double send low between the Sage and the Killjoy. And on the defensive end, you're going to expect them to do better. So Hashira, you want to pull away to try and make it 7-5 just in case. And besides that, that has been their, I'd say, that's been their source of confidence this series. If they have that lead after the first half, then things look better for them on the second.
Gonna be backing away here now. Forces were shown by Bren, immediately getting control on the top ramp, using that smoke to get it even further. If anybody was there, they'd be cut off from the rest of the Hashira boys, and that might have been a kill here for any of the members of Bren. They back away, Jesse Vash will be using this wall. I like how there's a little bit of opening to the left side. He's using it as sort of a one-way trick play. Hatred, you know he wants to push through it, but his gut is telling him otherwise. Backs away for the moment. You can hear the TP play from Rabbit, and this is going to be close, but Jesse Vash, not this time, Hatred, not this time.
Beautiful punish from Vash, and that's really just it. Double think your movements, and Vash is there to punish. Humi, though, in the meantime, with a kill onto Rabbit already. The Spencer decided to keep an eye out on this connection to the alleyway, and Spike can get planted. Bren Esports with a proper retake yet again. Lockdown, though, gonna get initiated here by Invi. The question is, what's the plan right now for Bren? I love the fact that Spencer is putting up the traps. Humi, though, in the meantime, caught at by Jeremy, not looking at that corner. But showstopper, Jeremy looking for a target. Question is, who does he see? Absolutely no one. Turret being pesky, and Vash from above just overwhelming with his gaze. Amix and moving around alongside Envy. And sure, the breach can get one, but Bren now take the lead away from Hashira.
Last round in the first half, 6-5. And Bren's showing to us that this map, at least from where they're standing, is something that they can play around and play around with well. There is not a lot of money anymore in the bank of Hashira. They need to maybe go for a loan or something, but for the moment, you are going to be seeing Jeremy on a Bucky. You're going to see Amix on the Spectre. It's still patch 205, guys. The Bucky is pretty damn good in this one, but we haven't really seen it shine as much as I think the team or the players would want, because we're adjusted. Or not we, but these pros are adjusted to that type of play. Do they have any ultimates to work with? Nope, they use it in that last round, and now they're going to be starting for it. The Spencer has his own. Oh, and this is it. But they're rotating the bomb. They're rotating the spike, and they spot out Hatred on mid. Step in the right direction here for Bren as they start working their magic.
Lockdown time, catch the Hatred as well. Things looking good here for Bren Esports so far. Envy, though, trying to hold, does get the kill onto the Spencer there. It seems like the side of Hashira trying to fight back, but Jesse Vash can be able to get that kill. Jeremy, though, just stomping on Jesse Vash there. But Borkum and Vash have gotten the kills anyway. It's 2v1. Oh, any Sarai.
11 HP. It's not the luckiest number in the world, and it's not the amount that you want to go, especially when there's 3 opponents that you have to try to deal with. Bren get that 7-5. What a quick little take. And man, even if Jeremy got an aggressive little, an aggressive little hill there, it still did not work out in the end. Seems like they're just going to be charging on in here, guys, but we do go for that second half. Are we going to go for a tactical pause? Maybe. No, it's just counting down. Don't worry about it. Jesse Vash, though, 12 kills next to Dubstep, who's 13. These guys have really stepped up their play, and it seems like Bren are gonna be now on the holding end. Hashira, as we've said here, Dax, they need to pick up this pistol. It's very important, and it will dictate the pace of the rest of this game.
Yeah, Bren Esports, they're up by 2. Pretty much the way they want to go about things. Hashira now, they will have to put in the effort. I wouldn't be surprised if Amix is able to help out Hatred and Jeremy in taking these sites. But a quick little wall there from Jesse Vash up top of heaven, forcing the side of Hashira to try and push into the garage, but they did rethink it. Seems like it's Humi already prepared on the other side. A little bit of lurk action though from Envy, just in case he can punish anyone deciding to play on that flank. And the thing is, for Hashira, they keep their options open. Brendo will be hanging on back, playing defensively, and just watching out for these common angles so far.
There is a boost spot here for Vash. Could be an off angle that Hashira are not privy to. It breaks immediately. Vash goes away. He's going to be going on top. Has to respect, of course, the flash is there. Could have a crossfire with his teammate if they're not careful. 40 seconds on to the point, and with Humi down, this lessened the strain for Hashira, but Borkum able to go through it. Jeremy again,
30 seconds left.
able to produce kills out of nowhere, out of thin air. This is allowing them. Spencer's gonna be holding the cross here. The nade will stop him, but maybe just not. We'll see how it goes.
The lethality really of Hashira and the duelists are just something you have to watch out for. Rabbit though putting the spike on down. He's getting hit by some bullets from above, but it's not enough to get that kill. But Borkum, he is prepared. He has a single orb to play with, and he's going to be going for that armor, using that overheal in this instance. But the flash is strong. Hatred going to be able to get the kill off Borkum, but Dispenser is not done. It's 1v1 between the Breach as well as the Killjoy. Amix though, Aftershock gets in his face, so halfway there, and using that cover to go for the push. A smart play from the Breach to just outmaneuver Dispenser, and that's that. Hashira taking the pistol of the second half.
You guys were able to watch, I think that was First Strike Philippines or one of the earlier weeks for VCT. Josh S did the same play on Haven C Long. Goes to show that Breach doesn't only need his flashpoints to blind his opponents. You can use the hella obstructive view of that Aftershock to do the same. And Amix, knowing the limits of his agent, able to net a win. A super crucial win there for Hashira. Because we know pistol rounds dictate a few more rounds for you. Even if your opponent can win a weaker on a weaker buy, the chances for you to win are much, much higher, of course, because of the better weapons. And that is sorely needed here by Hashira. But Bren, look at this here, Dax. The crossfire, and Borkum is playing possum with the alarm bot, and he's not able to find it. But, well, he does now, but he had to go a little bit closer.
And here comes that Bucky. It brings in the damage to catch out Jeremy at the very end. Borkum wrapping that one up, and he says, thank you for your noble sacrifice, good dubstep. Let me take your Bucky right now. This is going to be just being a no-no zone for Hashira whatsoever. Time to back on away, says Envy. But look at this. It's just Borkum unrelenting. He just wants to go for the chase down, wants to rotate alongside this Killjoy in a different manner. But this garage hold right now for Hashira might really just be such a slower here. It's just really stifling the pace of Team Hashira, but eventually they will execute, and they will get to Jesse Bash with a catch onto Rabbit right now. The orb gonna be in the way. Hatred though, another one on the board. It's now gonna be 3v1, all eyes on Borkum, but apparently Envy has been able to catch him out. That is gonna be another round here for Team Hashira. All tied up, and this is gonna be crucial. If Bren doesn't win this round, it's gonna be Hashira now running away on the attacking side.
This is a time that Bren's going to be able to buy up, but this is also the moment where Hashira can pick up an orb for Hatred, and he'll be with his knives. And I know that you'll be able to get kills with the Spectre. You can maybe even give him the Vandal or a rifle, but I think Hatred works best on attacking when his knives are set into the motion. Yeah, there he is. They're going to try to prioritize that maybe, but no, he just charges right in, but it does not phase Dubstep. That is not how it should have happened. Now he's going to be looking at more even angles here, and that really shuts up the Hashira roster. They wanted to get that control, and they both line up for him. Well, they do take down Dubstep. They've taken quite a bit of collateral just for it. Rabbit, where is he hooking his positions at? You know there's one on the bottom, but Borkum lines up a beautiful shot through the smoke, and Amix second guesses himself. He saw Jesse Bash was coming up, but he didn't know what to do with that particular info. Now it's Borkum coming in. Rabbit left to his own. My goodness here, Dax. That should not have transpired, but Dubstep was so close for that quick punish.
And that's going to be that. Bren Esports, they hold the line, but Dubstep, there was an MVP alongside him, and his name was Dispenser Turret. So D&D connection still, technically. Because the turret getting a lot of attention, confirming for Dubstep that someone is there. And from that point on, it was just the Rays holding the line and getting some crucial kills against Team Hashira. At the same time, Jesse Bash playing with the rope saying, peekaboo, peekaboo, Bash sees you. And then it's just him leading to the kill anyway. It's a Halloween special all the way in April for Hashira. Unfortunately, they got spooked, they got taken down, and now they are going to be playing that save. But a Hero Spectre, Showstopper, and Bladestorm might be the answer for them.
Well, at least they're able to transition these pretty crucial ultimates. And honestly, they should just use it right now. They can buy rifles in the next round either way, and these ultimates are better off giving them a chance to get a punch round against Bren here, which is crucial because Bren are starting to build that economy. Jesse Bash is going to be able to line up on multiple, but Envy with the lineup shot. They spot out one on the god spot, and Borkum lines them up. There's not going to be a Boombaya anymore. Coming on top, it's going to be Amix. No more flash in hand, but he shuts them down with the help of Envy. This duo, this tandem, rips one through. Dubstep comes in. There's the reposition. He does not have his ult, but he does have the nade. Could maybe even stop them. But Envy, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? Already with the 3K. Where's the big flank coming in from Dispenser as he's left in this 2 versus 1?
Oh my god, the power of the high ground there from Hashira, but now they're on the low part of this area, and Dispenser is the one watching them like an overseer, but here comes a drop down, and suddenly it's Amix peeking from the side. A thrifty win there from Hashira, taking that one away from Bren, and this is what this series has been all about, making miracles happen round per round. Hashira and Bren never stopping in this fight, and you can see now it's 8-8 for good reason.
I know Borkum got a 2K there, a crucial 2K to stop the momentum of Hashira, but they knew if they stopped right then and respected the position of Bren, they would have faltered because there was already the big pinch. They did not have the firepower and they had to push through. And Envy and Amix just popping heads, locking them, and they still are able to save up into this next round for Hashira. The ultimate, the showstopper for Jeremy. It's going to be a big one here, but is it going to be worth? Now, think about that in positionings. They still do have Dubstep on the top. Maybe Hatred is going to be there to challenge him once again. If he dashes right in without a proper flash, you know, Dubstep, he's going to be there, proper, happy for the challenge. And it's a big slap to Hashira here. They haven't gotten a successful A, if I'm not mistaken. It's always been the B. They want to do this once again. If they can clear Dubstep, who only has a Bucky, this is a moment, a chance for Hashira, like you were saying Dax, a few rounds ago, to finally get a round win in the second half.
Yeah, it's time. It's time here for Hashira to try and do it. Can they make this 8-take work though? Because Dubstep, he's feeling a bit confident in this push. Now, thing is, as we are in a tactical pause, he's holding out the Bucky, and if he decides to go for the orb, sure, Hashira can punish him, but he can also take someone down with that right click. It's still in that value, it's still in that range, and I just want to say this now because we have time to say it. Last day. That's right. This is the final day. We're seeing this. This is the final day, and I'm honestly relieved, but at the same time, there's just a little bit of that bittersweetness in it. It's like, goodbye, Bucky. Goodbye. Maybe someone will try to play you on your left click iteration. But then again, it's Dubstep maybe going for a bit of a hurrah here. He does hold the line instead, Turret saying hello. Dispenser, but quiet in this game so far. Backing on away. His turrets have been instrumental, sure, but the shots from the Killjoy themselves hasn't really been amounting to much. He is playing by the rope still, and Hashira waiting on the other side, not really committing as of yet. They decide to go for the lockdown. It will just be a bit of distraction there from Borkum, and Dispenser this time playing that whack-a-mole, and seems like it's the mole getting the kill. Dubstep though still making that Bucky count, and into the showstopper as we said. Jeremy just basically watching right now, looking for an opportunity to unleash the fuse, but it's still Bren with the advantage, 4v2. An incredible hold so far by the boys in black and yellow.
Jeremy's going to get flanked real hard here if he's not careful. They need to shut down Borkum to start things off. But look at that dismiss. Oh my goodness, that is not going to be happy for Jeremy. And it's just Bren to come out even stronger on that round. The patience of Dispenser. You know, usually a lot of players don't really want to play on the ropes anymore just because it just is a slow up and down now compared to before it got patched. But, I mean, Dispenser knew what he had to do, and there you go. Dubstep just picking things up with the Bucky. They really need to check these corners, and not having something for intel means that Hashira have to go for these dry peaks. Sometimes it's going to be worth for them, but at least for that one, it was Bren to get the advantage.
That's the thing. Here on Split, you have to be extra careful, and it feels like that's one aspect of the Hashira game that had Split ever since we saw that incredible Borkum flank from Icebox, the one where no one really turned around, right? It now has to be even Hashira being extra careful about this. They really have to keep an eye out time and time again of all these extra angles, because you mentioned it, no Sova, no Sky. It's all about Bren right now bringing in Bane, but Hatred, he has other plans. He will hold the line, and he will use the blood of his friends there to slay his foes. From that point on, it's 3v3 from the shadows, though gonna get Unleashed playing onto the elbow, and Envy, he is just gonna be able to take the opportunity. Great distraction there by a Rabbit, taking a page out of the Bren playbook, allowing the 8-take to finally happen here for Team Hashira.
Rabbit shooting his own teammates Nano Swarm there. He's pretty in the moment here. Rabbit on contact, maybe with the paranoia, but it does not face dubstep. The positioning, the angle, just a bit too far. Hatred, where are you at? He's holding the cross here. He will not get the kill onto Jesse Bash, and it leaves it into the hands of Rabbit, the capable IGL, but still in the end, dubstep got the clutch genes in, well, Warren. And now that's gonna be the 10-8. Bren breaking the double digits. And it's only 3 more here, Dax. Hashira, pressure's on.
Sir, the Bren, man, it's just like the Bren Brotherhood of the traveling clutch and dubstep. This is just really such a wake-up call from the duelists of Bren. Icebox was basically their playground, but now on Split, they're really stepping it up the way they should. Jesse Bash there with 15 as well, allowing them to get that res at vital times. But I don't even remember Bash really using it, no. It just feels like that they do have it in reserve, but more often than not, it just is either Hashira catching him out or they just don't need it. So we'll see though if that will be a factor here again. Jeremy though flying on in, beautiful flash set up onto Borkum, and that's really the power of Hashira and not only their roster but their full playstyle's ideology. Flash combo, let Jeremy and Hatred do the work. That's all Amix needs to do. Now Jeremy is still feeling it. He is gonna be going for the shots. Dubstep quite low. Finally, there's the punish, but it's 4v2. So difficult here between Bash and Dubstep, but they're still doing it anyway. But Amix now with a cash onto Bash. It's now all eyes on Dubstep. But can he deal with 3? That will be the question. Looking so difficult because Hashira has so much angles right now, Asarai. And Dubstep just walks into the middle. He knows he is just dead to rights. H with a kill, and Hashira playing that classical style to make the breach work.
You know why Raze is probably one of the most punishing characters or agents in this game? Is because the way that the Valorant devs have created Valorant is that the barriers make it fair that when you rush right out, there is a certain walking distance before you find a target. But when you set your satchel plays like that and you have Amix to flash for you, you bridge that gap so quickly. And in the air even, you can actually start shooting if you want to. And that really fat flash play, like you saw and you talk about, right, with the speed of Hashira, they just know how to perfectly use that. This is a beautiful lineup here for Humi, but he gets flashed off himself. He's going to be on default for the moment. Hatred has gotten into the back of the site. He needs to clear out the 1 first, but Humi just gets the shot in that he needs, and that's 2 kills for him. Amix comes in, Borkum with the backstab. It's not going to get spotted out, and this is where it crumbles down. 2 versus 3. Borkum does have the Bulldog. Oh no, Rabbit's position has been spotted out here. He can reposition if he wants to, but it's Envy to need to connect these shots. He needs to break the lockdown for the moment. Break it down right now because there's the punish coming from the back here from Dubstep, gets spotted as well. And now he gets down 1 versus 1. Lockdown is secured for Envy. Borkum's going to be coming into the site. He actually has the spike. It's not been planted down here, guys, and it can be brought all the way to the A side. And Envy, I mean, all ad stock against him. It's going to be going up against Arena, full HP, and no amount of utility might be able to help. The lockdown is just too slow, and he needs to catch him right here, right now. He knows this. That's why he's just going to use it as a buffer more than anything else.
Yeah, it's a big hello, I'm here on the map, and Borkum will make the journey to go all the way to A side, but Envy, incredible chain of events, back on the way to the alley at the right time after breaking that lockdown, and it's just really been his show so far for Team Hashira. But can he play the clutch to allow the tie to still happen? Yes, he can. A quad here for Envy, 10-10. This is just double digits here in our 5th map. It never ends between Bren and Hashira, and for good reason, because with Envy having 21 kills to his name, just pretty much the most alongside everyone else, the Killjoy doing incredible things at an incredible time.
Timing was impeccable there from Envy. He had 50 HP. If he did not get that kill at the first couple of bullets with that Phantom, with Borkum being in that state that he is, it's just, he's not going to be able to survive that. So everything, the timing was just spot on. And now we're neck and neck, 10-10. And we've broken the economy, or rather, more specifically, Hashira has broken the economy of Bren here. Could be a tactical pause, because Bren, they need to figure things out. These quick plays that Hashira has done has caught Bren off guard. And these are the quick plays as well that they wanted to utilize a lot during that Haven match, the first game that we had in this best of 5, which was feels like eons ago. But Hashira are utilizing it now here on Split, especially on the attacking side, and it's proving fatal for Bren.
It just has been that kind of series where it's always back and forth, back and forth. Those kind of games where it's one team doing better than the other with the playstyle they brought to the table, and then adjustment after adjustment. So give these matches, give these maps the kind of precedence and the kind of scoreline that it really deserves. And at the very end of all of that, we're still not there. 10-10, man, that's right. This has just been such a series to remember. Really one of the closest finals we've ever seen in VCT Philippines. And I'm just so happy to be able to witness this and witness the rise of Hashira to honestly astronomical heights. The rise of the Philippine scene as a whole to get closer and closer to Bren. And honestly, you keep saying that Bren is very rooted in this tournament. And now they're just bringing out these old compositions. They're playing it in a way that's all about them remembering who they are. And that's exactly what they need to do after that master run. They need to ground themselves first before looking to innovate. And it does lead to a future where we're going to be seeing these teams fight better against Bren. But then Bren Esports, there has to be some cheeky strategies in mind for them, cheeky compositions into the next batch, into the next week. So there's a lot of innovation coming into this one. Right now, it's a story where we will see the status quo. We will see a precedence of how really the Philippine scene is able to stack on up. When we get into the latter weeks, we're going to be, of course, looking at the progress even more so. Who will be able to represent the Philippines into the region? Right now, though, it's just all about that local scene, all about trying to find your place in an ever-shuffling game. Now, here we have it again. Hashira going to be on the attacking side. Hatred, though, going to go for that tailwind just in case we do see the push there from Garage, the updraft rather. But there's the flash already. Dispenser waiting on the left-hand side. Here comes Slow Orb. Immediately, there is going to be the tailwind now. And Hatred to catch on Dispenser. Beautiful entry here from the Jet. It's Hashira right now finding another one. Jesse Bash still into the corner, still blinded. And look at that. Remove the eyes of Bren. And they will just be dead to rights. Hashira now putting the spike down.
They're holding these corners, but these very aggressive peaks from Hashira are catching Bren off guard. Granted, of course, it's the weaker buy for Bren here, but it still matters in the end because these are rounds that they can procure. Little smoke here for Humi. Maybe they're waiting for Hashira to start rotating around, maybe on market, but they're stationed. They've planted themselves here onto the site, and Amix heard the footsteps. Orcam gets denied, and now it's all left into the hands of Humi himself. But can he really do with the Ghost and the 5 full force of Hashira here? Maybe a smoke, maybe a TP, maybe a Ghost little diffuse here. Does get the shutdown onto Jeremy, but Hashira, they're 2 steps closer to winning this VCT Grand Finals, and I cannot believe it, Dax. Like you said, we're finally here, and Bren is starting to crumble.
Yeah, they have taken the lead away. Bren, this time they are going to have the guns into play, and we'll see if it will be enough. Needs to be a wake-up call, though, for some of the bottom fraggers right now, just to really add that edge. But at the same time, you can't really put too much onto that scoreboard, onto those kills, because I look at what Rabbit does with some amazing paranoias. I look at what Dispense does with some incredible turrets, and it really has just been a team game to amplify each other's talents and more so. But Hashira, they've been hitting the combinations here there. Like I always like to say about Hashira, it's the combination between whatever the Breach enables you to do and even whatever the Omen lets these do. Let's do. So for now, they're holding to the entrance of the garage from the B sites. They have the spike there. A bit of alert though from Rabbit because he has that from the shadows. Indy also waiting it out, watching for any kind of mid push. But Bren playing possum, playing passive, and waiting on the side that they are meant to be in.
Humi's gonna get pushed out here. Does have the paranoia, will not connect onto anybody. 50 minutes left into that clock, and already a lot of utility being utilized here by Bren. There's Rabbit with his ult. He's gonna get some information, immediately cancels it, but there's plenty of time for Hashira to actually go back. They can dip back right in, although Amix does have the spike, and he's running, hightailing his way onto the A site. The trick here, rather the risk for Hashira here is that they push onto A main without any time. They're going to get devoured by the Nanos. And if Borkham has this angle on top of the Raptors here, it's going to be very brutal for him. But it seems like they're going to charge right through with Jeremy and the Boombaya in his target. Going to deny that one. Hatred does get the kill off. There's the peek out for Borkham. They need to get the spike right now. It's going to be so close. Run for it. Run. It's going to be Hatred. He's coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hatred, what are you doing? Just one more kill for this. Humi, can he get the clutch because the spike is planted down? But Hatred has been unleashed. He wants that ace. And Humi, all he can really do is forfeit the site already. And now, I'm pretty sure about it, Dax. Match point.
Hatred, he has channeled whatever doubts we had from the last map and how he played it on Icebox A, and he has just taken A side by storm here for Team Hashira. A great pick onto Dispenser to shut down any kind of emplacement, any kind of Nanoswarm antics if it hasn't been popped yet. And then he even chased after Borkham, surprised him from the smoke, and that was just a kill there. Humi, though, will shut down the tempo, the adrenaline rush that Hatred has been channeling. But besides that, it will be Hashira getting this round. It's 12-10, and Bren Esports is put to the corner. Are we finally gonna see a new king in the Philippine scene? Is this gonna be it? Will Hashira be the team to dethrone Bren and their runs for championships? It's time to find out, because here we have it. Bren Esports, they're not gonna have everything that they would like. They will be running a Vandal, a Phantom, a Bulldog, a Spectre, and a Judge. In a tactic pause here, they need this one not only to reset themselves, but to also just cool off the Hashira away. But man, oh man, this has been just a creed that Hashira has been playing with, playing for, and they just look nigh unstoppable with Hatred and Jeremy allowed to do the things that they can do.
I mean, aside from that, Envy has 23 kills, man. This is the triple threat that Hashira have basically placed on the chessboard. And now, I haven't said this in a while, but this is Bren. Hashira knocking at winner's door, and Bren is already at the knife's edge. They cannot allow to budge back any further because this is the final stretch. Hashira, like you said, they only need one more round here, Dax. The tactical pause will be used. But as you can see here, guys, for us, and Hashira can just press tab and you can see it as well, Bren got no more cash to go for full buys. It's them committing to the multiple judges as well. They do have the revive on Vash, but that is a far cry from what Bren needs. Although we have seen Bren do it before, maybe they can do it again. A couple of utilities already used to get the control on that B main. Rabbit does not have his From the Shadows anymore. He's still lurking somewhere on A there, maybe hoping that Dispenser will do Dispenser things and catch that 1 versus 1, but not just yet. They have left Envy on sewers to go and maybe flank on mid, but you can see Hashira, they're waiting, just waiting for their moment to strike.
This is such a good call from Hashira if they do commit from this garage. It's just gonna be suddenly the judges not really in the range that they would like. But high ground not gonna be effective at all for Bren with Dubstep and Jesse Vash, the ones holding it and trying to go for the spray down below. And Hatred, he is back on mission and he catches out Homie Jerry, could be on the board again. And you can see that Hashira, they've gotten the steps they need for success. Bren in the meantime trying to fight in the middle, but it's Envy with the kill off the Borkham. Jesse Vash though bringing Dubstep back to life just to die. And Hashira putting the spike down, looking to finally kick Bren to the curb, but the question is, what can Bren do? It's Disruptor and Jesse Bash Dispenser could be trying to make it work, but right now the disruption is through here from Hashira. Hate to throw out the Clavers there. It's just so difficult for Bren to try and fight back there, Asarai.
Time is ticking, and it's all left into the hands of Vash. Can he really pick things up? He only has a judge. He can't do anything on top of B Heaven, and he has to charge right in. He's backing away, and he's hoping that maybe Hashira is going to lose their mind and charge right in, and maybe, do I dare say it, Vash has conceded. It's going to be in here, Dax. And this is, dare I say it, the way, the Hashira way, and Vash. No, let's do something. He's popping out the judge, but it's not going to be. And that's going to be Hashira winning the series. VCT champions, here they are. And you can see, my goodness, smiles all about here, Dax. Congratulations, my goodness.
Champions have finally shown themselves here in the Valorant Challengers, and it is Hashira. What an incredible run by Team Hashira, the crowning Bren Esports at the very last moment. And it's just absolutely unbelievable. Bren, they have been at the top of the scene for so very long. Month after month, it was just Bren all the way every single day. But we have seen them now be mortal here in stage number 2. And it's Hashira as our champions. It's finally happened. You can finally bet on the other horse because it's Hashira taking the crown, taking the win. And what a victory. They just did it the way they know how. They are now the ones on the upper echelons, truly. The moon is shining bright for them. And just watch that ending again, guys. It's just, that's what Hashira needs to do all the time. Flash, dash, utility, hit the shots, and exploit the opposition time and time again. All that disruptions from those disruptors, all of those plays that Hashira really made is just so well versed, well practiced, and well executed. It's an art form, and Hashira, they know how to breathe, they know how to paint it, and they know how to show it to the world.
I just gotta say, man, into the fray, here to stay, the Hashira way. My goodness, they just popped off. And like you said, if they can keep replicating this type of brilliance, well, we'll have to be seeing them time and time again be the champions. Of course, there's always going to be a challenger. And I mean, I'm already looking forward to the time that we see them on the next week, on week 2 for stage 2, because this team is so promising and they've broken the curse, the Bren curse, whether it's Bren just popping off, doing Bren things, whether it's, I don't know, technical issues or your team choking or struggling. Hashira has braved through the storm and they've come out even stronger. And a big congratulations to them. Of course, congratulations to Bren for providing us with such an entertaining best of 5 to cast. But damn, Dax, just damn, what a game.
They broke through the odds and they fought against the precedents. It's just an amazing sight to behold from Hashira. And guys and gals, you know that the Hashira way, it needs that dissection, and that's what the panel is all about. It has been a long series for us here at the casting side, and we're just so happy to be able to share it with you. This has been quite the show, and it's finally time to say that Bren is going to be gone from that championship. It's Hashira taking the crown, and who knows what will happen in next week's challenges. But for Asrai and I, it's time for us to sign out. When we get back to the break, it will be the panel. Stay tuned and stick around. This is stage 2, week number 1. You won't want to miss that interview and all that post-game stuff.
any of us could have predicted. You guys realize Illustrata is not gonna let us live this down. And you
Oh
know
my
what?
gosh.
You brought up Astra Viminal, and I am actually such a fan of these, out of the box sort of agents that come into play. It's actually why I enjoy watching the
Mm.
EU scene because they pick Viper a lot. I want to talk about that little gamble that Hashira took with Astra. It didn't exactly pan out. It didn't exactly pan out the way they wanted it to. She's an agent that requires a lot more practice, I feel, and coordination, and everybody just needs to be exactly on the same page for her to be utilized properly. What went right though here, and what went
Mm.
wrong? Let's start with you, Trix.
Astropic, and I've said this before, we've seen other teams do it on VCT. You change your lineup on the finals, it's not exactly the best decision to make because you should try when you perfect the character and you really feel like you've perfected it, do it on like the qualifiers and the playoffs. And so that when it comes to the finals, you know exactly what to expect and where your limitations are. But just bringing it out without trying it on other teams in that level of stress, it makes it very difficult to perform.
Well, I mean that and other stuff, I mean, it didn't really happen the way I expected it to because Brent wasn't actually caught off guard. The way Astro was handled there, I mean, the way the agent is actually built is that it involved a lot of pre-planning, which actually made Hashira expose their weaknesses a lot during that Haven match where they tried to use the agent. We also, I mean, Trix mentioned a while ago that there was like a lot of tells in terms of Hashira's play, and revolving their plays around Astar didn't help them as much, and this opened a lot of opportunities for Bren to actually go in for flanks and rather take so much map control that was supposed to be sustained for the attacking side. And I don't really see that much of a good thing that happened for the team.
And before we call over our special guest, Viminal, just quick thoughts on the
Mhm.
Astra pick, really quick.
Yeah, it's just Hasher's always been a very strong utility proficient team. But perhaps it's just that Bren really knew how to play around it, and of course Haven, we were expecting them to come out on top, but the rest of the series, we all know how that panned out.
That's right. And you know what? Let's just ask the team themselves. Let us welcome over here onto our little screens. I was going to say stage, but we don't have a stage quite yet. Hashira, your new champions. Hashira, congratulations to each and every one of you. So, coming off of that question, before we ask how the team is feeling right now, which I'm sure is superb, since we're fresh off of that Astra question over there, can we just ask you guys? Do you plan on bringing that out again sometime in the future?
Maybe baka surprise na
Maybe,
lang.
maybe. Well, teasing us a little bit over there, but you know what? This is an amazing day. You guys have just made history, and this was a result that nobody could have predicted. How is the team feeling right now?
Yung iba naiiyak, yung iba overwhelmed, yung iba shock pa rin. Yung
Oh
iba
my
naghahanap
goodness.
ng saging.
Can you guys show us actually if you guys have the bananas on there that Asarai so wonderfully lectured us about? I think you guys do. Um, so I personally, would like to give you guys like the most improved team award. Honestly speaking, the team has gone through so much. What was the hardest thing to overcome about that series?
Yung individual discipline namin, pati communication. Like, yung tagal namin i-workout yun with the help ng mga coaches namin, ng coaching staff, si Silver and si Coach Ilustrado. Sobrang laki ng tulong nila. Like yung mga small details na ayos namin, yung mga small problems na ayos namin. Because the small mistakes, naging malaking problem siya in the end, every game.
All right, Ilu, you got your shout out already there, okay?
Ay!
So guys,
Shoutout pala!
how did you Oh no, don't worry. I'll give you guys your shout outs a little bit later. But before we go on to that, how did you guys manage to keep your cool? I'm sure this was such an intense match. Can you take us through that last series and as you guys slowly realize that this was your win? Can you tell us, can you break down what went on in those last few minutes?
The last few rounds, like yung during tactical pause namin, nag-ano muna kami, nag-breathe in, breathe out just to remove the yung pagiging tense, yung yung stress lahat. Like yun, nagkalma muna lahat. Then yun kumain ng you know what. But yeah, yun na.
Of course, you know what? Maybe your next sponsor should be food of some sort. High in the potassium kind. And I do have to say, even everybody here, behind the scenes, we were all on the edges of our seat. I mentioned earlier, my hands are still shaking, guys. My hands are still shaking from here. And you know what? Now that you guys are that much closer to Reykjavik, what is next for the team? How do you guys plan to raise the bar that you've set for yourselves?
Um, I think yun we will work harder pa lalo because goal is Iceland. So yeah, Masters is the goal talaga. And yun, we will work harder pa lalo. Yun lang.
And you know what? We will be cheering you on every step on the way. Last but not least, do you guys have any shout outs to friends, family, and fans that, might be cheering you on? Illustrata already got a shout out, so just saying.
Yun, thank you to our sponsors, Stream Raiders, India in Asia, Black Top PH, and may kalimutan pa ba ako? Philips Monitor, yun, sa pag-provide ng sa amin, sa bootcamp and all. Pati sa namin, sa team manager, aka boss, aka tatay-tatayan. Super thank you talaga sa sacrifices niya everyday. And yun na nga, sa family namin lahat. Like, yun, grabe ang support. And to our fans talaga, thank you rin.
Hashira, thank you guys so much. Thank you all for coming out, by the way, to join us for the post game interview. And I wish you guys a good, restful sleep tonight. And thank you so much for giving us a good show.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, that was our new champions. I know they are so adorable, and bringing the bananas out. Of course, they couldn't let it go. I hope Azura is happy. But you know what? Going back to this team, their teamwork was just so amazing. Remember that time on Ascent, they were able to take 8 straight rounds before Bren was even able to make a comeback. And going over to that, I want to know what kind of mistakes were exposed on the side of Bren today, because as of course, somebody who is a fan of Bren, I'm sure a lot of people are. This was a little bit hard to watch. So let's start with you, Trix.
I think honestly, Bren just not being able to hit their shots. Maybe they're frustrated because the communication isn't there if they're not in boot camp anymore. I hope that everyone here knows that it's actually very difficult going from a boot camp to playing at home. It's a completely different dynamic. So although I can understand how it kind of didn't really favor them, I still think they had to rely on their fundamentals, and it just seemed that they were lacking in it.
Yeah, I mean, going from the boot camp to playing at home is definitely a huge factor. But aside from that, I do believe it's also a matter of Bren being not as unpredictable as they were before. Being the top team for the longest time exposes you to a lot of variables out there. And you're going to have a lot of odds. A lot of teams are going to have a lot of opportunities to study your plays. And perhaps it's just that Hashira just had an idea of what Bren wanted to do.
I mean, aside from having like a comfortable setup that they're playing at right now, I still see this more of how Bren was just completely outplayed by their opponents. But not only that, in terms of how they basically try to communicate to each other as a team, is where we actually see them definitely struggles, and it definitely goes to show based on how the tradings were completely off in terms of their team play, and not again on those retakes that they're not I wasn't exactly want them to actually flop on.
Yeah.
And we did see them buckle quite a bit today, and it's something I didn't think that I'd see this whole weekend. Do you think is it possible that they were actually maybe a little shaken by Masters, or is this just the rest of the Philippines catching up? What do you think, Trix?
I think it's possible that Bren is trying to work on something else. Obviously, I can't say with what it is because I don't know what Bren might be focusing on now, but it just feels like, for a team that we've seen at the top for so long and for a team that had such a clear identity, today it didn't feel that way. It felt like a different team playing. And although it's unfortunate, it it sometimes has to happen to some players
Yeah,
when you hit a certain benchmark, right?
absolutely. And again, we're all just speculating because we can't really say for sure. There are a lot of factors within the game and, of course, outside the game that lead to this sort of outcome. And when you're at the top for this long of a time, obviously you can't be complacent at any point. And perhaps it was a mix of both. Maybe, maybe excuse me, local teams catching up as well as Bren being shaken from that defeat in Masters as well.
I guess not only that, it's hard to even you as a team to figure out what's going to be your next big step for you to be ahead of the curve, because I know how much of a struggle it is to try out something new that nobody else has done before. And I guess this is where we actually see them sort of struggle at this point of competition.
And you know what? While Bren Esports might be struggling, we do have, of course, our new champions, Hashira. Let's talk about what went oh so right for them today. We already talked about their teamwork and how much better the team has improved over the course of these past few months. But let's talk about their performance today. Tricks, what went oh so right for Hashira today?
Their retakes were really phenomenal. The way that they had the bait setups, the way that they would clearly communicate with each other on the angles that they wanted cleared, it was a lot better. And I love seeing that kind of improvement because it's one of the things I had hoped Hashira would definitely improve on. We noticed early on in stage 1 that they had a lot of moments where they would retake but peak the same angles, and then because of that they wouldn't clear certain corners. So it's good to see that they've improved in that aspect and they're moving forward from here.
For me, in my humble opinion, what Hashira did right is that, remember when I was talking about that extra dimension of skill that teams need to realize? It's that synchronicity of utility, the way you use your utilities in game. Hashira is no longer playing Valorant as if it's CS with abilities. They totally understand that Valorant is a different beast in its entirety, and I think that's what a lot of local teams lack. They're playing it like it's CS with abilities, but Hashira, they've gone the extra mile. They've unlocked that dimension of skill that we were referring to in the past.
Yeah.
But not only that, I definitely see this in terms of Hashira's team, is that Hatred got every chance that he could to shine. I mean, we've seen him have a few highlight plays, but it's not only that, because him being too flexible on his role, rocking the stage or basically any agent that the team wants him to use, providing necessary backups, which is not just in terms of refragging, but also making few initiatives to himself the team needed as well. With this utility and aggression, this is what paved the way for Hashira to win a lot of rounds, and I definitely want to see how much value that they put onto this player alone.
And as we're seeing up on the screen right now, the MVPs of the series, and you mentioned Hatred a while ago, and I just really wanna, admire Envy over here, who I think, just really exceeded all expectations. How crucial was Envy to and Hatred to the victory of Hashira? Ling, let's start with you this time.
I mean, it's not really common for us to actually see initiators top fragging in the game, because you know how much value you put on towards these flashes, on towards your utility alone. And imagine them being able to lead out the charge, but at the same time being able to provide the necessary support. And this is not, it's rather a trait that I would have to say commend these type of players to actually do. I mean, juggling both fragging and providing support at the same time is literally no joke. And yeah, I think Trix would actually have something to say about that.
Actually, for me, it's on the side of Bren. But yeah, for Hashira with Envy and Hatred really just being able to pop off in so many different agents. It's a pleasure to see it. I've seen Hatred before on that Sage in Bind, and I think he's amazing at it. But seeing him on the Jet is on a whole different level. But to turn back to the team Bren that has lost and we have multiple times called Titans. I do hope that if they are listening, then they go back to the fundamentals of what made them Bren to begin with and what made them the team that everyone looked up to and respected. It's not just sportsmanship or professionalism, it's about how they defined their own plays, they defined their own meta. And I hope they will find it in themselves as well because they're such a decorated team to go back to those roots and redefine themselves once again.
That's right. I think back to basics is never a bad thing. And Vim, just in case you have last thoughts
Yeah.
on Bren over here, share them with us.
Yeah, I mean, for a team like Bren who has so much experience and so many victories under their belt, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be even hungrier than ever before coming out after this defeat. They're not gonna sleep on this for sure. These guys, they're gonna be so hard at work to try and regain that throne and prove to everybody why they were on top for so long.
And I actually, oh, go ahead, Ling.
I mean, knowing Bren so far, they don't really take their losses too lightly. I know for a fact
Yeah.
that they will definitely have to review these flaws on what went wrong on towards their end. And of course, knowing what actually went right for their opposing team, which is Hashira, taking this W from them. And I want to see how well they actually learn from each other because for sure, Hashira is definitely a step ahead as of the moment.
Hashira just knowing exactly what to do. I'm so happy to watch them again. I've said this in day one to see them perform and to see how much they've grown, and it's amazing. And I think Dax pointed out in his cast as well, the growth of Hashira as a team is phenomenal. How they've really come to focus their energies on becoming better players and becoming better teammates for each other. It's fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
And I think that really just goes to show how formats like these, like what the VCT offers, it just goes to show that even if you have a big organization backing you up, there is still a possibility that these unknown superheroes just come out of nowhere, unsigned teams that suddenly become superstars, and smaller teams even that suddenly become superstars, and it just really opens the floodgates for everybody. It opens the floodgates for professional players everywhere. And I want to know, what kind of message has Hashira sent to the rest of the Philippine Valorant scene right now? What exactly does this mean for the rest of Stage 2? Let's start with you, Ling, this time.
I mean, this type of measure for Hashira, I guess this is where we actually see in their gameplay alone is that how important communication actually is. It's you definitely see it plays a huge factor on how tradings, the timings, and your executions and positionings to actually go down if you properly communicate to your team. And looking at how tonight went down, it's just beautiful how they were just properly exercising everything on towards the series.
And I really think the message that this series has sent to the rest of the Philippine Valorant scene is that we're all trying to uplift each other and try to one up each other, become stronger as a scene locally, and that Pandora's box has been opened, Bren has been slain, and that literally anybody can rise to the challenge and become the new sheriff in town. And really, nobody ever thought this was possible until today. So, it's just that Bren has said this before as well. They're doing what they're doing as well to elevate the entire scene, and I think we've come to that point.
And you know what? I do agree with that so much. And Trix, do you have any last thoughts on this? On what kind of message Hashira has sent to all of the other teams that tried their hardest this qualifiers?
That it's a lot about working hard. And it might not just be a message that Hashira would say, but a message any pro player would say. It's a grind. But when you achieve what you've been grinding for, it's gonna be worth everything.
Oh, absolutely. And I know that Hashira is feeling that right now. And you know what? Let's take a look at who the MVP of this series is. And you know what? I know what my vote is going to be, but it's going to
Yeah.
be hatred right here. And you know what? This guy, he just had so many amazing plays today. What were some of your favorites? Ling, I know you have a lot to say about this player over here.
I mean, besides his flexibility overall, I guess it's just on how Hatred takes his duels. I mean, he knows when and where to take them. This is what separates him from all the good fraggers there is, which what makes him great overall. You'd see that he definitely stands out all on his own and rather complements the team very well. So yeah.
Yeah. For me, what stood out about Hatred is his IGN. The first time I saw the roster reveal for Hashira, I was like, this guy, Hatred. Wow, that's an edgy name. This guy better frag out.
I
Otherwise, it's gonna be
remember.
really funny. But lo and behold, he's one of the best.
Yeah. The confidence that that player has is just insane, and I love seeing it.
Well, apparently over here we love to hate, and we definitely love hatred as
Ooh.
our MVP of the series. And just recapping and checking out the tournament brackets that we have. You know what? All these teams will still get a lot more chances as the Challengers Tour progresses, but also the winner gets smaller and smaller as Masters draws closer and closer. We now have this Bren and Hashira rivalry going on, but else do you think can join the fray? Based on what you've seen this weekend, who else could be in the running for Masters as the weeks progress? Trix, let's start with you.
Ooh, my unbiased opinion, Empire is doing very well. I do hope to see them perform, and I hope that they will. If something fails, I hope they have a sixth man there. But I also am excited to see GXR play.
Yeah. Empire, same for me. Absolutely same for me. Empire and GXR looking pretty hot right now.
I mean, aside from the teams mentioned, I want to see Atlas more because that first game definitely shook Bren to its core, especially on that
Mm.
game on Icebox. And I want to see how well are they going to be bringing their talents for the next qualifiers.
Well, you know what? I do think that we haven't seen GXR in a fair match. I'm definitely excited to see that. And Ling, I do second your thoughts on Atlas. I have been an Atlas fan since I first saw them in First Strike. So, I love watching their matches. So I hope the best for them as the VCT progresses. But guess what? Hashira isn't the only winner today. We have 10 winners as well for 1,500 Valorant points.
Yay.
These guys have followed the mechanics to a T and have been randomly selected. So, congratulations to drum roll, imaginary jump roll, please. Aha, we have over here Edward Said Gitap. Lawrence Simon, I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your names. Please feel free to call me out on it. Ron Gerald Tan, Jewel Henner, John Carlo Dugang, Jules Ackerman, Benji Ladaga, Defuntorum. That is a very unique name, sir. Jericho Dunca, Janice Ivy Buena, and Daniel Senera. Congratulations to you guys. These points will be in your Riot accounts very soon. So please do message the PPGL page and we will get those points over to you so you can get, I don't know, maybe the Mage Punk bundle, this little discount on that. I know that, everybody knows that skins carry a little secret bonus there. So I know you guys want to get on that. But before we wrap up this very memorable day, I just want to get your final thoughts on this historical match. Ling, let's start with you.
I mean, for everyone else, just do better as a team, and that's it. Everyone has their chance to get to Masters, and the qualifiers are going to be the good way to prove that. So yeah, that's it.
The theme for this week, guys, is evolution. And this is what's happening in the local Philippine scene. And, I can't be any prouder to be a part of what's happening today because the competition is just heating up. Everyone is getting so much better. The skill ceiling has been raised. There's a new champion. And, final thoughts coming into this, man, Bren's going to be back with a vengeance. That's for sure.
Oof.
Definitely. From a person who used to compete before to the people who are budding competitors or budding pros, I want to say it's never over till it's over, no matter what the score line is. You gotta remember to have fun yourself and to also remember that it's gonna be difficult, but you're going to be improving. So don't forget to look back at where you've come from so that you can realize how much you've actually improved.
It is not over till it's over, but unfortunately, it is over for the show today. Thank you, of course, so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom. And you can reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Mage Punk bundle. We all know that skins give some kind of bonus, right? Wink, wink. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. And thank you, of course, to our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator. Hashtag summon your strength. And guess what? The show might be over, but if you guys still want to hang out, you can check out Globe Virtual Hangouts because they are reinventing esports and bringing it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments, much like this. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Now, we do have week two still coming up, guys, so don't forget to like and follow PPGL's official channels to get updates on the rest of VCT Philippines. We do have everything on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and even TikTok. For now, though, a new day has come, even though the sun has already set, a new day has come. In the Philippine Valorant scene, the Hashira way has prevailed. The Demon Slayers have come out on top against the biggest, baddest opponent possible in the local scene. Hashira are your new Valorant champions, and they are that much closer to Masters in Reykjavik and eventually Worlds. My name is Mika Fabs, and on behalf of the entire crew, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting VCTPH. Stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in week two.